Don't miss the awesome Naruto stories my sister creates. Her last channel was hacked, so to stay in the loop, please subscribe to her new channel. It would mean a lot to her, and you won't regret it. Dear Naruto Lemon fans, I'm thrilled to invite all of you to my Boosty channel, where you can enjoy exclusive Naruto Lemon scenes in a comfortable and supportive community. Choose from various subscription tiers, from Mini Lemon to God Lemon, and gain access to unique content tailored just for our fans. Plus, subscribers to over Naruto Lemon and God Lemon will receive special mentions in my videos. Support my channel and dive deeper into the world of Naruto today. Dare! World Naruto. Suna, House Kazekage. The night sky was clearly visible through the open window, a cool wind barely noticeably swayed the transparent tulle, and a young couple was lying on a large bed. The girl was sleeping peacefully on the chest of the young man, who was lying with his eyes open, lightly stroking her shoulder, on which a tattoo was flaunted, giving away that Konoha Anbu. From his touch, strange symbols appeared under it, the purpose of which only the blonde and the girl knew. Covering the brunette with a blanket and gently hugging her, Naruto closed his eyes. He remembered his whole life after the victory over Kaguya. Then the village suffered serious losses, and more than half of the Jonin and Chunin did not return from that war, among whom were many of Uzumaki's friends. There, on the battlefields, Niji, Kiba with Akamaru, Shino, Chuji, Sai remained forever. The only reminders of them now were the gray stone slabs in the Hidden Leaf Cemetery, and his own memories. The war made him look at the world with different eyes, made him understand that as long as people exist, battles will always happen, because it was embedded in their nature, and it does not matter whether it will be a war of shinobi or ordinary people. Naruto understood that eternal peace is impossible, but this does not mean that he stopped striving for it. The Jinchuriki made every effort to preserve the fragile peace that formed between the hidden villages and prolong its existence as long as possible. For this, he refused the title of Hokage, offered to him by Tsunade a year after the end of the war in favor of Kakashi, and joined Anbu, followed by Hinata, with whom he had been together for more than half a year by that time, because of which the clan rejected her and the girl was threatened with the seal of the side branch. Fortunately, the old Senju did not allow it, sending the couple on a long mission outside the village, and then enrolling them in Anbu, in which they served for 2 years, constantly carrying out a variety of missions throughout the territory of the explored world. Today they delivered another secret message for Gaara to Suna, where their old friend warmly welcomed them and introduced them to his wife during dinner, sharing the good news that he would soon become a father. Naruto almost shook the soul out of him with joyful congratulations. Fortunately Hinata stopped him in time, although she was only partly Hinata. The young man again began to remember the first time after the war and the unexpected surprise that Kaguya left for him at the end. About a week after returning to Konoha, Naruto found himself in his subconscious in a dream, deciding that his bijou would like to talk. He quickly made his way to the cage, whose gates were closed, but no longer held in place by seals, allowing the fox to leave freely if he wished. To Naruto's surprise, the Kyuubi was nowhere to be seen, and he shrugged and walked into the cage, hoping to find his friend in the darkness. A strong blow knocked him down to the wet floor, and the young man froze in surprise. The next moment, his arms and legs were wrapped in fluffy ropes, with such force that he could not even move them. Because of the darkness around him, the only thing Naruto could see was 2 glowing golden eyes. There was no anger or hatred in them, but a bright flame of lust and desire blazed. At the same time, gentle little hands quickly freed him from his clothes, simply tearing them, simultaneously studying his body and caressing his dignity. They lay there in complete silence for several minutes, during which the young man had already come to his senses and was able to understand that it had become light in the cage, and that he was not lying on a wet floor, but on a soft and warm bed, which made him think a little. By this time, The girl had already come to her senses and lay down next to him. "Who are you?" Naruto started the conversation first. "Don't you have any idea?" the stranger grinned. "I have two assumptions. The first is that this is all nonsense, and the second is a stupid joke by one of my red-haired friends," Uzumaki answered, stroking the girl on the back. "This is not nonsense or a joke. Do you remember Kagaya's last words?" she asked with interest. "About a little surprise?" the blonde asked. The scarlet-haired girl answered. "Don't tell me she turned you into a girl?" Uzumaki blurted out in shock. "Not a girl. I'm a kitsune now," Kyubi replied, pleased with herself. "Kitsune, this sounds familiar," Naruto said, frowning. "Right, I remember, Jiraiya told me about them." "Why are you so calm?" the fox asked. "What do you think I should be afraid of, shaking in horror or what?" Naruto asked, confused. "Well, I know about your lack of self-preservation instinct, but my appearance, does it not frighten or disgust you at all?" Kyubi asked with interest, raising herself up on her elbows and looking him straight in the eyes. "Why would that be?" "You look quite attractive," Uzumaki replied, smiling. "You are definitely the most unpredictable shinobi of Konoha," the kitsune said, starting to caress the blonde's flesh again. Subsequently, Naruto visited her very often, even after he started dating Hinata. It took Hyuga a long time to get used to the fact that they were together. She stopped being shy even from simple communication with him only after 3 months, and fainting from kisses and hugs, after 5, but as soon as the young man began to caress her body, she immediately began to be shy or lose consciousness, so the blonde did not dare to dream of anything more in the near future. Until Tsunade entrusted the two of them with a mission to accompany an old man who was supposed to deliver some relic to one of the main temples of the Land of Water. A routine mission to escort valuable cargo. There wasn't even a single attack during the journey. After they crossed the border, the old man decided to make a stop in the ancient ruins. In the evening, sitting by the fire, he started a conversation with his guards, although before that he had been silent all the time. "I would never have thought that I would be accompanied by one of the heroes of the last war," said the old man. "Well, there were a lot of heroes in that war," Naruto smiled slightly. "Yes, but almost all of them are now lying in the damp earth, and you are alive. Although I wanted to talk about something else. Did the Hokage tell you what kind of relic I am carrying?" asked the old man. "No, because our task is to protect you. The rest is not important," said Hinata, sitting on the blonde's lap. "Then I will tell you about it myself. This relic has no special value for war or anything like that. It is called the Weave of Two Beginnings. With its help in ancient times, one of the clans tested the strength of the feelings of two lovers. If they were mutual and sincere, then the couple could receive some special gift from the relic. If at least one of them was not sincere, then it mercilessly killed both, taking all their life force, and turning them into withered mummies. One day this clan was destroyed, and the relic turned into a weapon. Hundreds of people died from it, until one day one of the monks of our temple stole it from its new owners. "Nobody has touched it for the last 300 years, the monk said, taking a transparent case out of his backpack, in which a strange thing was secured, 2 metal rods intertwined with each other, covered with fine ligature of ancient symbols of one of the ancient languages of the continent. Naruto felt the power emanating from the artifact. "I want to offer you to use it. What do you say?" "Hinata, aren't you afraid?" Uzumaki asked, taking the case from the monk's hands, to which Hyuga nodded negatively. "Okay, old man, tell me what needs to be done. You take the relic by one end with your right hand, and you, with your left hand, by the other, and that's it," the monk instructed. The young men followed his instructions, after which Naruto bent over in terrible pain, as if a part of himself had been torn out of him. A brunette screamed in pain next to him, and the monk broke into a satisfied smile. A moment and a bright flash. The blonde lay on the ground, unable to even move, his head splitting from the influx of a large amount of information. Strange memories that certainly did not belong to him. Through the ringing in his ears, he could barely hear and understand the words of the old man they were accompanying. Well, I was so hoping that he would finish you off. I didn't think that you really felt anything for this weakling, the mission's customer said, hanging over Uzumaki with a knife. You know, I really feel sorry to kill you, but you are not worthy of Rikudo's power. Having made a strong swing, the old man was already preparing to end Naruto's life, who was now unable to even talk due to the pain in his head. When his hand was already going down, the Jinchuriki saw something white throw the old man aside, right onto the rest of the wall. An unpleasant sound of breaking bones is heard, after which he fell into unconsciousness. He came to his senses only with the first rays of the sun. To his surprise, he was lying on something soft. Looking closely, he realized that these were tails, white, fluffy tails, and they belonged to the kitsune girl sitting next to him. The girl looked very much like Hinata, but at the same time, there was something of the Kyubi in her. She was sleeping, leaning her back against a piece of the wall. Deciding to check his guess, the young man concentrated and penetrated his subconscious. Having got into the hall with the cage, he was surprised to find there a huge nine-tailed fox, as he remembered it before, only it was like an empty shell, without a soul inside. Gasping, and scolding himself for being too trusting, the Jinchuriki came out of his subconscious. Have you come to your senses? The kitsune asked, smiling tenderly. Yes, Uzumaki answered hoarsely, his throat dry. Give me something to drink, please. Here, she said, handing him the flask and sitting down with her back to the wall with the help of her tails. Who are you? Naruto asked after taking a few sips. Me? Well? I am both Hinata Hyuga and the Kitsune Kyubi no Yoko. From the first I got the body, the Byakugan, and all the skills, as well as feelings for you. From the second part of the character and strength, some depravity and vulgarity, and most importantly, well, the knowledge that you are a good partner for bed games, the kitsune said, smiling excitedly. What about the old man and the relic? He asked, taking another sip and stretching his stiff body. And what about your appearance? The old man is dead. I was really scared for you then, and he was a simple man. He didn't even know how to use chakra, so his spine broke and his skull split from hitting the wall. Hinata Kyubi answered calmly. The relic is fine. And what's wrong with my appearance? You seem to be happy with everything during our fun. I'm still happy with it. I think this color suits you even better, the blonde reassured the kitsune. I meant that your appearance would attract too much attention, and how would I explain such external changes to the Hyuga clan, Tsunade, and the others? Well, there's no problem with that, the girl said, closing her eyes and forming a concentration seal, once again completely transforming into Hinata. But in this state, the influence of that part of me that I got from Kyubi increases on this body. And how long can you stay in this form? The blonde asked, carefully examining the Hyuga standing in front of him. As much as I want, and no one will even understand that I'm not quite Hinata Hyuga anymore, the brunette said contentedly, coming close to the young man. But sometimes I'll need a release. Discharge, the Jinchuriki said, raising an eyebrow and hugging the girl tightly. Yes, the same as you did with Kyubi in the seal, the brunette said, kissing Uzumaki passionately and demandingly. And when we are alone, call me Kurama. A sharp pain in his head and throughout his body tore the Jinchuriki from his memories, causing him to lose consciousness. Parallel world. A large, round room with bookshelves along the walls with 4 passages, on each of the cardinal directions. In the center sits a 12-year-old blonde boy in only black trousers. In front of him is a huge scroll. Next to one of the cabinets lies a gray-haired old man in a gray kimono. Do you understand what you're doing? The old man said. Yes, Grandpa, I understand, but this is the only way, you know it yourself, the blonde replied, starting to put together a sequence of seals. Naruto, stop, you simply don't have enough chakra for this technique, the old man shouted. I don't think so, the blonde said, continuing to slowly fold the seals, constantly checking the scroll. Meanwhile, a soot-black 5-pointed star became visible on his shoulder. Do you really think that I haven't prepared for this in 5 years? After all, you yourself taught me from a very young age. Have you mastered it? The old man whispered with horror in his voice. Yes. You know that for my mother and sister, I have to do this, the boy said coldly. What a stubborn ass you are. I tell you that this technique won't help. The old man was angry, trying to move at least a finger, but because of the paralyzing poison injected by his grandson, nothing worked. You're wrong, Grandpa, I finished it, even though it took me 2 years. Seal technique, essence absorption, the blonde said, finishing folding the seals, putting his hands covered in a blue glow to the scroll, after which he fell to the floor unconscious. It is unknown where. A huge gray desert. A 12-year-old blonde boy is lying on a dune, trying to catch his breath after using the technique. A little to the side of him a slightly battered 20-year-old blonde boy is standing firmly on his feet, several cuts on his hands, burns are visible here and there, but he doesn't pay attention to it. Who are you? He asks hoarsely to the man lying on the sand. Why do you need to know that? The boy, disappointed in himself, shouts back. You just look like me when I was a child, the older blonde replied. Of course he does, you and I are the same person, just from different worlds, the boy answered, calming down. So there are other worlds besides the one Obito threw Sakura and me into, he muttered under his breath, and then added louder, what is this place and why are we here? This place is the border between our worlds, we are here to find out who is stronger, answered the one lying on the sand. And why do we need to find out? Naruto asked, confused. So you don't know what the essence absorption seal is? The younger Naruto was genuinely surprised. Imagine, I don't know, I don't really understand Fuinjutsu, I only know how to seal techniques and things into a scroll, the Jinchuriki said calmly. Maybe you can enlighten me? How come you, being an Uzumaki, are completely unable to use the main advantage of our clan? The younger blonde asked, raising himself up on his elbows. Well, in my world, the Uzumaki were completely destroyed during the Third Shinobi War, the last representative of the clan who knew how to use the clan's techniques. My mother died on the day I was born when a criminal tore the kyubi out of her. She and my father had to use the seal of the death god to seal it in me, the ANBU captain answered, remaining calm. Maybe you'll tell me about the technique that you used and why you did it, actually. For my mother and sister. Since the technique pulled you here, it means you have something that can help them. And the technique summons 2 doubles from different worlds to the border, where they fight to the death to get the opponent's power. The fight can last as long as you like, until one of them dies and the other absorbs him. The loser then dies, and the winner gets his powers, knowledge, and returns to his world, the boy answered, smiling triumphantly. But I improved it, and now it doesn't matter which of us survives, the winner will still go to my world. Seal technique, release, fire dragon. Futon, Atsugai, a powerful stream of compressed air rushed towards the dragon, simultaneously lifting several tons of gray sand into the air. The contact of techniques caused a powerful explosion, melting the sand at the epicenter. So, you say it doesn't matter which of us wins, the winner will still return to your world, so why are you fighting then? So that my personality would remain and yours would disappear. Seal technique. Release, great water flood, the boy shouted with a crazy gleam in his eyes. Futon, Kakayemi, the Suetun technique fell apart, never reaching its target. And I'm not going to die, so sorry, boy, but you're the one who's going to die today. Hiration, Ni, no Dan. Moving behind the shocked guy and driving the kunai up to the hilt, into the heart area. The younger blonde immediately began to sink to the sand, but Uzumaki held him back, carefully laying him on his back. He was conscious even despite the terrible wound. You won, I was so arrogant, I didn't think that I would lose so shamefully. You know, I will have only one request for you, please fulfill it, the boy croaked, coughing up blood, to his double leaning over him. I give you my word, I will fulfill your last request, the Jinchuriki said seriously, his eyes changing. a gray 13-pointed star appeared in the blue iris, described around the pupil. Save my mother and get that nine-tailed beast out of my sister. I know you can do it, otherwise you wouldn't have come here. When you get to my world, you will eventually get all my memories and skills, but all your features will stay with you, even the Biju. And also ask my grandfather for forgiveness for me for what I did, the younger Naruto said very quietly, his eyes began to glaze over with the last words. Sleep well, kid, let the afterlife be easy for you, the Anbu said, closing the boy's eyes, and his body simply fell apart after that, and Naruto felt something suddenly pull him in an unknown direction. There was only darkness around. The blonde woke up in a room filled with bookshelves. He was lying on a large scroll, which was smeared with blood dripping from his nose. Holding it with his hand, Uzumaki tried to look around, which was very difficult. His body ached, as if it had been bathed in boiling water, his vision was double, and at the same time memories of another Naruto began to appear in his head, the most recent of them added even more painful sensations. Rising up on his elbows, the Jinchuriki was finally able to find the gray-haired man with his eyes, who was looking at him intently. According to the memories of the body's previous owner, the young man found a syringe with white liquid in a kimono lying nearby, and, getting on all fours, crawled to the old man, with great difficulty managed to inject the antidote into his shoulder, after which he fell on his side and fell into unconsciousness. A large, bright room, which the sun generously floods with warmth and light through an open window, on a bed, covered with a light blanket, lies a 12-year-old boy. Next to him on a chair sits a gray-haired man, about 50 years old by the look of it, carefully studying a large scroll in his hands, barely audibly muttering something under his breath. From this occupation he was distracted by footsteps heard in the corridor. A few seconds later, the door to the room opened, and in came a clone of the man and a green-eyed blonde in a black cloak with the distinctive signs of the head of the Konoha interrogators. Good health to you, Atsushi-sensei, the guest greeted the owner of the house. Same to you, Inoichi, Uzumaki said, rolling up the scroll and putting it aside. What happened, sensei? You clearly didn't invite me here to chat. Yamanaka got straight to the point. You're right, I need your help. Can you take me into Naruto's subconscious? The clan leader replied, pointing to the peacefully sleeping boy. Yes, no problem. But first I would like to know what happened, since you decided to do this? Inoichi asked, looking intently into the man's eyes. Here's what, Atsushi said, handing the scroll to his former student. The man read the scroll carefully for a few seconds. How was he able to get to that technique and perform it? He was always a weak and sick child. Konoha's chief brainiac asked in shock. I thought you were smarter than the others. Apparently I taught you poorly, Uzumaki said disappointedly, taking the scroll. Sorry, sensei, but I personally saw what was written in Naruto's hospital card. According to all the tests, he had no chance of becoming a normal shinobi. Because the chakra system was almost completely atrophied. After all, that's why he left the family when Kushina fell into a coma, and Minato began to disappear at work and became disappointed in him, began to spend more time with Kid and generally forbade him to enter the academy, so as not to expose him to risk. Or am I missing something? Inoichi asked, raising an eyebrow. No, you're right, but my great-grandson is an extremely stubborn and strong-willed boy. What do you know about the Akimichi clan's pills, which they use for their techniques in the most extreme cases, and the Inazuka clan's combat pills? The man asked, twirling a scroll in his hands. The first ones allow to produce chakra in monstrous quantities due to the body's reserve, the second ones speed up its flow, concentration and strength several times, the Jonin quickly answered, after which his eyes popped out of his forehead from the guess that came to mind. Sensei, just don't tell me that you decided to experiment on him and forced them to mix? Do you think I've completely lost my mind? The clan leader asked angrily. He came to this conclusion himself, after studying some scrolls from the clan library, where and how he got the tablets, and I have absolutely no idea. And I only found out about his experiments on himself when he had already done all this in the basement of the house. I almost died on the spot when I saw what he did to himself for the opportunity to become a shinobi, covered in blood with almost completely broken bones in his arms, barely breathing, while producing such an amount of chakra that any of the current Kage would envy. After that, he spent a month in a coma. I then had to strain all my connections to cure him, and even drag him to the Hyuga village so that he could examine him. Hyuga? Sensei, you're definitely out of your mind to decide to drag one of these traitors into the village. Yamanaka shouted, and the next moment he doubled over from a powerful blow to the solar plexus. And you wouldn't do it for your only daughter? Taking the man by the collar, forcing him to look him straight in the eyes, Uzumaki asked angrily, to which the brainwashed man only lowered his head guiltily, realizing that the teacher was right. He would have done the same if it was necessary. Naruto became the last ray of hope for me after my Kushina fell into a coma. You know, before he renounced the Minato name and asked to be accepted into the clan, I was its last representative, and our skills were supposed to sink into oblivion along with me, but now I can say with confidence that he will become the new head of the Uzumaki clan, from whom many involved in his destruction will have to dig their own graves with their teeth when he comes to ask them for this. I'm sorry, Sensei, Inoichi said quietly. And you forgive me, I got carried away, Atsushi said, letting go of the student and wearily lowering himself onto a chair. And what did Hyuga tell you? Yamanaka asked calmly, deciding to distract Sensei from the topic a little. He said that Naruto's circulatory system is fine, and that for his age, it is surprisingly well developed, and in terms of chakra he can compete with the strongest jonin of the cloud, Uzumaki answered with a grin. But he learned to control it for a very long time, almost 2.5 years, constantly causing internal bleeding and fractures. Even now his chakra control is at the level of a first-year academy student. But he is a very smart and capable boy who has clear goals for the future. But let's put this conversation off for later. Now we need to get into his subconscious and find out what happened to him, whether this technique turned him into a vegetable, as happened to many before him. Okay, Sensei, but we should lay him on the floor, otherwise it will just be uncomfortable and I won't be able to hold the technique for long enough. Atsushi took a sleeping bag out of the closet, spread it out on the floor, and laid the boy on it. Sitting cross-legged, Yamanaka signaled his teacher to sit next to him, then made a series of seals, then put his right hand on Naruto's forehead, and his left on his sensei. In an instant, the world in front of them changed. Instead of the usual room, they found themselves together in what resembled underground catacombs. There was a large layer of water on the floor, almost knee-deep. Having signaled Sensei, the brainwasher led him into the depths of the subconscious. After a while they found themselves in a small hall, on the walls of which strange pieces of paper were hung everywhere. What is this? Uzumaki asked, pointing at them. Mental bookmarks, Yamanaka answered, approaching one of them. Most of them don't work anymore. What exactly are these bookmarks for? The man asked. This group, the blonde began to explain, pointing to the papers on the right wall, were supposed to suppress his development. Those over there were supposed to turn him into an obedient tool in the hands of the Hokage, but none of them work. Only the bookmarks on loyalty to the hidden leaf work. And how did they end up here? Asked the gray-haired man. I have no idea, Sensei, maybe they came from the essence you absorbed, the jonin shrugged. It's quite possible, his interlocutor agreed with him. Let's go, there's something else ahead, said the brainiac, pointing to one of the corridors. And again a journey through endless corridors. Only after several hours, according to the traveler's sensations, they reached the place that the blonde felt. They came out to a huge hall, into which only one corridor led. Part of it was blocked by a huge golden grate, behind which there was impenetrable darkness, and on the walls were strange images in the form of a human eye with a gray 13-pointed star described around the pupil. It's just Sensei, Inoichi cursed. And a complete one at that, Atsushi agreed, carefully examining the gate. The seal of the 8 trigrams, where did it come from? This is nothing, but this is a very, very dangerous thing, Yamanaka said, pointing to the drawings on both walls. What is this? Asked the gray-haired man. This is a technique for creating a pseudo-personality, and it is completely finished and working. I think you remember such a unit in early Konoha as the Cleaners, the blonde said. Just don't tell me that it was with her help that they were created, Atsushi said with a heavy sigh. That's exactly it. You understand that your great-grandson has essentially been turned into a walking weapon of mass destruction, Inoichi answered wearily. I don't know who put it on him, but we must find that person and gut him, because even in our archives there is no precise data on how to put it on without turning a person into a stupid death machine. So, you're ready to gut your own daughter, huh, Yamanako-san, came from behind, where a 20-year-old blonde man in a Konoha ANBU uniform came out of the slightly opened gate. Don't even try, this is my subconscious, your techniques won't work here. Who are you? Atsushi asked calmly. I am Uzumaki Naruto, Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tailed Fox, hero of the 4th Shinobi War, captain of the Konoha ANBU squad, the man introduced himself. Who do I have the honor of speaking with? Atsushi Uzumaki, head of the Uzumaki clan, the gray-haired man introduced himself in response. Inoichi Yamanaka, head of the Yamanaka clan, head of Konoha's investigators, the blonde followed his example. Nice to meet you. Shall we sit down? Making a gesture with his hand that made the water disappear from the hall, and 3 chairs and a table appeared in front of him. I see that you manage your inner world very well, the brainwashed man assessed his actions. Ino trained me well in this matter at the time. I will answer your question. Atsushi-san right away. Naruto, whom you knew for 12 years, is dead, forgive me, but it turned out that way, killing him was the only chance to get out of that place. From these words, it was as if the core was pulled out of the old man. He leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. Why did you end up in his body then? Old Uzumaki asked, somewhat indifferently. Before he died, he said that he changed the technique so that the winner would still end up in his body. I understand that this is unpleasant and hard for you to hear. But he made this choice himself, trying to get power in an easy way, but he didn't think that someone like me could come to his call, the blonde said apologetically. You have nothing to apologize for, Atsushi answered calmly. After all, you are my great-grandson, too, albeit from another world. Can you tell us about him and about yourself? I'd better show you everything briefly, and about your question about the pseudo-personality, and about your daughter too, and yes, time here goes at 1 to 100, from the real one, for which thanks to all the same Ino, Naruto said, after which the hall became dark, and pictures from the life of an alien from another world began to flicker on the table. Starting from the most childhood ones to the most recent ones related to the battle on the border of worlds, to which he gave explanations, and answered questions from his guests. The story with the demonstration lasted for almost 300 hours of time in the subconscious. By the end of it both interlocutors were extremely thoughtful, and in many ways even shocked. Atsushi was the first to come to his senses, looking with genuine respect at the person sitting in front of him, because even having gone through everything they saw, he did not break down and always remained a person, unless the dangers threatening him were fatal, then the pseudo-personality took over and did everything to survive. You know Naruto, I am proud to know that even in solitude, under the weight of hatred and universal contempt, my great-grandson grew up to be such a strong, in every sense, person. I think that Minato would not have to be afraid or ashamed of such a son, the old man said kindly, smiling, stroking his long beard. Thank you for the praise, Grandpa, Naruto replied, smiling like in the happiest moments of his past life, emphasizing the last word. Thank you for such an entertaining and informative story, young man, Yamanaka said, still deeply thoughtful. You know, I'd like to suggest. I have to refuse you right away, Inoichi-san. I am not going to enter into a marriage of convenience. I will choose the girl who will become my wife myself, and I will do it at the call of my heart, as will all my descendants. The Jinchuriki interrupted the blonde, causing Atsushi to smile broadly. I agree to an alliance with your clan. I see that trying to convince you is useless. But I thank you for your directness and honesty, said the head of the investigators. And what are you going to do now? Asked the old Uzumaki, clearly intending to offer something to the alien. I'm going to fulfill the promise I made to that Naruto, the Jinchuriki answered calmly. And after you complete it? Atsushi continued asking. I'll try to improve relations with my parents and sister, make the village respect me, and when the time comes, and you decide to vacate the place of the head of the Uzumaki clan, I'll take it. Having previously unscrewed some particularly zealous clans of Konoha some necessary things, and much more. In general, I'll just try to take my place under the sun, in this inhospitable world, the young man shrugged. And now it's better for you to return to the real world. I think your head will split for a couple of weeks after this from what you saw here. And Inoichi-san, I think you understand that no one should know about what you saw here, otherwise I can regard it as a threat to my safe living in this world, and inadvertently destroy your clan. Will the clan leader's word be enough? Yamanaka asked calmly, knowing full well that his interlocutor was not joking. Yes, quite, the younger Uzumaki nodded in agreement. In that case, as the head of the clan, I give you, Naruto Uzumaki, my word that everything I saw will remain a secret, said the brainiac. Thank you. And see you later, said the blonde, throwing the guests out of his own subconscious with the power of thought. The long conversation and the display of memories had tired him out greatly. With a heavy sigh, rising from his chair, he dispelled them. Water noisily filled the place where they stood, and the Jinchuriki disappeared inside the seal, the gate of which closed behind him. It was dark inside, only somewhere in the distance a source of weak light was visible. Having quickly reached it, the blonde happily plopped down on the bed, forcing its owner to tear herself away from viewing the memories of the previous owner of the body. How did it go? The kitsune asked with interest, quickly laying Naruto face down and starting to give him a relaxing massage. More than good. Great-grandfather and Inoichi seemed to believe my story, Uzumaki answered, melting under Kurama's gentle and skillful fingers. And how are you doing? Did you find anything interesting? Oh, you won't believe it, but there was a lot of interesting stuff, no Yoko answered, freeing the young man from his shirt. Will you share? The Jinchuriki asked, feeling the tension from the difficult conversation recede. Of course. Let's start from the beginning. The local Yu was an extremely interesting person with a brilliant mind and intelligence. The girl began her story. After leaving home, he came up with an extremely risky, but effective way to restore his chakra circulation system, hereinafter SC. Can you imagine? He ate a pack of special Akimiji pills and 3 Inuzuka combat pills, and made his hearth and SC work in a simply monstrous overload mode, from which he should have died, but somehow miraculously survived and even developed the SC to the level of a strong Jonin, like Kakashi, but he is not able to control all this even now, 4 years later, and daily stored most of it in a special seal, like the one that Sakura and Tsunade had, only he had 10 times more chakra in it than both of them combined. He was also simply a genius of Fuinjutsu, which is what our appearance here actually says, but he is extremely weak physically and in health. These are the consequences of his extreme method of treating the SCS. In Taijutsu he is actually a complete zero, although his bosom friend and accomplice Uchiha Itachi teaches him. Who the FCK? Ouch! Kurama, that hurts! Naruto cried out. And what kind of F-King partner? Don't interrupt, or I won't tell you and I won't give you a massage either, the kitsune snorted discontentedly. Sorry, go on, Uzumaki said guiltily. So, Uchiha Itachi, he is not an ANBU here, but the head of the homicide department of the Konoha police. You and he are engaged in the fact that you protect half of the merchants of the village. Yes, don't be so surprised, you here are not an angel at all. For him to kill a person is like killing a fly, especially considering his skills in Fuinjutsu. Okay, I've digressed from the topic. Basically, the protection consists of covering up the fact that they trade in high-quality contraband from various countries of the continent, needed by all shinobi. You receive 30% of this, 5% for Uchiha, the rest for you. Anticipating the question of what small you have to do with it, I will only say that 3 years ago he accidentally found the place of a meeting of these same merchants and overheard their conversation, decided to get a good amount of money from them to restore the clan quarter and pay for the rent of training grounds. At first everything went smoothly, but then someone decided that paying a brat like the local Naruto was too humiliating and decided to report it to the police. But he was warned about this by the first deputy of that merchant, and as a result, the merchant drowned in his own bathtub. But he turned out to be quite an influential bigwig, and the head of the homicide department himself was sent to solve this crime. And he somehow figured you out, and during one of the kids' training sessions, he showed up there, said that he knew everything about his business, and was ready to cover for him, but in exchange for a share in his business. To which the kid easily agreed, after which they began to meet often at that training ground, and now their relationship can be called friendship. Uchiha, by the way, sometimes even used Naruto's skills to eliminate some bad people, whom he himself did not have the advantage of killing or too many would blame him for their deaths. Kurama finished the story, turning the Jinchuriki over on his back. And who were those unfortunates that little me eliminated? Uzumaki asked with interest, starting to unbutton Kurama's shirt. You won't believe it, but those who tried to get your sister as a wife did it more or less successfully. No, Yoko chuckled. Oh, wow. Has Itachi set his sights on her or something? Naruto asked, finishing with the buttons. As far as I understood from the memories, yes, and, moreover, it can be said that it is even mutual, but Minato will never agree to such a marriage. He is afraid of the excessive strengthening of the Uchiha. Although I may be wrong about your sister's interest in the Uchiha, you still haven't seen her for almost 2 years, Kurama said. Pfft, I think you and I can arrange it so that their friend and sister are together if they want it. The blonde smiled slyly. Are you going to go against the Uchiha and the Hokage? The kitsune asked, raising an eyebrow as the young man helped her get rid of her shirt. Something like that. But first, we'll need to mend fences with my sister and father, and cure my mother. She'll definitely be able to help us with this. And the Uchihas will stop being a problem if Fugaku falls down the stairs while drunk and breaks his neck, Uzumaki answered, freeing the girl from her bra. Now let's put all this off for later. I want you, Kurama whispered, passionately and demandingly kissing her other half. Leaning over him, he responded to the kiss with great enthusiasm. SCCH. Atsushi's chakra circulation system, warm-hearted, hard-working. Part is not finished. Please use the function, public beta, if you find any errors. 2 weeks later. Uzumaki clan estate. The evening sun was setting when Naruto slowly opened his eyes, beginning to carefully examine the room. The first thing that caught his eye was a large wardrobe made of some dark wood, carved and painted in gold, red and orange colors. Next to the bed was a nightstand. On it was a vase with a bouquet of red and yellow asters, the favorite flowers of the previous owner of the body, which also suited the taste of its current owner. The walls were covered with dark green wallpaper with some fancy patterns, a white ceiling with a couple of beautiful chandeliers. Pictures depicting clan members. In one of them the boy easily recognized his mother, who was smiling happily, standing in an embrace with her father. In another his great-grandfather was next to a woman very similar to Mito, whom the blonde knew only from images he had accidentally found in the ANBU archive. The Jinchuriki himself was there, sitting at the table in front of a large cake with 5 lit candles. The memory of the previous owner helpfully reminded him that Kid had drawn all of this, which made Naruto smile without even noticing it. Now he had a family, something he had dreamed of since childhood. A mother, a father, an older sister and a great-grandfather, although the boy always called him grandfather. It didn't matter that his father hadn't let him enter the academy, because Minato had done it for his own good, because as the son of the Hokage, a real hunt would have begun outside of Leaf, and he wouldn't even be able to fight back on his own, even against a genin. It didn't matter that his sister was trying to pretend that she didn't notice him and didn't even know when they accidentally ran into each other in the hospital in her mother's room, because all of this could be fixed. The main thing was that they were alive. The boy was brought out of his thoughts by barely audible steps behind the door. Soon it opened, and Atsushi entered the room, carrying a tray with a couple of steaming cups and hot sandwiches. At the surprised look of the Jinchuriki, the old man only grinned. "Good morning, Naruto." "I see you're surprised," said the old Uzumaki, placing a tray on the nightstand. "Good morning, Grandpa." "Yes, there is a little. I just opened my eyes, and you are already here." "How did you find out, will you tell me?" Sitting on the edge of the bed and taking one of the cups, the Jinchuriki said. "Experience, grandson, experience. If only you knew how many children I've looked after when their parents left them with me when they went on missions. So for me to feel your awakening is as easy as pie," the gray-haired man smiled. "I'm becoming more and more convinced that the Uzumaki clan is an extremely unusual one, because even at 96 you look only 50-something, and you feel chakra so well that you can even easily understand that a person has woken up," Naruto said, taking a sip of hot tea. "By the way, I'd like to know why the Hyuga are considered traitors to Konoha? It's simple, during the First War they helped Cloud and Stone destroy the hidden Whirlpool village." Yes, don't be surprised, we had just entered into an alliance with Konoha back then, and as a gesture of goodwill they sent us a detachment of fighters from the Hyuga clan, who then during the war went and poisoned all the sources of drinking water in the village, because many of them were able to take high positions in the Whirlpool Protection Department, and no one was watching them then, they were trusted. For which they paid. 90% of the village's population was already dead when the assault began, only a little more than 300 shinobi who were on duty that day remained alive, and they drank water exclusively from their canteens. Realizing that holding the village was pointless, the eldest of the survivors ordered it to be completely mined and, having drawn the enemy deep into the village, blow everything up. They succeeded. From the united 5,000th detachment of Cloud and Stone shinobi there remained hardly a couple of hundred cripples. But only 36 members of the Uzumaki clan remained, who decided to go to the Allies, hoping to find a new home there. In Konoha, they learned that the Hyuga in full force left the Leaf and joined Kyumo, and the test of their loyalty was helping to destroy our homeland. Since then for the Konoha shinobi Hyuga is practically synonymous with betrayal and meanness. Atsushi finished a short excursion into history. "Then why are you and I the only ones left from the clan now?" Naruto asked, finishing his tea. "Well, it's even simpler here. After joining Konoha, during the time between the First and Second War, the Uzumaki were able to settle in well and integrate into the life of Konoha, quickly gaining authority and respect thanks to Fuinjutsu. During the Second War, a dozen Uzumaki, who broke through to the rear of the combined forces of Sand and Stone, who broke through the defense of the Land of Fire, and rushed to the capital of the country, were able to arrange such bedlam and chaos there that they completely disrupted the supply of the enemy army and forced them to hastily leave the borders of the Land of Fire, suffering heavy losses. For this, Tobirama, the then Hokage, made the Uzumaki clan a member of the clan council, and gave them some of the highest-ranking posts in the management of the village, which, as you understand, clans like the Uchiha, Inuzuka, Nara and even the Senju themselves did not like. After Sarutobi came to power, they certainly tried to push us aside, but to little avail because of my father's stubbornness. For which the clan paid during the Third War, in which almost everyone died, often at the hands of their own shinobi, but we could do nothing. By the end of the war only Kushina and I remained alive. And then, I think, you already know yourself, said the gray-haired man, putting the almost untouched tea on the tray. Uchiha and Senju, then. And what about Madara? The blonde asked. He was the head of the clan until his old age, and quietly passed away about 30 years ago, Atsushi answered. That's already good. It means there's unlikely to be a war like the one in my world. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, I don't think we'll survive a war like that. But that's not the point now. What are you going to do now? Old Uzumaki asked. I need to visit my mother, because I feel like the power from Rikudo's gift is starting to disappear, Naruto replied, looking closely at his right palm. In that case, wouldn't it be better to heal your own body? Atsushi asked seriously. No, Kyubi will be able to handle this in time, and when I reach my previous level of strength, it can be used again, the younger Uzumaki confidently stated. I was not mistaken about you at all. I am glad and proud that I can call you my grandson, the gray-haired man smiled. I'm also glad that I can call myself your grandson, the boy replied, smiling broadly. Shall we go to see Mom together? I could use your help. I don't want the whole hospital, ANBU, and Hokage to come running to Mom's room. Okay, can you walk on your own? The grandfather asked. Of course, Naruto chuckled, jumping off the bed and standing firmly on his feet. Kyubi has already started my treatment. Then I'll go and wait for you downstairs. The clothes are in the closet, Atsushi said, taking the tray and heading towards the exit. Grandpa, Kid brought the flowers, didn't she? Naruto asked, remembering the bouquet. What made you think that? Uzumaki asked, raising an eyebrow. Firstly, you probably don't know that my favorite colors are red, yellow and orange. Secondly, the bouquet is made in a certain pattern, which means it was made by a creative person who knows how to do it. You must admit that it's not your specialty either, and our little sister draws very well. These drawings are proof of that. Thirdly, there are traces of chakra on the bouquet, similar to mine, that is, to the chakra of a Jinchuriki, the blonde explained. If you knew, why did you ask? Atsushi chuckled. I just wanted to hear an answer from you, the Jinchuriki shrugged. Yes, it was her. Kid always visited you when you were once again bedridden due to your experiments and training. She loves you and I think she will be happy if you become at least a little bit like your former self. Before Kushina fell into a coma, the old Uzumaki answered as he left. Well, let's try. Although now it's worth picking out something that we can wear to the hospital, Naruto muttered, opening the closet. Inside were several completely identical gray sets of clothes. Mdaya, a real hotbed of grayness. Okay, I'll get around to updating my wardrobe later, this will do for now. You know, I can get offended, the displeased voice of the kitsune was heard in the boy's head. Kurama, I'm sorry, I know you don't like it when I call you Kyubi, but it's better for them not to know who you are now and what kind of relationship we have. We don't need any extra questions or suspicions until we're strong enough. Do you agree with me? The blonde said, putting on a clean set of clothes. I agree, but you're not going to hide me in the seal forever. My body here is quite material, the girl reminded. Darling, I understand that you don't like sitting inside the seal at all, but can you imagine what will happen to me when you return to the real world? Even if I somehow miraculously survive in my current state, how will I then explain to my grandfather that Hyuga has appeared in our house? The blonde sighed, closing the closet and leaving the room. I understand everything, how long do you think I will have to wait? Kurama asked with a hint of sadness in her voice. You yourself said that you will need a year to bring my body back to normal, plus I will need a couple of years to develop it, and then my generation will graduate from the academy, I will be able to become a genin, and then every 6 months there will be an exam for chunin, and here everything will depend on how soon it will be held in Konoha and whether the Hyuga will participate in it. So it turns out that you will have to wait from 3.5 to 5.5 years, with a lucky coincidence, unless of course we come across one of the local Byakugan hand swingers on some mission, Naruto answered, going down the stairs. So, in your opinion, I'm also a Byakugan-style hand swinger? The kitsune screamed angrily in her subconscious. No, you didn't get me. It's just that if you compare your Byakugan level and your ability to use the Juken, and your level of taijutsu in general, then all the other Byakugan users look like hand swingers, because you're the only one who managed to beat Sasuke with his Sharingan, Naruto explained. Well, I beat up Uchiha, purely for my own pleasure, because a broken and humiliated Sasuke is just a balm for my soul. Kurama said, pleased with herself. And now you better pay attention to your grandfather, he's been waiting for you for a minute. Naruto, are you okay? Atsushi asked worriedly. Yes, Grandpa, I was just thinking a little, the Jinchuriki smiled apologetically. Well, shall we go? The road to the hospital took the two Uzumaki almost an hour, because they walked slowly. The gray-haired one often stopped to answer the blonde's questions, for whom the local Konoha was almost unfamiliar. Even outwardly it was very different from the one he was used to in childhood. People looked at them differently, some with complete indifference, mostly ordinary people and merchants, some with undisguised superiority. Usually these were clan children from the Uchiha, Senju, Inuzuka. At the hospital, after passing the check at the entrance, they began to go upstairs. Here people were already looking at them with interest and undisguised curiosity, because Naruto had never appeared in the hospital accompanied by his grandfather before. The ANBU on duty at Kushina's ward let them in without any questions. As soon as they saw Atsushi, they had absolutely no desire to get involved with the old head. The room was dimly lit, the equipment was beeping rhythmically. Kushina was lying on the bed, pale and with dark circles under her eyes. Her red hair seemed especially bright for Naruto. Silently giving his grandfather a sign, he went up to his mother, carefully removed the blanket and folded the hospital gown up to the level of the solar plexus and, putting his hand to it, closed his eyes. Atsushi, having set up a barrier, carefully watched his great-grandson's actions. After a few minutes he opened his eyes and grabbed the edge of the bed with his left hand, holding his mouth with his right, trying to hold back a heart-rending cough. A few drops of blood leaked through his fingers and fell onto the blanket. His grandfather immediately appeared next to him and sat him down on the chair near the wall, where Minato sat for long hours after work, in no hurry to return to the house that had become empty for him. "How are you?" old Uzumaki asked worriedly. "Ovo, Grandpa. If the Iranians don't help me now, I'll be dead in 5 minutes," the blonde wheezed, once again going into a fit of bloody coughing, after which he fainted. Atsushi reacted instantly, dispelled the barrier, and, picking up the unconscious body of the blonde, ran out of the room. One of the ANBU immediately ran up to him, but seeing the boy pale as chalk and smeared in blood, he immediately shouted something into the radio. A minute later, Naruto was already in one of the operating rooms, surrounded by several dozen doctors led by Tsunade, fighting for his life. Minato appeared almost immediately after this, and tried to get to his son, but was stopped by the old Uzumaki. "You can't go there, Minato," the gloomy gray-haired man said, putting his hand on the man's shoulder. "What happened? You assured me that he would be completely safe with you." Namikaze snapped angrily. "Let's talk, but not here," the old man answered calmly. "Yes, perhaps you're right," the blonde agreed with him, looking at the people frozen in the corridor. "Let's go to the head doctor's office. No one will bother us there while she's here undergoing surgery." Both men walked to the office in silence, each immersed in his own thoughts. The patients and the staff parted before them, feeling the heavy aura emanating from both. The head doctor's office was empty. Having fallen into the chair of the office owner, the Hokage began to wait for his interlocutor to sit down. Minato always had a good relationship with his wife's relative. "And what happened this time?" the fourth asked without unnecessary emotion. "Inoichi already reported to you that Naruto successfully used the essence absorption seal, didn't he?" asked the gray-haired man. Seeing a nod from the blonde, he continued. "He used one of the features of this very essence, tried to heal Kushina. I don't know whether he succeeded or not, because after using it he himself saw what state he found himself in." "Do you think he'll survive?" Minato asked, his voice shaking. "I'm sure of it. I think he'll even decide to become a Konoha shinobi soon," Atsushi grinned. "I wish I had your confidence. After all these experiments on himself, he constantly walks on the edge of a knife, and his machinations and murders? Sometimes it seems to me that it was a big mistake on my part to forbid him from entering the academy and to give him to you for training," Namikaze said regretfully. "You are wrong to think so, because this is what made him become much stronger in all respects. Now he can kill anyone who will be dangerous for him, his family and the village, which most of the current graduates of the academy are not capable of. In 3 years, you will look with pride as he will be among the best genin of Konoha passing the Chunin exam," the old man chuckled. And have you seen what he does in Fuinjutsu? Yes, I had the good fortune to see what a couple of daredevils turned into when they decided to ask me for Kiid's hand, quite a sight, I tell you, the Hokage said, rolling his eyes. Minato, I hope you understand that no one else should know about what he did today and his success with that technique, except for those already initiated, the clan leader asked. Do I look like a fool? Namikaze snorted. Sometimes, Atsushi grinned, and was about to add something else when an ANBU burst into the office. Hokage-sama, your wife has come to her senses, the fighter reported, disappearing. Oh, it looks like he succeeded, Uzumaki said contentedly, getting up from his seat. Well, let's go visit Kushina. At the woman's room they were met by several doctors, including the hospital's head doctor, Tsunade Senju, the blonde, having given instructions to everyone gathered, sent them away from the room. I don't know what exactly Naruto did or how, but I want to get an answer to this question after the three of us visit Kushina. Is everything clear to you too? Senju asked sternly, and after waiting for affirmative nods from both men, she opened the door, letting them in. Minato was the first to reach his wife's bed. She smiled weakly at his appearance and tried to say something, but she was barely audible. The fourth put his finger to her lips, took her hand and simply smiled happily, truly in the last 5 years. You shouldn't talk yet, Tsunade said, watching the family scene with a smile. And anyway, it's better for you to sleep for a couple of days to consolidate the success of your recovery. Yes, don't make such a surprised face, your body is successfully recovering. In a couple of weeks I think you'll be able to move on your own, and in a month or 2 you'll be able to escape from here, as you like to do. You have 5 minutes, after which the sleeping pill will start to work. Approaching the 4, and injecting the syringe into the container with saline, and leaving the room, he wished his granddaughter a speedy recovery. Atsushi followed her out, leaving them alone with Minato. Tsunade sat on a chair by the opposite wall, waiting for both men to appear. We'll talk in my office, Senju said in a commanding tone as soon as Namikaze left the room, and in a couple of minutes all three were there. Okay, now you two are going to explain to me. Is going on here? More specifically, Tsunade, Uzumaki asked. Are you being more specific? Explain to me, you old yaka, how did your great-grandson end up in a hospital bed with multiple internal bleedings after visiting Kushina's ward? What kind of artifact is that in his right radial bone? And where did he get the Byakugo seal, and with a chakra amount equal to 3 dozen of Minato's full chakra volumes? How did a child diagnosed with atrophy of the central nervous system, diagnosed 5 years ago, now have a chakra system like mine or Jiraiya's? What did you do to him, morons? Tsunade scolded loudly. No need to speak so loudly, we are not deaf, Atsushi said calmly. Naruto's condition is the result of using that very artifact. What kind of artifact it is, even I don't know. As for the Byakugo, most likely he found records about it in the archive. But as for his SCS, everything is extremely confusing and complicated. I don't know everything, but its current condition is the result of a large number of Akimichi pills and Inazuka combat pills taken at the same time, the gray-haired man explained. And you have absolutely nothing to do with this? Senju asked incredulously. I am only involved in the fact that I didn't keep a proper eye on him and allowed him to conduct such experiments on me, Uzumaki answered calmly. And you didn't know anything about this? Tsunade turned to Minato. Not until a certain time, Namikaze said seriously. Until what specific time? The blonde asked, squinting. Until Kiid's groom candidates started dying, the Hokage replied with a sigh. Very interesting, so those mutilated corpses were Naruto's doing, the head doctor asked in surprise. Yeah, his level of Fuinjutsu is very high for his age, and he has no shortage of imagination and fantasy in using it, Atsushi replied. How long will it take for him to come to his senses? The blonde asked. He's already arrived, and he's almost okay. His regeneration is just something. I had a feeling that he was a Jinchuriki, because only Kid can recover at such a speed, Senju said. From this news Minato looked meaningfully at Atsushi, to which he only nodded slightly. Can I take it? Uzumaki asked. Yes, you can, but I want to know what kind of artifact he has in his right hand, Tsunade said seriously. The rest of the conversation focused solely on Kushina's recovery and her condition. The morning of a new day found Naruto at breakfast in the small kitchen of his grandfather's house. With appetite, devouring the scrambled eggs prepared by Atsushi, the boy shared with his grandfather his thoughts on how to explain the appearance in his hand of the artifact that Tsunade had spoken of. Well, let's say that this is a seal. I don't really want to let her in on all the secrets just yet. Who knows how she'll use this information? After Orochimaru as sensei, I have a lot of doubts about her, said the blonde, finishing with the scrambled eggs. Well, yes, especially considering your reaction to it, the old man chuckled. And how would you react to such a metamorphosis? Orochimaru in my understanding has always been an enemy of the village. Suddenly I see him calmly walking around it, and even training genin, Naruto grumbled discontentedly. Don't grumble. Better tell me what you're going to do during the day? The gray-haired man asked. Now I'm going to exercise, then I'll train in taijutsu, and after that I'll check what my body can do in ninjutsu, besides fuinjutsu, the blonde answered. And where are you going to train? Atsushi asked. The 5th and 8th polygons are assigned to our clan, and we pay for their rent, so on them, the blonde shrugged. And if there are genin teams there? Uzumaki asked another question. I'll throw them out of there, the training grounds are ours, and we pay for them regularly, so everything is according to the law, the Jinchuriki said calmly. I see. I hope you remember that Minato wanted to see you. Atsushi reminded him of the 4th's request. Yes, I remember. I'll drop by to see him at lunch, Naruto said, throwing his short gray cloak over his shoulder. That's it, I'm leaving, I'll be back in the evening. Having quickly reached the 5th training ground, the closest to the clan's estate, the boy did his usual warm-up and exercise, several slow laps around the training ground, squats, push-ups, pull-ups, and stretching exercises. Having finished with them, the blonde pulled out 3 dozen kunai from the seal on his left wrist, after which he began to throw them at the thickest tree on the training ground, imagining the outline of a human body on the bark and trying to hit the most vulnerable points on the body. But it turned out disgusting. The hand simply did not know how to hold the kunai correctly, and it moved during the throw as if it was someone else's. Sighing, Naruto went to collect the kunai, during which he had the feeling that he was being closely watched. Having reached the tree and pulled out a couple of kunai, he roughly determined the location of the uninvited guest. Closing his eyes and concentrating, he sharply rotated around his axis, simultaneously throwing 5 kunai at the supposed location of the observer. A surprised cry was heard from the foliage, followed by the sound of cracking branches. Naruto reacted instantly, dispersing the chakra throughout his body, and rushed to the side from where the sound came, and he made it to the supposed place of the fall almost in time. Cough, was all the boy could squeeze out as he fell to the ground. Sorry, said the guest, quickly rising from him. Tell that to my ribs, little sister, you almost broke them all, the Jinchuriki said, lying on the ground and grinning contentedly, noting to himself that in the year and a half that he hadn't seen his sister, she had turned into a real beauty for her 14+ years. You shouldn't have scared me like that, the girl shouted discontentedly, angrily stamping her foot on the ground. And when did you learn to do that anyway? A long time ago. Itachi teaches me worse things, Naruto answered, gratefully accepting the outstretched hand and rising from the ground. And what are you doing here? There are no more jobs for genin? I was resting. I'm actually on vacation, Kid snorted discontentedly, and added very quietly, if you showed up at home at least sometimes, you would know. Vacation, you say? The blonde said in surprise. Namikaze answered monosyllabically, already getting ready to leave, but was grabbed by the arm. Well, can't you even be with your brother for a little while? The boy asked seriously. Why? You've been independent for a long time, the girl growled angrily, trying to break free from her brother's grip. Am I really that indifferent and disgusting to you? Naruto continued asking, still serious. Yes. Kid cried out, trying to hold back the tears that were bursting out, because it hurt to lie to her brother. It wasn't his fault that their father didn't let him become a shinobi, and he asked her to stay away from him. Although she often watched him during the last year, after she became a genin ahead of schedule, making his portraits and rejoicing at his successes and worrying about the failures that she had to see. You're lying, Yoran Wani-chan, Uzumaki said, hugging his sister and smiling happily. I know that you love me, your stupid little brother. I know that you've been watching me a lot lately, and I know that you brought me a bouquet of red and yellow asters as soon as I got to the hospital bed, and you also drew me. Where from? Kid asked very quietly, hugging him back and smiling warmly, just like in their childhood, when they were just kids. Well, it wasn't for nothing that Grandpa took on my training, I can do some things after all, Naruto said, smiling slyly, looking straight into his sister's eyes. By the way, I suggest we go shopping. Are you sure you're okay? Namikaze asked, in shock. Did your grandfather accidentally hit you on the head yesterday? No, I didn't. I can, as the future head of the future strongest clan of Konoha, sometimes spoil my sister, Naruto said, making a funny face. Oh, well, if the future head of the strongest clan in the future Konoha decided so, then I don't mind. And isn't the future head afraid of going broke after this? Kid asked, laughing. He's not afraid. Where shall we go first? The boy asked, moving away from his sister. Change your wardrobe, away with gray and black, let's have a color revolution, the kunoichi confidently declared, putting her hands on her hips. Okay, lead the way, Uzumaki agreed, which he immediately regretted, because Namikaze grabbed his hand and took off at a decent speed, dragging him along with her. They got to the local clothing store in 20 minutes, catching puzzled looks from passers-by along the way, most of whom knew that the Hokage's children did not get along with each other at all. In the store, the seller, seeing Naruto, quickly disappeared after the owner, who appeared a minute later and was about to talk to the boy. But the kid motioned for him to be silent and disappear altogether, which the man did. By this time, Kid had already disappeared into the department with shinobi clothing in search of something suitable. In her opinion, for her brother. Naruto, come here. He heard his sister scream as she found the set of clothes Naruto had after training with Jiraiya. I'm coming, he shouted back, not paying attention to the looks of those around him. Namikaze was found at the department with various bright t-shirts, sweatshirts, sweaters, and was already collecting several for the blonde. Then try all this on, the girl said in a commanding tone, handing him a stack of mismatched things and pushing her brother into the fitting room. I'm not wearing this, came from there after a while, and a hand appeared from behind the curtain holding a blue t-shirt with a teddy bear on it. You took it on purpose to annoy me, didn't you? Naruto asked, poking his head out of the fitting room, but seeing how his sister was making a lot of effort not to laugh at the whole store, he just shook his head sadly, hiding back behind the curtain. The shopping trip took them almost 3 hours and cost several thousand, and the sellers a couple of packs of sedatives. In the end, the blonde still bought himself a suit, which he had his eye on as soon as he entered the store. Kid picked out the same one for herself, only the sweatshirt was sleeveless. Where are we going now? Asked the contented blonde, taking her brother's hand. Maybe we should go get something to eat? Uzumaki suggested. A great idea, by the way, I know a good place, the food is delicious there, and the people working there are nice, Namikaze said with a dreamy smile on her lips. Is it Ichiraka Ramen by any chance? The boy asked. That's him. Well, shall we go? Asked the kunoichi. Of course, Naruto agreed, taking his sister by the elbow and not letting her break into a mad gallop, which was making him see double. The ramen shop even in another world was no different from its copy, the same small building with several chairs along the table, friendly Tucci and his cheerful and good-natured Ayam and a pleasant smell of ready ramen and various spices. Having ordered a couple of portions each, the brother and sister, chatting with the cook and his daughter, quickly finished the ramen. Just at that moment one of the ANBU appeared behind Naruto, trying to touch his shoulder, but his hand instantly ended up in a painful hold, made by the blonde on reflexes alone, though he freed himself almost instantly, because the strength in the blonde's hands was not enough to hold the adult shinobi. "Hokage-sama wishes to see you," said the fighter in the dog mask. "Oh, right, Grandpa asked me to come see him." "Kid, are you with me or do you have business?" The Jinchuriki asked the blonde, who was looking at him with genuine interest. "Of course, with you," the kunoichi responded immediately, quickly paying for the ramen. The road to the residence took them half an hour at a leisurely pace. All this time the girl tried to ask her brother about what his grandfather had taught him, which was with varying success. He told about some things willingly and colorfully, and about others he only grumbled discontentedly and made excuses. The residents greeted them with the usual working hum. Chunin scurried back and forth with various assignments. Teams of genin arrived to hand in completed assignments. Many looked at the blonde couple with surprise, and one overly impressionable Chunin even crashed into a wall because of this, scattering a stack of papers he was carrying. Reaching her father's office, Kid asked the secretary sitting at the desk if she could come in. He just nodded, not looking up from filling out some papers. It was quiet inside. Leaning back in his chair, Minato dozed off, tired of reading endless papers and reports, for huge stacks of which stood next to the desk and were tied with a red thread. "Well, that's a good Hokage," Naruto quietly commented on what he saw, signaling his sister to freeze in place. Stepping silently across the floor, he reached the bookshelf and, choosing a hefty book, threw it on the table with all his might. The fourth's reaction was immediate. Before he even had time to open his eyes, he cut the book in half with one movement of his kunai. "Did you see that? This is what Konoha's yellow lightning means." "Naruto?" "Kid?" Namikaze said, blinking his eyes. "They are the same. How did you sleep?" the girl asked sarcastically, not even trying to hide her smile. "Until some impudent individuals shamelessly woke me up, it was quite good," the head of the family answered with a smile. "Did you want to talk to me, Dad?" Naruto asked, settling down on the couch by the wall, and his sister immediately sat down next to him. "Yes, I did." "Kid, please go out, I want to talk to your brother face to face." The girl was about to get up from her seat, when the blonde, having assumed a sitting position, sat her back down. "Either we talk about this in front of my sister, or we don't talk at all," the Jinchuriki said, boring a serious look into Minato's eyes. "Okay, have it your way," agreed the fourth, activating the barrier system. "I'm waiting for your questions," the boy said, resting his forehead on his sister's back. "Who are you? You're not the Naruto I've known for 12 years, you're a completely different person," Minato asked calmly. "You're right, I'm not that Naruto, I'm Naruto from another world, whom your son dragged here, although I am, in fact, also your son, because of my selfish desire to save my mother and help my sister." Having used the essence absorption technique, he didn't even think that perhaps the one he would summon had his own life, family, girlfriend, friends, that perhaps his life was much harder than his here. "For this he paid with his life, and sent me to this world." "Yes, don't make such a surprised face, he was a genius of Fuinjutsu and was able to change the seal, so I ended up here. I gave him my word that I would help my mother and sister, and after that, if necessary, I would simply disappear from your lives," the blonde said calmly, removing his hands from Kid's belt and giving her the opportunity to leave, but she remained in place, even seemed to have stopped breathing. "You still haven't answered my question," the fourth said calmly, trying to comprehend what he had heard. "Well, okay. I am Uzumaki Naruto, a complete orphan who lost his parents almost immediately after birth. You and my mother, at the cost of your own lives, sealed in me the nine-tailed beast that was torn out of her by force by one renegade from the Uchiha clan during childbirth. Until the age of 12, I was the main object of hatred of all of Konoha. I was called a monster and a demon more often than by name. Children were forbidden to even talk to me. At 12, I graduated from the Shinobi Academy, where they taught us from 7 to 12 years old. I was able to make friends among my peers and comrades in arms. Before the Chunin exam I met my godfather Jiraiya, after which I took part in it, but due to an attack on the village, he was forced to fight the Jinchuriki of the one-tailed beast and defeated him. In that attack, old man Hiruzen died, at the hands of his student Orochimaru, who became a renegade because of his inhuman experiments. Afterwards, together with Jiraiya, I went to look for Tsunade. She left the village after the death of her brother and fiancé during the Third War. We managed to convince her to become Hokage. A little later, my best friend left the village in search of power and went to Orochimaru, and I went on a 3-year journey with my godfather. After returning to the village, I almost immediately left it again, going to save the Jinchuriki of the one-tailed who had become my friend. He, like no one else, could understand me, a man with a monster inside, surrounded by the hatred of a village full of shinobi. He was kidnapped by an organization consisting of renegades. They were collecting all the biju. We managed to save Gaara. Although the tailed beast was extracted from him, one of the elders of Suna exchanged his life for her own, using only one technique known to her. After that, there was an unsuccessful attempt to return a friend from Orochimaru. Then came the news of the death of my godfather at the hands of the leader of the renegades hunting for the biju. After that, Fugasaku-sama took me for training, and on Mebio-kuzen I mastered the art of the hermit. Then there was an attack on Konoha by the leader of the renegades who hunted for the biju. This guy had a rinnegan, and 6 puppets with the same eyes, and was able to wipe most of the village into dust. I managed to defeat his strongest puppet only after I almost released the fox. It came to 8 tails. At that moment I was stopped from completely releasing it by your copy, made from the chakra you put into the seals, just for such an occasion. That's how I learned that my father was the 4th Hokage. My childhood idol. Naruto smiled slightly, remembering his first meeting with his father. Then there was a journey to the sacred island of Kumo, where Killer Bee, the Jinchuriki of the 8-tailed beast, taught me how to control the power of my biju. The 5 hidden villages had by that time formed an alliance, facing the threat of war, because by that time 7 of the 9 biju had already been kidnapped. After I mastered the power of the Kyubi, and I escaped from the island, to the battlefield of the war that had already broken out by that time. In it, we had to fight against the revived Jubi in Uchiha Madara, who was the man responsible for your death, although he acted through third parties. Although, as it turned out later, he himself was just a puppet in the game of the very first and most powerful kunoichi of the shinobi world, the mother of Rikudo Sennin and his younger brother, Kagaya. We were able to defeat her by joining forces with my friend who once went to Orochimaru. Rikudo gave us both a piece of his power. It was with her help that I cured my mother, and we were able to seal the goddess of the shinobi world. She left me a pseudo-personality in my subconscious for the last time, which over time, was supposed to turn me into her next puppet, but it did not work out thanks to my friend from the Yamanaka clan. We managed to change what that mad woman put in my head, although for this I had to become one of the cleaners, like Tobirama-sama. In that war, we lost many. Out of 120,000 shinobi of the Alliance, barely 10% remained alive. And then there was service in Anbu, due to the fact that I managed to sleep with the first heiress of the Hyuga clan. Although thanks to the intercession of the Hokage and my contribution to the victory, they did not let me be killed and even managed to make it so that the heiress would serve with me in Anbu. That's basically it. Of course, I understand that all this looks like complete delirium of an inflamed brain, but my words can be confirmed by Inoichi-san, who has already dug into my head. A ringing silence hung in the office. Minato was in a deep thoughtfulness. The story really resembled the delirium of a madman, but the last words about Inoichi quickly reduced the chances of this. Keed was simply in shock, trying to digest the information poured out on her without any preparation. She had no doubts about the truth of her brother's words, and the nine-tailed fox, who had fallen into a state of extreme melancholy, was proof of this, because it was simply unrealistic to shut him up, and he was always grumbling something in his subconscious or giving caustic comments on what was happening around him. The man sitting in front of her was outwardly her younger brother, but inside he was completely different, much older, wiser and stronger, but at the same time he treated her exactly like a sister, even knowing that she was practically a stranger to him. This was exactly the kind of attitude she had dreamed of from her brother for the past 5 years. Throwing aside the doubts that were gnawing at her, the girl took his hands in hers and placed them on her waist. He hesitated for only a second, after which he hugged her tightly and barely audibly whispered, "Thank you, little sister." Kid only smiled at this. Now it did not matter to her that this was Naruto from another world, because he was still her brother, even if he was spiritually older and had experienced a lot, but he still remained a brother who, like in childhood, was ready to rush to protect his sister from the insolent upstarts from the Uchiha or Senju, even knowing that he could not defeat them, but still rushing into battle. "You know," Minato said, standing up from his seat and walking towards the children, "I think Mom will be very happy to see the three of us when she wakes up tonight." After these words, Naruto and his sister threw themselves on his neck, and Namikaze hugged them both tightly. Now he was confident in his decision. He saw and understood that the boy clinging to him and silently sobbing was his son, even if from another world, but a son that any father would be proud of and whom any real dad would love. The sun was slowly rolling towards the sunset. People and shinobi were strolling around the evening Konoha, ANBU and teams were scurrying along the rooftops, hurrying to hand in a completed mission or heading off to the next one. Minato, sitting at his workplace, was listlessly sorting through reports, occasionally raising his gaze to the children sleeping on the couch. Naruto, hugging his sister, was sleeping with a contented face like a cat who had reached a barrel of sour cream, while Kid was smiling happily, trustingly clinging to her brother. The picture made the father smile involuntarily, because he had not seen his children so happy for a very long time. He was distracted from this activity by a shinobi in a jonin vest, with a black wide bandage covering his left eye, who appeared behind him. "Good evening, sensei." "Oh. What did I miss?" said the guest, pointing to the sleeping children to the fourth, who had turned around. "Good day, Obito." "As you can see, I missed it," Namikaze grinned. "What happened that my goddaughter smiles for real again?" Uchiha asked in surprise, settling more comfortably on the windowsill. "Well, apparently, the news about Kushina's recovery," the blonde lied without thinking. After all, he wasn't going to involve even his own students in the family's affairs. "Have our medical luminaries really found a way to cure her?" Obito asked, his one eye wide open in surprise. "No, it was Atsushi who created a seal with Naruto that allowed him to share his own life force and chakra with his mother, and you yourself know the power of his chakra." The Hokage told his son a story that had been discussed in advance. The trust in the Uchiha after the story that they were the ones who caused the war in the world from which the current Naruto came, sharply diminished. "I hope you understand that this information is secret." "Sensei, I certainly like to act like a clown, but that doesn't mean I'm going to divulge such information left and right," the jonin grumbled, making a displeased face. "Well, it wouldn't hurt to remind you, you idiot, about this once again. You still haven't settled down," Minato said sarcastically. "Oh, no, I've heard that from you 1,000 times already. And that in this matter I'd better follow Kakashi's example." Uchiha raised his hands to the sky in resignation. "Well, so what if he's already a father of 3 children, so what? I'm only 29, I'll still have time." "You're still as impulsive and emotional as before." "Well, it's your business. It's just that at this rate Aki will grow up to be a bride and marry you, especially considering her manic attachment to Uncle Obito." Namikaze laughed, enjoying the opportunity to irritate his student and admire the rainbow performed by the Uchiha. "Sensei, don't remind me about that little beast. I'm already afraid to come visit them, because she'll squeeze me to death," the brunette said, making the saddest expression he was capable of. "He's afraid, don't make me laugh, masochist." Okay, let's get down to business. What did you come for? The Hokage said, stopping laughing. I actually wanted to tell you that one of my students has decided to quit the shinobi path, so I'll have to find a replacement for him, Obito sighed heavily. Well, that means Kid won't be able to take the next exam in the mist after all. I'll see who I can add to your team, the Hokage sighed wearily, imagining how much paperwork would be required on this matter. I think I could easily take the vacant spot on my sister's team, Naruto said without opening his eyes. How long have you been awake? Minato asked. From the very moment I sensed another shinobi outside the window, the blonde said calmly. And you know how to surprise Naruto-kun. Uchiha Hokage's son was genuinely surprised by his skills. Good evening to you too, Obito-san, Uzumaki answered calmly. Father, what do you say to this? You're not even really a shinobi, Namikaze reminded. Is it a problem to pass exams early? The younger blonde asked, opening his eyes and stroking his sister's back. No problem, but are you sure you can handle it? The fourth asked seriously, knowing full well the state of his son's health from the report compiled by Tsunade. More than. True, I will need a month or two to prepare, after all, my taijutsu is frankly worthless, Naruto sighed. What do you say to that, Obito? The Hokage asked his student. It would be interesting, but don't you think it would look strange if such an exam were held solely for the sake of one person? Uchiha said. So we'll warn the entire academy about this in advance and accept everyone who wants to attend. The older blonde quickly found a way out. Hokage-sama, your wife has come to her senses, reported the ANBU who appeared in the center of the room. Okay, you can go, Wolf. Okay, Obito, we'll discuss your question tomorrow, the fourth said, standing up from his seat and letting his student know that the conversation was over. Naruto meanwhile gently woke up his sister. The ANBU and Uchiha disappeared instantly. Minato approached the children, put his hands on their shoulders, and a second later they were already in front of the doors of the ward. Kid was the first to enter, throwing herself on the neck of Kushina, who had taken a sitting position, looking in surprise at her grown daughter, who clung to her and only quietly repeated one word, Mom. Naruto made a titanic effort not to follow his sister's example, and came up close, taking her hand. Minato watched all this, leaning against the wall and smiling happily. His family was together again. How you've grown, the woman said quietly, hugging both children and smiling happily, with tears streaming from her eyes. After a while, the first emotions subsided, and the family members calmed down a little. Kushina, sitting in her husband's arms, listened attentively to the story of what had happened during her 5 years in a coma and only shook her head, gave Minato a few good slaps with promises to deal with his behavior later. When it came to Naruto, Namikaze installed a barrier in the ward, which surprised the former Jinchuriki, and then there was a long and more detailed story from the young man. How much did you have to go through? Kushina said quietly after the boy finished his story, looking closely into his eyes. Well, I think it was worth it, because if I hadn't gone through this, would have been dead for a long time and would hardly have been able to get here. I wouldn't have gotten the chance to live another life with the family that I dreamed of so much as a child, Naruto answered, smiling slightly, sitting in a chair next to his sister and confidently looking into his mother's eyes. And what do you plan to do? Asked the mother, who, in the opinion of Kid and Minato, had accepted too easily the fact that her son was no longer the same person. Grandfather decided that I would make a good clan leader, so I will be involved in its revival. The blonde shrugged, hugging his sister. What about my father's clan? The woman asked, raising an eyebrow. I think Kid can handle this just fine, Uzumaki said. And you and your father are far from being at an age where you won't be able to have one or more children. Think about what you're saying, the blonde hissed at her brother with displeasure, slapping him on the back of the head. Ouch! That hurts. The Jinchuriki was indignant. And what did I say? Mom and Dad are only 36, and I don't see any reason or obstacles for them to give us another brother or sister. I see you haven't been taught any manners at all, the girl shook her head. Naturally they didn't teach me, I'm the strongest weapon of the village, I don't need them, the main thing is that I can kill on command. And the rest is beside the point. Naruto grumbled angrily, trying to calm down. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Kid tried to apologize. It's okay, I'm also to blame, I lost my temper, you didn't do it on purpose, Uzumaki said, having already pulled himself together. You know, Naruto, it's extremely unusual and even strange for me to hear such things from you. Apparently I won't soon get used to the idea that you are not a 12-year-old boy, but already a 20-year-old man. Minato shook his head, tightly hugging his wife, who was deep in thought. And we will think about your words, right, dear? Huh? Yes, we'll think about it, Kushina responded after a few seconds and wanted to add something else, but was interrupted by her husband. It looks like we have guests, and very unhappy ones at that, Namikaze said, removing the barrier. As soon as he did this, the whole family could see the furious Tsunade. The woman was throwing lightning bolts in rage, her whole appearance screamed danger to those around her. From the splashed-out Kid pressed herself closer to her brother. Minato and his wife tensed up, everyone knew the violent nature of Senju well and were preparing to leave the furious Sannin at any moment. But Naruto was completely calm, after all, he had to see people 100 times scarier than the busty blonde who burst into the room. Tsunade-chan, are you drunk again? The Jinchuriki asked in a casual tone. There was a dead silence in the room. Senju froze in place with her mouth open and her eyes bulging, not blinking, staring at the supposed suicide bomber, clearly not used to such an impudent address to herself and the mention of her age. Kushina and her husband looked in horror at their completely calm son and sister pressed against him, who even closed her eyes, afraid to imagine the woman's reaction. You felt immortal, didn't you, little one? The head doctor said in a sepulchral voice, finally recovering from the shock. Well, I just know the laws of our village, and unlike you, I understand that if you lay a finger on any of us, tomorrow you will find yourself in the most closed and strict prison in the land of fire, even despite the fact that you are the wife of the head of the clan and all your merits, Uzumaki said, grinning contentedly. So, Bachan, drink some valerian and calm down. Communication with Atsushi has turned you into a petty, impudent and shameless godson, threatening the boy with her finger, Senju said, understanding the seriousness of the little blonde's words. After all, an attack on the Hokage or his family is a crime of the most serious kind. What is it, godmother? Why did you actually break into our place? Uzumaki asked. Why? Did you look at the time? It's 2 o'clock in the morning outside, it's high time for Kushina to rest, and you're still here. Senju said discontentedly, raising her voice. Calm down Tsunade, I'm fine, Namikaze said, trying to calm the head doctor down. I'm the doctor here, and it's up to me to decide whether you're okay or not, the blonde snapped. Okay. We understand you, Tsunade, I'm leaving with the children. Are you happy? Asked Minato, getting off the bed and kissing his wife goodbye. Darling, tomorrow, or rather today, we will definitely come to you again. After the children said goodbye and left the room under Senju's watchful eye, the blonde, under the patient's displeased look and grumbling, put her to sleep with the help of Mijitsu, plunging her into the sleep her body needed for a speedy recovery. Minato, accompanied by the children, slowly walked through the night village, telling some stories from his youth, and when they stopped at a fork in the road leading to the Uzumaki clan estate, the man spoke. Naruto, maybe you should come home with us, asked Namikaze. Sorry, Dad, but Grandpa is probably still awake, waiting for me to return. I didn't warn him that I would be late, I promised to return in the evening, and now it's already 3 o'clock in the morning. And anyway, maybe you should move to the clan's estate? Grandpa's house is big, there's enough room for everyone, and he'll be happy, Uzumaki suggested. Many clans won't like this, we've already discussed this issue with Atsushi, the fourth sighed heavily. So what? Their opinion shouldn't bother you at all, you're not only Hokage, but also the head of a clan, albeit a small one. Nothing prevents you from entering into an alliance with the Uzumaki clan, due to family ties, and, as the Uzumaki themselves once did after their remnants moved to Konoha, settling in the estate of the allied clan until the moment of restoration of numbers and receiving your own estate. Everything is according to the law, there is even a precedent, Naruto shrugged. And where did you get such knowledge of Konoha's laws? The fourth asked with interest, thinking about the option proposed by his son. From a past life, the Jinchuriki lied shamelessly. He couldn't tell his father that Kurama had told him about it, he wouldn't understand. And now it's time for you to go, otherwise your little sister might fall asleep standing up. You're right, Minato agreed with him, taking Kid, who was practically asleep and standing, into his arms. Good night, and I'll think about how best to frame your proposal. Good night, Dad, the boy said to the man as he walked away, after which he confidently walked towards the estate. As Naruto expected, Atsushi was not sleeping, sitting on the porch of the house, he was silently waiting for him to appear. As soon as he was nearby, the old man got up from his place and went inside to the kitchen. How did the conversation with your mother go? The gray-haired man asked, gesturing for them to sit down at the kitchen table. Okay, she accepted the knowledge that I was another Naruto with a calmness that I couldn't understand, the blonde replied, accepting a cup of hot tea from his grandfather's hands. Nothing surprising, she is still a mother, for her even you from another world are still a son, especially considering your sad story about life in that world. And now go to bed, in the morning I'm expecting you for a warm-up and training, we'll check what you're capable of now, Atsushi said, finishing his tea. Good night. Having gone up to his room, the blonde quickly took off his clothes and hung them on the back of a chair, after which he took a shower and fell onto the bed, blissfully surrendering to the power of the kingdom of Morpheus. The morning for the future head began with a harsh awakening by pouring ice water over him, jumping out of bed as if scalded, snorting loudly and eloquently cursing, for which he received a blow to the head from Atsushi with an empty bucket. The boy quickly pulled on short gray shorts and a tank top. After which he followed his grandfather, who brought him to the backyard of the house. Well then, let's start with a short jog to the 5th training ground, said old Uzumaki, setting a slow pace. The run lasted for an hour, during which they discussed the political situation that had developed in Konoha. Atsushi spoke in detail about the various groups, of which there were 4. The first group, the most powerful and numerous clans, the founders of Konoha, who were in active opposition to the Hokage. The second group, the clans that joined the Leaf later and supported the 4th. The third, clanless shinobi, have practically no political weight, with the exception of rare individuals who have risen to high positions. The 4th and most influential and powerful group is ANBU, they are the main support of Minato. During his reign the organization has greatly expanded, and its natives occupied all the key military positions in the Leaf's management apparatus. So it turns out that ANBU are in charge of everything in Konoha now? Naruto asked, and they reached the site. In the military part, yes, they actually keep all the clans in an iron fist, not giving anyone even a chance for an open confrontation with Minato. They will sweep them away in a matter of seconds. Even the Uchiha and Senju, in which, by the way, there are fewer and fewer really strong shinobi over the past generations, only 2 of them have Manjikyu Sharingan today, Itachi and Shisui. The first works for your father in the police, and the second heads the intelligence department of ANBU. Only Nawaki Senju, Tsunade's brother and the grandson of the first, has Mokutan, but he left the village long ago with Jiraiya, having refused the post of the head of the clan in favor of his sister's husband, Dan, Atsushi said, simultaneously doing various exercises that his grandson repeated after him. So, now let's start testing your knowledge. Let's start with the simplest basic techniques, replacement, illusory clone, and henge. I'll tell you right away that you don't even have to try with illusory clones. I have complete immunity to illusions, but I can't create them myself at all. However, I know shadow clones, the blonde answered, wiping the sweat from his forehead, which was pouring down like hail, unlike his grandfather. Okay, Then let's replace it in henge, agreed old Uzumaki. Nodding to Naruto, he began to remember this long-forgotten technique. As always, Kurama helped with this. Concentrating, the boy used the simplest of the Shinobi Academy techniques. To his great surprise, instead of one wooden piglet, a dozen appeared on the clearing at once. He said in surprise, approaching his grandfather. The result of experience in using the technique and your chakra control, or rather its complete lack. Now try henge, Atsushi commanded. The next moment Naruto stood in front of him in the ANBU uniform that he had seen in his subconscious dash. I see you have no problems with this. We won't try more complex techniques with your control for now. I don't need you to tear something off here during training. Now we'll have a snack and go to the 8th training ground. We'll finally train your control. As you say, Grandpa, Naruto answered, sitting down on the ground. After all, the old man's version of the exercises had exhausted him greatly, and he had only slept for a short time, which is why Kurama had not been able to properly patch up his body. Atsushi meanwhile took out several slices of rye bread, a jug of milk and a couple of glasses from the seal, gesturing for his grandson to join them for a meal. Having finished their light breakfast, they set off for the training ground, which greeted them with a light mist that came from the river that flowed along its edge. Having chosen a tall and more or less straight tree, the gray-haired man pointed it out to his grandson. The first step simply turned half of the tree into dust, causing it to squeak pitifully and fall onto the clearing. It looks like we'll have to immediately switch to walking on water, otherwise you'll knock down all the trees in the area, the old man said regretfully. Naruto only nodded in agreement, internally horrified by the control of chakra, his new body. Approaching the edge of the water, the blonde looked around the river for a convenient stone, found one surprisingly quickly and not far from the shore. Without thinking for a second, he tried to jump on it, but it turned out to be something slippery and the boy splashed into the cold water with a bang. I feel like a baby who can't do anything, Naruto said through chattering teeth as he climbed onto the shore. How did he even use Fuinjutsu with such control? It's simple. For him Fuinjutsu was like the ability to breathe for you. I think that when you completely absorb his consciousness and personality, for you it will also become the simplest and most accessible of all the disciplines available to shinobi, Atsushi answered. I see, thank you for the explanation, the blonde replied, entering the water up to his knees and giving chakra to his legs, after which he flew up 3 meters from the water with a scream, raising several hundred kilograms of water into the air. His grandfather caught him in his arms and saved him from hitting the ground. Standing up, the younger Uzumaki said, I think this will be very, very difficult, and just a hell of a long time. Yes, but as you said yourself, you have a couple of months, so you can handle it, the old man said confidently. You train here, and I'll go and visit Kushina. Okay, Grandpa, say hello to her from me, the blonde said, entering the water again. Half an hour after Atsushi left and 20 failed attempts, Naruto lay tiredly on the shore, mentally chatting with Kurama, who was restoring his body. At this time, a richly dressed man appeared in the clearing, in whom the young man recognized the owner of the store where he had visited yesterday with his sister. Good morning, Naruto-san, he said, coming close enough. Good day. What have you come for? The blonde asked, sitting up. I wanted to return the money that my salesman took from you for your purchases, the man answered without looking the boy in the eye. Naruto easily felt the fear emanating from him. There's no need for that, Uzumaki said, about to add something else. But how is that possible, Naruto-san? Surely you won't punish my family for the mistake of this careless idiot, the merchant babbled with animal fear in his eyes. No, the Jinchuriki said briefly. Thank you, Naruto-san, the man muttered, falling to his knees and bowing to the very ground. Shut up. And don't you dare interrupt me again. The blonde snapped back angrily, starting to feel sick from the sight of this coward. Tell everyone that there will be a meeting at the old place today, and whoever dares to ignore it without a good reason will be killed. Is that clear? Yes, Naruto-san. I'll do everything. What time should we meet there? Asked the pale-as-chalk merchant. At 11, and now disappear from my sight, the Jinchuriki said coldly. And what was that just now? Kurama asked in her subconscious with interest. It was Tobirama-sama's seal, let me tell you tonight? Naruto suggested. Good. Now march to training, the kitsune ordered, watching contentedly as her chosen one obediently rose from the ground again and headed to the river, once again convinced herself that she was very lucky with him. The midday sun rose high above the horizon, mercilessly scorching the earth with its rays and forcing all living things to hide in the shadows or near water sources. Naruto had been trying for 5 hours straight to simply stand on the water without causing a fountain of splashes or flying to the shore from an excessively strong release of chakra, and he was finally succeeding. Having entered the water up to his knees and directed chakra into his feet, he noted with pleasure how the water obediently pushed him out of its embrace, and then he confidently froze on the surface of the river. Yes, it is still extremely difficult to control chakra in a body with such a developed SCC, Naruto muttered quietly, pleased with the appearance of at least such a small ghost of his ability to cope with chakra. What did you expect, my dear? This body has a 30 times better developed SCI than your previous one, even after joining ANBU. Even a cloak of Kyubi chakra wouldn't harm this body, Kurama spoke up. Why? The blonde asked in surprise, attempting to take a step. In the previous world, your chakra microchannels were practically undeveloped, so when using Kyubi, it had to come out from the main channels directly through the tissues and skin, as a result of which, due to its strength and concentration, you got burns, your skin peeled off. And this body, when raising chakra control to your previous level, will be quite capable of using even something like Kaiten, although to reach that level, it's like walking to Mebioku, the kitsune giggled. Laugh, I'll get offended and won't show up for a month, snorted the Jinchuriki, who clearly didn't like the words of his chosen one. Naruto, don't be upset, especially since I told the truth, and if you stop coming to me, I won't treat you, the nine-tailed fox said brazenly. I give up, you win, the boy answered resignedly, although it was unpleasant for him, but he knew Kurama too well and remembered the consequences of such disputes. Better tell me more about my current condition and explain why the treatment is going so slowly. That's right, the satisfied girl answered. Your condition is extremely deplorable, most of your internal organs are worn out, like those of a 100-year-old man, the only exceptions are the spinal cord and brain. The treatment is slow, due to the fact that for this I have to use a mixture of my chakra and the chakra that remained from the Kyubi inside the seal. But the amount of the latter in the mixture is still extremely small, because this body is completely unadapted to it and actively resists, and without it, it is extremely difficult to stimulate the body's regeneration to the required level. Every day I add 0.3% of the Kyubi chakra to the mixture, and until this number reaches 100%, there can be no talk of bringing your body back to normal, which is why the year for treatment. Are there any ways to speed up this process? Uzumaki asked. Yes, but the term will still only be reduced by 2 or 3 times, the kitsune answered. Tell me, Naruto asked. First, getting rid of the seal on your shoulder, it's really getting in the way, it's filled with the previous Naruto's chakra and it's different from yours, the Ninetails began to explain. Different? How much? The blonde interrupted her. The censors won't even notice it, only I will, because I've been living with you for 20 years already, Kurama reassured the Jinchuriki. That's good, I'll ask my grandfather how to get rid of this seal. Please continue, the boy asked. Secondly, a healthy 8-hour sleep every day. Thirdly, daily 4-hour meditations, 2 hours before and after sleep. Fourthly, healthy and balanced food, more food containing vitamins and minerals, in particular calcium, the bones of this body are extremely fragile. And finally, more endurance training and development of the respiratory system, the nine-tailed finished. There won't be any problems with the second one, and with the third one too, after all, training with old man Fukasaku wasn't in vain for me. I think I'll have to work hard with the fourth one. After all, I'm not much of a cook, and with the last one I'll have to go to Tsunade for advice. After all, she's a doctor and can tell me which exercises would suit me better, because old man's morning exercises made me feel really bad, Naruto summed up sadly. In principle, nothing is impossible. I said it, the man who defeated the strongest shinobi of all time and was transported to another world twice, Kurama chuckled. Laugh, I'll remember this tonight, Naruto grumbled. Oh, how formidable we are. In general, I'm looking forward to the evening, the kitsune answered, laughing loudly. And now you'd better continue training and not get distracted. After these words, Naruto, screaming and cursing, made another water explosion, and he himself was thrown out on the sedge-covered shore. Noisily breathing and trying to calm down after another unsuccessful attempt, the boy, throwing off his outerwear, entered the cool water up to his waist, and then dived. After swimming in the water for 10 minutes, the blonde climbed out onto the shore and lay down on the grass, exposing his body to the hot sun rays. Stretching his right hand up to cover his eyes from the bright light, the boy began to carefully examine it. Pale skin, many scars, most of which the body received due to frequent open fractures and numerous experiments of the previous owner, are completely different from those he was used to seeing, because in that world his tan never went away, and thanks to the regeneration developed due to the influence of the Kyubi chakra, even the most terrible wounds did not leave a trace. What are you doing here, little one? Someone's voice reached the blonde. Sitting up and turning around, he saw 4 guys a year or 2 older than him, each of them wearing the distinctive sign of the Uchiha clan. I would like to know what the members of the Uchiha clan forgot on the Uzumaki land? Naruto asked, slightly bowing his head and standing up. His body responded with pain and fatigue. What did you just say? The eldest of those gathered asked in surprise. Do you have problems with your hearing? The Jinchuriki asked calmly. I asked, what are you doing on my clan's land? You don't seem to understand who you're talking to, weakling, but it's okay, I'll explain it to you now. The enraged Uchiha growled angrily, breaking into an attack on his interlocutor, who was still standing. Quickly closing the distance, the brunette was already smiling contentedly. Anticipating how he would paint the arrogant, in his opinion, Uzumaki, when there was only a meter left to the opponent, the Uchiha received a powerful blow to the body from a white blurry shadow that appeared from the crown of one of the trees, from which the boy, tumbling, rolled on the ground for several meters and, holding his right side, barely got to his feet. Naruto looked in surprise at the new participant in the upcoming fight standing with his back to him, with great difficulty guessing Lee in him, but it was not easy to recognize him without his usual bowl-cut hair and green suit with orange weights. The 3 remaining Uchihas by this time had already come out of their stupor and, without thinking for a second, rushed to the attack, intending to deal with both opponents due to their numerical advantage. But the lack of Sharingans and the much better physical preparation of the enemy forced the 2 brunettes who were pressing rock to go on the defensive, so as not to be beaten. The third one chose a blonde who he considered weaker as his opponent, but to his surprise he was not so simple. Having jumped back from a direct blow to the head, Uzumaki delivered a strong kick to the elbow of his outstretched arm, forcing it to bend and forcefully hit its owner in the face, which disoriented him for a second, which was enough for Naruto to deliver a strong blow to the brakes, from which his opponent's legs buckled, and he himself fell to his knees. Then Uchiha received a knee strike to the solar plexus and a finishing blow to the face from which his nose was broken, and Naruto had his right hand dislocated, but even after that the brunette tried to get up, but was knocked down by one of Lee's opponents, who sent him flying with a kick to the chest. Taking a quick glance around the clearing, Naruto could see 3 Uchiha writhing on the grass, standing next to him in black pants with a red belt on which the leaf protector was attached, bandages on his arms almost to the elbow, long hair gathered in a braid dash, a torn white shirt was lying a little to the side. The Jinchuriki was about to thank him for his help, when a voice came from the side. Katan, Ryuka, no Jutsu, the recovered leader of the Uchiha shouted the name of the technique. Sealing technique, sealing fire, Naruto whispered barely audibly, picking up Lee's shirt and using it as a scroll. the fire technique quickly disappeared into the seal, and the blonde hurried to get rid of the unreliable storage of the technique, throwing it into the river. The next moment, 4 ANBU appeared on the training ground, one of whom immediately twisted Lee, and then the Uzumaki himself. 2 fighters provided assistance to the Uchiha, and the 4th tried to take the brunette who used the technique away from the crime scene. "Where are you going?" asked the man in a jonin vest, dressed in a green training suit, knocking out the fighter in the sable mask with one blow to the head. The ANBU fighters froze in their places, clearly not expecting anyone else to appear in the clearing, but quickly came to their senses and tried to attack the taijutsu master, but a cold and commanding voice from the entrance to the training ground made them freeze in their places. "Jiro, Daiki, Karo, Makoto." Itachi, who had appeared in the clearing, said, his Manjikyu Sharingan flashing. "How many times have you been warned not to use attributes similar to ANBU attributes for such matters?" They didn't answer, they just pulled off their masks and, without raising their eyes to one of the strongest members of the clan, fell to their knees. Guy meanwhile freed the boys who were tied hand and foot and, shaking them off, began to watch as the head of the homicide department, with just one look, forced the clan members to silently leave the training ground, taking their beaten comrades with them. "I'll ask your forgiveness for this incident," Itachi began, but was interrupted by Naruto. "You have nothing to apologize for, Uchiha-san. I will have no complaints against your clan if something like this does not happen again," said the Jinchuriki. "My student will also have no claims if the Uchiha clan does not try to make counterclaims for the beatings inflicted," Mato said. "Gai-san, could you come to our clan's estate tomorrow with your student? As the future head of the clan, I would like to thank him for his help," the blonde said, addressing the jonin. "Of course, Uzumaki-san. Would it be convenient during lunch?" Guy asked. "Yes, quite," the blonde quickly agreed with him, after which the student and sensei, having said goodbye to him and Uchiha, rushed away from the training ground at great speed. "So what did you disagree with those loafers about?" the brunette asked, walking to the edge of the river and sitting down on the grass. "Nothing special, the guys just decided to assert themselves by beating me. After all, he is the son of the 4th and the heir of Uzumaki," Naruto answered, sitting down next to Uchiha. The Jinchuriki had real respect for this man, knowing his history from his world, but the local Itachi was not much different from his other self in terms of loyalty to the village and his principles, although he was not afraid to stain his hands with blood. "And what would have happened to them if Rock Lee hadn't intervened?" asked the head of the homicide department. "You would have a lot of work," Naruto grinned. "You're the same as always. Where have you been for the last 3 weeks?" Itachi asked, picking a blade of grass and starting to chew it. "I was experimenting, you know what usually happens after that," the blonde sighed. "And how was the experiment?" Uchiha asked, going over in his memory the many things he knew about his friend and trying to understand what seemed wrong to him about it. "Good luck," Uzumaki smiled. "You've probably heard the news already?" "I heard about Kushina-san's recovery, but I thought it was all gossip and that you were somehow involved in it," the brunette said, tilting his head to the side. "No gossip," the blonde replied. "Naruto," Itachi called, the puzzle of inconsistencies finally coming together in his head, forcing the other man to turn to face him. "Manjikyu Sharingan, Tsukuyomi. One more time and you'll get it in the eye," warned the Jinchuriki, in whose iris a gray 13-pointed star was burning, and the young man deactivated his dojutsu. "So I wasn't mistaken," Itachi said, continuing to look attentively into his interlocutor's face. "In what exactly?" Uzumaki asked. "That you are not the Naruto Uzumaki I have known for the last 3 years, he used that technique, right?" Itachi asked. "Yes, I did, but I turned out to be stronger. Thanks to him I was thrown into this world," the blonde answered calmly, understanding that Itachi was not the kind of person who would immediately run to report, and his knowledge of the local Naruto's experiment spoke of great trust. "Who else knows?" Uchiha asked, spitting out a blade of grass. Inoichi, grandfather, mother, father and sister, and now you too, Uzumaki shrugged. And who was I in your world? The brunette asked. A wonderful man who gave his life to serve his homeland, said the Jinchuriki. Sounds good, Itachi chuckled, becoming lost in thought. Yeah. By the way, how about a little warm-up? The blonde decided to distract his interlocutor. I don't mind, the brunette replied, getting up from the ground and taking off his shirt. Naruto had already pulled on the pants that were lying nearby. Having taken fighting stances and bowed to each other, both began to slowly strike each other, each thinking about something of their own, and it was difficult to call it a fight, just an exchange of light blows and practiced combinations, without any goal or desire to harm the opponent. The fight continued until the blonde hit the genius of the Uchiha clan with a direct blow to the chin. I think that's enough, Itachi said, rubbing the bruised area. Maybe you'd better tell me more about that world? Okay, but don't regret asking later, Naruto said, putting together a sequence of seals and creating a barrier, after which, sitting down on the grass, he began a detailed story about the life of the Uchiha from his world. As the story progressed, he became more and more gloomy and thoughtful, and after the story ended, he shook the boy's hand and thanked him for his honest story. Don't be sad, Itachi, it wasn't you, and in this world, it's unlikely that something like that would happen, said the Jinchuriki. I understand, it's just that all of this seems like a scary fairy tale or wild delirium, but I don't see the point in not believing you. After all, the seal of the 13-pointed star and your behavior while telling the story are too strong evidence. Uchiha tried to portray a smile, which turned out extremely unsuccessfully. Maybe we should go to a dango restaurant, otherwise you'll completely fall apart and I'll have to punch you in the face, Naruto grinned. Perhaps it's really worth going for a bite to eat, but first it wouldn't hurt to tidy yourself up, the brunette said, stepping into the river fully clothed. Half an hour later they were already sitting under the roof of a small restaurant, waiting for their order. Uchiha was slowly but surely slipping into thoughtfulness again. Deciding to distract him, the blonde asked a question. Friend, tell me, how do you feel about Kid? Naruto asked. It's normal, like a friend, Uchiha shrugged, not understanding why the question was asked. As a friend? Then why did you deal with those guys through me? Uzumaki asked, raising an eyebrow. It was easier that way. They were dangerous for the village, an attempt to marry the daughter of a Kage, a representative of other villages or just a shinobi who does not live in Konoha increases the chance that she will become a lever of pressure on the Hokage, Itachi answered. So that's the only reason, the blonde said in surprise. Yeah. And what did you think, that I was eliminating competitors this way? The brunette asked with a smile. Something like that, the Jinchuriki muttered. Actually, I'm already engaged to the girl I love, and Kid is just a friend to me, the brunette explained, while the waiter brought them their order. The meal was held in silence. Itachi, after mentioning his girlfriend, had clearly put aside his thoughts about Naruto's story and was now simply enjoying the sweets. A few minutes later a girl entered the building, the sight of whom caused mixed feelings in the blonde. A copy of Itachi, only in a female version, was walking towards their table. I knew I'd find you here. Aren't you ashamed? The girl asked demonstratively sternly. Good evening to you too, little sister. Would you like some dango? Uchiha asked, not paying attention to the tone and the menacing appearance of his interlocutor. I will, she said, sitting down next to her brother. Maybe you could introduce me to your friend? As if you don't know him yourself, Itachi snorted, pushing the sweets towards his sister. Naruto is Yuriko, my twin sister. Yuriko is Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto. Are you happy? Quite, Uchiha replied, gobbling up the sweets. I'm glad to meet you, Uzumaki-san. Likewise, but it's better to just call me Naruto. We're not at an official reception after all, the blonde smiled. Okay, Naruto, what's the reason for your get-together here? The brunette asked. Itachi, as an apology for the inappropriate behavior of some members of your clan, offered to treat me to dango, Naruto quickly found. Is Requero getting physical again? Yuriko asked displeasedly. Yeah. By the way, why were you looking for me? The elder Uchiha asked. Don't tell me that Banquo didn't tell you that the Izumi family is coming to dinner today, the girl said. I didn't. What time will they arrive? The head of the homicide department asked, rising from the table. In an hour and a half, the girl answered, looking at her watch. Sorry, Naruto, but it looks like I have to leave you. You know, being late for such events would not be the best idea. See you later, Itachi said, taking his sister's hand and pulling her along with him. Yeah. Good luck to you there, Naruto called after him. Having paid for the sweets, the boy went to the estate. It was necessary to prepare for the upcoming meeting with the merchants. After sleeping for 2 hours and having a good dinner, Uzumaki headed to the meeting place. In the backyard of one of the largest weapons stores in Konoha he was met by a gray-haired old man, who quickly led him to the hall where the merchants had gathered. Good evening, Naruto-sama. What is the reason for such an urgent meeting? Asked a well-built, dark-skinned man with short black hair and brown eyes that showed neither fear nor respect for the blonde. Good day, the Jinchuriki replied, taking his place. I want to discuss with you the terms of reducing the percentage of deductions. A reduction, the same man, who was the clear leader in this whole herd of fat cats, asked in surprise. Yes, exactly, a reduction, by 20%, the boy said, looking straight into the eyes of his interlocutor and not paying attention to the whispers and surprise of the others. I understand it wasn't for her pretty eyes, he chuckled. Naturally. The percentage will be reduced in exchange for you getting some rare things and information for me, the blonde answered. What kind of things? And what information? Let's not beat around the bush, you and I are business people after all, suggested Ken, whose name Naruto finally remembered. Good. I need ANBU armored vests of the stone, a katana from the master who forged katanas for Killer Bee. That's the most important thing. I'll give the rest of the list later. The deadline for this is 3 years. I'm mainly interested in information about the Cloud, in particular about the Hyuga clan. I need comprehensive information about them. The deadline is exactly the same as with the things, said the blonde. Getting what you're asking for isn't easy, but it's possible. But with information about the Hyugas it will be incredibly difficult. The brunette shook his head. What's the difficulty? Uzumaki asked. They are an extremely closed clan, only a couple of members of the main family are visible, but it's impossible to get them to talk, Ken answered. Who exactly is in sight? Naruto asked. The head of the clan Hayashi, his brother Hizashi, their spouses and children. Niji, the son of the youngest brother, who should become the head of the clan, taking as his wife one of Hayashi's daughters, Hinata or Hanabi, if they do not die on missions, but they have not even graduated from the academy yet, the man gave a short report. In that case, I only need information about Hayashi's daughters. For now, gather everything you can. That's all we'll leave it at, Naruto said, rising from his seat. And yes, Kendano, make sure none of them try to cheat me out of the amount of the deductions. I can rely on you, right? Yes, Naruto-sama, I will do everything in the best possible way, the man assured his interlocutor, noting with surprise that he looked with a bit of respect at this little boy who held their entire business by the throat, albeit with the silent permission of his father, the Hokage. Returning to the estate after midnight, Naruto quickly threw off his gray kimono, fell onto the bed, crawling under the blanket and falling into the subconscious. Finding himself in the hall in front of the grate, he went inside it. After a couple of meters of wandering in the impenetrable darkness, he came out into a dimly lit room, where he found his other half, who was sitting in a chair with her legs crossed, and leafing through some book, most likely with the memories of the previous owner of the body. How did it go? The girl asked, putting the book aside, getting up from her seat and approaching the blonde. Okay, Uzumaki answered, hugging and kissing her. Let's go lie down. Kurama suggested. Especially since someone promised to tell me about the seal. Let's go, the tired Jinchuriki agreed. You'll have a story. Picking up Kitsune in his arms, he quickly walked into another room and, carefully lowering his chosen one onto the bed, lay down next to her, touching her left shoulder with his right hand, highlighting the ancient symbols and forcing her to take on her true form. At least don't hide your true form here, the young man asked, clinging to Kurama, who carefully covered them both with her fluffy white tails. Good. Now I'm waiting for the story, the nine-tailed said, settling more comfortably on the blonde's chest. Well, listen. The seal of the 13-pointed star is a technique created by Hamura. The youngest son of Kagaya. It was thanks to its influence that he and his brother sealed their mother, who began to transform into Jubi, without mercy or doubt. It was created to protect the shinobi world from any threats. It is capable of turning even the most peace-loving of us into a cruel and merciless killer, ready to destroy entire cities if necessary. In the beginning, Kagaya became such a threat, then ordinary people were afraid of our appearance and began to exterminate the students and children of Hagoromo and Hamura. Being already weak and old, Hamura passed the seal to his eldest son, the future founder of the Uzumaki clan, and he in turn gave the seal to 12 more of his father's students. Together they plunged the world of ordinary people into chaos, destroying several tens of millions of people, which forced them to stop hunting shinobi and start restoring the world. Afterwards, the seal was dormant for a long time, because there were no serious threats to the shinobi world, only natural selection among shinobi. It was passed down from generation to generation in the Uzumaki clan. Its last bearer from Uzumaki was the wife of Tobirama, to whom she passed it on. The second was well versed in seals and forbidden techniques, and was able to change it, putting changes into it that allowed it to be activated in case of a threat to the village. It gave strength to its bearers to protect their homeland, so the Purifiers appeared, the first 12 ANBU captains, whose names were erased from the history of Konoha and the shinobi world. After defeating Kagaya and learning that she had implanted a piece of her will into my subconscious, Tobirama offered me to become one of them, so as not to turn into the new Madara. He told me in detail about the seal. The star always passively influences its bearer, always changes his worldview so that he can live with the least losses, can kill calmly, without going crazy if it contradicts his worldview. The person remains himself, and I am an example of this. But as soon as there is a mortal danger for me, you, Konoha, or the shinobi world, it activates, and then a terrible bloody monster comes out. I myself saw what the estate of the first advisor of the fire daimyo turned into after he suggested destroying the leaf, Naruto said. What about this story with Ino? Kurama was surprised. All this is an illusion created to protect the secret of the star. It is not good if someone finds out that it can be transmitted simply by wishing it. And I did not like the prospect of becoming a guinea pig for our scientists, the blonde answered. But you are not capable of creating illusions, the kitsune reminded. The star is a technique created by Hamura, a shinobi whose powers are unknown, so it's no surprise that she planted the thought and false memories in Ino's head that she was the one who recreated it from Tobirama's notes, Uzumaki said. Now let's go to sleep. To this, Kurama only completely turned off the light in her subconscious and covered them with a blanket. Her lover's story gave her ideas for reflection. In the darkness of the night, in which Naruto's subconscious was immersed, 2 bright golden lights flashed brightly and a quiet rustling sound was heard. The kitsune, a silent shadow, left the bedroom created by the blonde. Quickly reaching the golden lattice, Kurama carefully walked out into the hall, 9 white tails swaying behind her. Coming close to the wall, on which a drawing in the form of a 13-pointed star was applied, she put her right hand to it. A second later, the tailed one felt someone else's presence behind her and tried to hit the unknown person with her tails, but they passed right through the ghostly silhouette. You shouldn't react so violently, Kurama-sama, the man standing in front of the girl said emotionlessly. Outwardly, he was almost a complete copy of Naruto, differing only in the color of the iris, which was gray. You came for answers to the questions that arose after the master's story, right? Exactly, the kitsune answered calmly, looking attentively at her interlocutor. Ask Kurama-sama, I will answer, he replied, glaring at the nine-tailed beast. Who or what are you? The girl began to ask questions. A special seal with a blank from a pseudo-personality. When it gets into the body of the host carrier, I merge with his second I. If it does not suit me, I destroy it, the interlocutor answered. The degree of your influence on the master's main I, the tailed one asked. Critical thinking in relation to human life has been changed. Critical thinking in relation to human beauty has been changed. Also, in order to avoid the owner's insanity due to moving to another world, the loss of loved ones, to whom he had many emotional and sensory attachments, work was carried out to create new ones in this world. At the moment there are 6 such attachments, and they completely ensure the stability of the owner's mental health, he said. More specifically regarding the second one, Kurama asked. The owner does not feel disgust at the sight of people with a changed appearance, that is, the presence of any animal attributes in a person does not even cause internal disgust, the interlocutor explained. So his love for my real form is your doing? The kitsune asked, tilting her head to the side. In part, I only removed the disgust, he built the rest himself, he explained. And thanks for that. And what about Kushina, Minato and Kid? Their reaction raises too many doubts for me, unlike Atsushi and Itachi's reaction. The nine-tailed asked. I had to influence each of them, because the reaction could push the owner away from them and ruin all my efforts to keep him from going crazy. I influenced Kushina through the power of Rikudo during the treatment, and Kid during their first physical contact. After all, her chakra is close to the owner's chakra, and it turned out to be simple. The only one I had to tinker with was Minato, but that throw solved this problem, and the presence of the remnants of the fourth chakra in the seal allowed me to prepare a gift in advance, the interlocutor explained. Yes, it turns out that you are a terrible entity in your essence and capabilities, Kurama chuckled. That's natural, because my creator was not just anyone, but Kagaya's eldest son, Hamura, whose level all currently living shinobi are a long way off, he replied. I hope I've satisfied your curiosity, Kurama-sama. Why Kurama-sama? The kitsune asked unexpectedly. Because you are the cornerstone of my master's fate, too much is tied to you in his subconscious, and when you get out of here, there will be less work for me, I won't have to worry about his condition, the ghost shrugged. Thanks for the story, the tailed one said, heading back to the cage. She watched as her interlocutor dissolved into thin air. Naruto's morning began at 5 o'clock. Slowly getting out of bed and opening the window, the boy sat on the floor next to it in a meditation pose, as the old toad from Mebioku had taught him. 2 hours flew by unnoticed in constant attempts to simply feel the outside world by merging with natural chakra, but they did not bring even the slightest results. The body was simply not capable of this yet. Getting up from his place and quickly warming up his stiff muscles, the blonde put on gray pants and a t-shirt of the same color, after which he hurried downstairs. On the kitchen table he found a plate with still warm pancakes, which surprised the Jinchuriki quite a bit. Next to it was a note in which his grandfather informed him that he had gone to a neighboring city to hire several teams of carpenters to begin work on restoring the block, and would return for lunch. Having quickly warmed up the kettle and had a snack of rather tasty pancakes, the boy decided to first go visit Tsunade. After all, he needed the advice of a knowledgeable specialist in the field of body restoration. The road to the hospital did not take long. The route to it, one might say, was imprinted in the young man's brain after joining ANBU and his first training there, each of which ended with a trip to bow to the medics. Along the way, the blonde carefully memorized the location of various shops, cafes, and generally everything that distinguished the new Konoha from the old one. The most striking difference was the very correct placement of the houses and their fundamentality. Each of them could become a stronghold for the defenders of the village, in case of an attack on it. Walls reinforced with earth techniques and fuincials, a good view from the windows, a complete absence of shinobi jumping on the roofs and moving exclusively along power lines, which caused Naruto sincere bewilderment. Moving along the roofs was much faster and more convenient for shinobi. Deciding to find out the reasons for such a strange phenomenon later, the Jinchuriki headed closer to the hospital. On the way he crossed paths with Shikamaru and Choji, who did not pay any attention to him and went about their business. It took him a lot of effort not to talk to them. After all, they were not even acquainted yet. Shikamaru was practically no different from how Uzumaki remembered him, a calm, indifferent person, with a collected look, noticing even the smallest details, relaxed gait, a barely noticeable smile, hair gathered in a ponytail at the back of his head, in his usual clothes. Choji, on the other hand, was different for the better, well-built with noticeable muscles, without a hint of excess weight, crunching a carrot with a satisfied smile and cheerfully telling something to his friend. Soon, they disappeared around the bend in the road leading to the academy, and the Jinchuriki, shaking his head, went to the hospital. Quickly passing the checkpoint, Naruto asked the doctor on duty where he could find Tsunade. Quickly climbing to the top floor, the blonde began to carefully read the signs on the doors, trying to find the one he needed. Behind one of the slightly open doors, he could hear Shizune giving a lecture to the children sitting at the tables on how to properly apply a splint in the field to broken limbs. There were about 20 students, mostly girls of 12 to 13 years old, among whom Naruto immediately recognized Sakura and found a girl suspiciously similar to Tsunade. "Have you decided to sign up for the Iranian courses?" a voice came from behind. "And good morning to you, BA-chan," Naruto responded, turning on his heels and being able to see Senju's face distorted with anger. "Call me that again and I'll spank you so hard you won't be able to sit on your ass for a couple of weeks," the blonde promised angrily. By the way, I came to you on business." The Jinchuriki quickly changed the subject, knowing the head doctor's hot temper. "On business? And what business?" Tsunade asked, crossing her arms over her chest. "I need a professional consultation on the physical activities that are currently available to me, and a list of exercises for endurance and breathing development," Naruto stated his request. Follow me," Senju answered thoughtfully, walking away down the corridor. Walking along the long white corridors after his godmother, the blonde tried to find differences between the hospitals of different worlds, but there were surprisingly few of them. All of them mainly consisted of the staff working here and their attitude towards the patients. A couple of minutes later they found themselves in an office with many different devices around a couch standing in the center. "Lie down," the blonde commanded, pointing at her and approaching the instruments. Naruto obediently followed the order, laying down on the cold chair and allowing himself to be entangled in a bunch of wires, after which he began to follow the commands given by the blonde, who after each of them put aside another sheet of paper filled with rows of hieroglyphs that jumped out of the printer. After half an hour of research, Tsunade freed him from the wires and, having sat him down opposite, began to carefully study the sheets of results. Her face changed from surprise to shocked as she read. "How is that possible?" Senju muttered, putting another piece of paper aside. "Is something wrong?" Naruto asked worriedly. "No, everything is fine. It's just that I've never seen a shinobi your age produce such a quantity of chakra and have such severely worn out internal organs, although their restoration is now in full swing. Plus, this artifact in your right hand, it simply glows with an extreme level of chakra, which even the nine-tailed one is far from having in strength and concentration. You know, I have a lot of questions for you," said Tsunade. "It would be better for you to keep them to yourself. The Uzumaki clan already has claims against the Senju clan. I would not like to add to them an attempt by the clan head's wife to gain access to the Uzumaki secrets through her official position," the Jinchuriki answered calmly, 13 pointed stars burning in his eyes. "In general, it would be better for you to keep your mouth shut, otherwise I will have to destroy you all." "Are you threatening me?" the Sannin asked, raising her eyebrows, looking up at her nephew and realizing with horror that the most terrible weapon Konoha had ever had after the Biju was burning in his eyes. "No, I'm just stating a fact. I think you understand that the strength I have, even despite my poor physical condition, is quite enough to destroy your clan. But children are not responsible for the mistakes of their parents, so just don't step on the same rake as the previous head of the clan, and I will have no claims against you, the Jinchuriki said, continuing to glare at his interlocutor. I understand you, cleaner, Tsunade answered as calmly as possible, although her hands were shaking traitorously, betraying her excitement. I hope so. So what's up with my host's request? The blonde asked. I'll give him a detailed list of exercises and methods for performing them for the next week, then he'll need a new examination and a new list of exercises, the blonde answered, finally calming the trembling in her hands. That's great. Don't be mad at me, Tsunade-san, my job is to protect the host in every way possible, Naruto said, after which his eyes became completely blue again. Sorry, BA-chan, I didn't mean to, I just have secrets that I can't trust you with yet. It's all right, I know what the cleaners are, and your complaints about the senju are quite justified, the Sannin sighed tiredly, recalling the reports for that period found in the clan's archive. If they had gotten to the Uzumaki, the senju and Konoha could have been written off. After all, Hashirama had too many skeletons in his closet, although the last words of Naruto's second personality were somewhat reassuring. Come to my office, I'll give you all the information you need about the exercises. From now on, you'll come to me for an examination every Wednesday and no one else. Is that clear? Yes, BA-chan, everything is clear, the Jinchuriki answered, trying not to look Senju in the eyes, feeling guilty for what had happened, after which he followed the woman who had left the laboratory. A few minutes later they were already sitting in her office, where she was sorting through a folder with various exercises intended for shinobi recovering from serious injuries. Half an hour of searching and shuffling sheets, and a thick stack of documents with detailed descriptions of the exercises, how to do them correctly, in what order and in what quantity per day falls into Naruto's hands. And Tsunade-bie-chan, I wanted to know if there was a way to get vitamins and mineral supplements? Uzumaki asked. Yes, you can. Now I'll write out everything you need according to the results of the study. Take this paper to the doctor on duty on the first floor, he'll give you everything and tell you how, when, and how much to take, the blonde said, quickly scribbling something on a small piece of paper. If you have any questions or problems, contact me. Thank you, BA-chan, the blonde man thanked the woman, heading towards the exit. You're welcome, Senju said quietly, looking closely at the back of the boy as he left, trying to remember who he reminded her of. Nawaki, where are you now? The question remained unanswered. Tsunade plunged into her memories, forgetting about all the pressing problems for a while. Meanwhile, Naruto quickly went down to the first floor and, having received all the medicine from the doctor on duty, went home. On the way, he met new acquaintances from the Uchiha clan, who cast angry glances at him, but did not dare to start a fight right in the middle of the street. Passing by, the Jinchuriki pretended not to notice them, and calmly walked on. The house greeted him with emptiness. Quickly taking the papers given to him by Tsunade to his room, he began to study the contents of the refrigerator, thinking about what to treat Guy and Lee, who were invited to dinner. And what are you trying to find there? Atsushi's voice came from behind him. Hello, Grandpa. Yes, I'm thinking about what we'll treat the guests to, the blonde answered. I've already ordered everything, they should be delivered soon. Are you absolutely sure that the idea of accepting this boy into the clan is a good one? The gray-haired man asked. More than that, Lee will become an excellent master of taijutsu in the future, and the clan will need a good mentor in this discipline for the newly arrived members of the clan in the future, and I am sure that he can be trusted, Naruto answered. Well, I won't argue with you, but will he agree? The clan leader asked distantly. He will agree. Rock is an orphan and understands perfectly well that sooner or later he will most likely have to join some clan. But he has already crossed the path of many families, only thanks to the intercession of Guy and my father he is still alive and well. So I don't think he will refuse the offer to join the clan, the future head of which he protected from the attack of the Uchiha, Naruto said. Well, let's hope you're right, and now go upstairs and get yourself in order, Atsushi advised, heading to the gates of the estate, to which his order had already been delivered. Naruto spent the remaining hour in his room, took a shower and, deciding not to bother with choosing clothes, put on a clean gray kimono, after which he sat down to study the papers given to him by Tsunade. There were only 30 exercises, each with a 5-6-page manual describing the implementation and standards. He was distracted from this activity by a clone of his grandfather, who said that guests had arrived. Having carefully put the documents in a pile, the blonde went downstairs. Guy and his student were already in the living room and exchanging greetings with his grandfather. Might was in the standard clothing of the Konoha Jonin, a blue turtleneck with a long neck, a green Jonin vest over it, black pants wrapped in bandages at the bottom, in light combat boots with a drawstring. Rock was in a white t-shirt with a blue vest over it, in black pants and ordinary closed sandals. "Good afternoon, Mato-san, Lee-san," the Jinchuriki greeted the guests. "Good day, Naruto-dano," Guy answered for both of them. "Please come to the table," Atsushi said, gesturing for everyone to follow into the dining room. The dinner was held in a light and relaxed atmosphere. The Jonin and the clan leader shared memories of the most significant events of Konoha from their past. The taijutsu master even recalled one joint mission. After a hearty and tasty dinner, the gray-haired man decided to move on to a serious conversation. "Guy, I must thank you for such a skilled and well-mannered student who came to the aid of my grandson in a difficult moment," the old man began. "Thank you for such praise, Atsushi-san. It is a great honor for me to receive it from someone like you," Mato replied with great respect. "And to you, young man, I want to offer to become a member of our clan with all the rights and obligations of a full member of the Uzumaki clan." The old Uzumaki turned to Lee. Rock looked at him in shock, not even trying to say anything. He simply blinked his eyes and opened his mouth, but without making a sound. "Atsushi-san, as always, why would you dump such news on a person without any preparation?" Guy shook his head, bringing his student to his senses with light slaps to his cheeks. "And aren't you afraid of the consequences? Many clan children have complaints about my student. And the Uzumaki clan has such a score to settle with most of the Konoha clans, so they'd better shove their complaints somewhere far away, or else we'll remind them of them," the old man snorted. "So, Rock Lee, are you ready to become a member of the Uzumaki clan and bear the burden that agreeing to my proposal will place on you with dignity? It is a great honor for me to receive such an offer from the head of the Uzumaki clan. I accept it with great joy and swear to become worthy of the honor bestowed upon me," the boy said, looking at Atsushi with eyes full of determination to follow the spoken words until his last breath. The old man only smiled kindly. "Well then, Uzumaki Lee, welcome to our family," the Jinchuriki said, extending his hand to his old new friend. "Thank you, Naruto-san," the bushy-browed man replied, shaking her hand firmly. "No, san, or sama, you and I are, first and foremost, friends and comrades, so just Naruto," the blonde said, feeling his bones begin to crack pitifully from the force of the brunette's handshake. Afterwards, Atsushi and Guy spent several hours discussing the terms of Guy's further training with Lee, while the Jinchuriki gave his friend a tour of the house and the clan's estate as a whole. After that, Might, having received a scroll from the clan head certifying Rock's entry into the clan, took his student and went with him to the Hokage Tower to re-register his personal file and all documents. "You know, you weren't wrong when you asked to accept him into the clan. He's a good guy, stubborn and true to his word. He'll make a worthy Uzumaki," the old man said contentedly. "Well, I wouldn't advise anything bad. After all, my bijou is good at reading people's feelings. And Lee is a man who is trying to make our world at least a little bit better and fairer, ready to lay down his life for this," Naruto answered. "How was the trip?" "Okay, the first construction materials and construction teams will start arriving the day after tomorrow. By the way, wouldn't you like to check what elements you are predisposed to?" the gray-haired man asked, taking a black box out of the seal. "That would be nice," the Jinchuriki agreed. "Let's go to the backyard," said old Uzumaki. In the backyard there was a small area covered with sand with 3 pillars on the side farthest from the entrance. Opening the box, Atsushi took out 5 sheets of paper and laid them on the lid of the box. In response to Naruto's surprised look, he spoke. Otherwise it will not be clear to what elements you have a predisposition and to what extent. The old man explained his actions. Now put a finger of your right hand on each leaf and send chakra into them. I see, the boy said, following his grandfather's instructions. Under the influence of the chakra, all 5 sheets were cut into 2 even halves. This is the first time I've seen this, the gray-haired man said, puzzled. And what does that mean? Naruto asked in surprise, realizing that he had lost 2 of the 3 elements available to him in the previous world. That means the wind element will be given to you with incredible ease. You will be able to create the D, C, B techniques with just one thought without any seals or shouts, and the A and S rank techniques will require only a few of the most basic seals. In my memory, you are the first one who has only 1 element, Atsushi said. Does that mean I won't see any other elements? The blonde asked resignedly. Yes, that's right. But with the wind you will be able to achieve such success that you will even be able to calmly destroy the strongest fire techniques with wind techniques. The grandfather pleased his grandson. It's powerful, though. It's good that I'm well acquainted with this element from the previous world, Naruto whistled. And now, I think it's time for you to get back to training in physical fitness and taijutsu, as well as chakra control. Until the evening, Atsushi said goodbye, disappearing into the shunshin. The Jinchuriki, having gone up to his room, quickly put on a gray training uniform, consisting of a wrestling shirt and breeches, after which, having sealed Tsunade's papers in a scroll, he went to the 5th training ground. After being accepted into the Lee clan and beginning training for the upcoming Genin exam, Naruto's days began to fly by completely unnoticed. The day turned into a monotonous string of events: getting up, morning meditation, breakfast, exercise with a warm-up, then an hour of physical training, 3 hours of taijutsu, which were often led by Itachi's clone or himself, then lunch in the company of his sister or Lee, then 2 hours of practicing chakra control, followed by 2 hours of training in mastering the knowledge of Fuinjutsu left over from the previous Naruto, after which the boy took a break for an hour, usually spending it in his mother's room, telling her about his past or listening to her stories. Then there were 2 hours of work with the elements, as a result of which most genin began to avoid the 5th training ground like the plague, away from sin. Then there was dinner in the company of his grandfather, 2 hours of evening meditation and 7 hours of healthy sleep. The monotony of the days was so overwhelming for the blonde that it was only on the 3rd day that he realized that his father and sister, whom he had run into one morning in the bathroom, had moved into his grandfather's house. This happened 3 weeks after he had started training. The next significant event was Kushina's discharge from the hospital 3 weeks later, marked for the Jinchuriki by 2 days of rest and a serious showdown between her father and mother. The woman said that she was going to soon return to the ranks of the Konoha shinobi, to which Minato rebelled, because, as he said, he had enough worries about the children, who were soon going to participate in the exam for the title of Chunin in the allied Konoha, missed. The result of the showdown was a service that died a hero's death, a couple of flower pots and a chair. As a result, an agreement was reached that Kushina would begin to actively perform the duties of a Jonin sensei only after completing a full course of rehabilitation procedures and a subsequent repeat exam for Jonin, which would be administered by 3 sannin. Naruto and Kid watched the scene from behind the couch, not risking getting under the hot hand of one of the parents. After that, Naruto's training resumed, and there were only a few days left until the scheduled exam. The early exam for the title of Genin was scheduled for Sunday, the only day off for her students and teachers who wanted to get out of the boring walls of the academy as soon as possible. There were surprisingly many participants, almost 3 dozen candidates. They all gathered in a small auditorium designed for 30 students, with 5 rows of desks and a teacher's table in front of them, huge windows flooding it with bright light, which made it unbearably stuffy. A list of participants hung on the board and a vague explanation of what kind of tests awaited those gathered. Among them, Uzumaki was surprised to find Shikamaru, who, having settled comfortably on the last desk, was carefully observing the assembled group. A row below, Kiba was dozing, sprawled on a desk. the only more or less free place was next to him. Without asking anything, the Jinchuriki took it, not paying attention to his dozing neighbor, and began to study the assembled group. Most of them, 12 people, were Uchiha, plus 3 representatives of the Senju clan, among whom Naruto saw Tsunade's daughter, Kazu. Outwardly, she was almost an exact copy of her mother, only the color of her eyes was inherited from her great-grandfather. He met her during one of his weekly trips to the Irionen. The girl turned out to be an unusually friendly, sociable and active child. She did not suffer from high self-esteem due to her belonging to one of the strongest clans in the village. At 12, she had mastered the element of water at the level of a chunin, and for several years, in parallel with her studies at the academy, she had been attending courses for Mirnin and had managed to achieve certain success in this field. Naruto learned all this in literally 10 minutes of communication during their first meeting. Seeing him, the blonde smiled affably and raised her hand in greeting. The Jinchuriki responded with a nod. He did not want to attract unnecessary attention from the Uchiha to his person, since crippling red-eyed upstarts was not part of his plans. Also present in the audience were members of the Aburame and Yamanaka clans. The remaining 9 people were clanless and completely unfamiliar to the blonde. Soon 4 people in the form of Leaf Jonin entered the audience. Naruto recognized Kakashi in one of them. Everyone gathered immediately took their seats. Relative silence ensued, broken only by the sounds coming from outside the window. Greetings to all gathered. I am the eldest of the group observing today's exam. It will consist of several parts. The first is a test of your theoretical knowledge. Now each of you will be given a form with 5 questions. I warn you right away. Each form is individual and trying to copy is useless. You need to give a detailed answer to the questions. You will have 2 hours for this. Masashi, hand out the forms, Hataki ordered, taking the teacher's place, after which he took a book from his bag, in which Naruto easily recognized Jiraiya's creation. You can start working as soon as you receive your version of the tasks. Having received his option, the Jinchuriki began to examine the sheet with interest. There was nothing difficult for him in the questions. The first question was related to the period of Tobirama's reign. It was necessary to highlight the most outstanding achievements of Konoha, during the time that he was in power. The answer was given immediately. After all, ANBU knew how to make you know the history of your own village well, and at the same time the history of all potential opponents. The second question concerned the chakra circulation system, its most vulnerable places and ways to protect them. Kurama helped Naruto cope with this. After all, who, if not the owner of the Byakugan, would understand this better than others? The third question was supposed to test the genin's knowledge of the basics of encryption, which for the blonde as a former ANBU turned out to be a mere trifle. The fourth was related to geography, the rules of orientation on the ground, which caused Uzumaki serious difficulties. After all, he was unfamiliar with the local geography and decided not to answer the first part of the question, but described the second in detail. The fifth question concerned knowledge of the Iron Code, in particular its section on rules of conduct with an employer. Having finished with the questions, Naruto put the paper on the edge of the table, then leaned back in his chair, starting to carefully study what was happening in the classroom. The Uchihas had already finished their work in full force and were now mostly pretending to be stone statues. The only one of them who was not doing this was a girl who looked about 14 years old. She, like the blonde, was watching what was happening in the office, apparently feeling his intense gaze, turned to him and played a staring game with him for a few seconds, after which, contentedly sparkling her blue eyes, she turned away. Meanwhile, Kiba, who was sitting next to him, also finished with the assignments and lay down on the desk, his whole appearance exuding fatigue and despondency. Shikamaru, who had solved everything first, was sleeping with his eyes open at the back desk. After 2 hours, there were no candidates left in the classroom who had not completed the assignments, and Kakashi, having signaled his assistants to collect the answers, spoke. The second part will be a test of your knowledge of ninjutsu. You need to perform a replacement, illusionary clones, henge and one elemental technique of at least rank C. Is everything clear to everyone? Well, since everyone understands, then we're heading to the academy training ground," Kakashi commanded, disappearing in a whirlwind of leaves. The children and teenagers followed with sour expressions. Many of them were mentally exhausted by the first part. After all, most of the academy, with the exception of the last-year students, had never been to practical classes in particularly difficult conditions. By the time everyone reached the site, the jonins had already settled in the shade of the only tree, having gotten some cold juice from somewhere, were drinking it, waiting for the test subjects. "Is everyone here? Has anyone escaped?" Hataki asked, standing up. "Now line up in 4 columns and come up to me and my assistants one by one, demonstrate the henge, clones, and replacement for the next person in the column. Let's begin." Those gathered quickly carried out Kakashi's order. After all, the academy taught strict discipline and quick execution of orders from seniors in rank or position. Naruto stood at the head of the column, which handed over the techniques personally to Hataki. Having received permission from the jonin to perform the techniques, the Jinchuriki immediately summoned 3 clones, who followed him and used henge on the first 3 Hokage, and Naruto himself turned into Jiraiya. "Well, Kakashi, would you like an autograph?" Uzumaki said in the voice of a sannin with a kind smile. Hataki's only eye popped out of surprise, and his hand automatically reached for the book hidden in his pouch. Only at the last moment the jonin was able to pull himself back, and the blonde in the meantime dispelled the clones and replaced them with a girl from the Uchiha clan, who then turned to face him, demonstrating a Sharingan with 3 tomo, which gave him goosebumps. So, because of childish stupidity, he did not want to reveal his skills at all, and the brunette, winking at him, turned away, forcing him to think. Naruto followed the further passage with half an eye, mentally communicating with Kurama. From this activity he was distracted by the same Uchiha, who poked him in the side. "Uzumaki, why are you asleep there or something?" asked the gray-haired man. "Demonstrate the attacking technique of the elements, on those targets over there." Futon, Kazakiri, no Jutsu, the Jinchuriki mouthed the name of the technique, sending a wind blade into a pillar standing 50 meters away from him, which easily cut it, and then hit the ground a couple dozen meters behind it, raising clumps of earth and dust into the air. The jonin looked with wide eyes at the effects of the technique, then at its creator, while Kakashi, with a look full of incomprehension, gave the command to get ready to the next candidate. The children looked in surprise at the blonde, about whose weakness there were many rumors in the village, but they understood that they had absolutely no basis. All the shinobi in Konoha knew that futon was an extremely rare element for the village's fighters, and those who mastered it could only use techniques with many hand seals. And now before their eyes only a contender for the title of genin without seals created a technique of at least rank B. Following Naruto, the audience was surprised by a girl from the Uchiha clan, who created the fire dragon technique, which Kakashi was going to stop with a wall of water, when it was covered with a ligature of symbols a few meters before her, after which it disappeared. No one except Hataki himself understood what exactly had happened. The jonin glanced meaningfully at the blonde, who was putting a small scroll in his pocket. Then the candidates demonstrated a variety of fire, earth, and water techniques, and Shikamaru surprised the Jinchuriki by using a lightning technique. "Now each of you will demonstrate the basics of Fuinjutsu, creating explosive seals and sealing inanimate objects into a scroll. Whoever doesn't know how to do this, 10 steps to the left," the gray-haired jonin informed the assembled. Many of those gathered looked at the jonin in horror, because this discipline was taught exclusively in the last year of training, due to the lack of specialists and their workload. Of the 29 people, only 5 remained: Naruto, Shikamaru, Kiba, Kazu, and the blue-eyed Uchiha. "Proceed." Nara was the first to complete the task. In a couple of seconds he created an explosive seal, after which he tied it to a kunai and sent it flying. The clearing was filled with the sound and fiery flash of the explosion. Inuzuka followed him. His explosive tag was slightly weaker, but the fiery flash covered a solid area. The explosive seal performed by Kazu turned into a series of medium-strength explosions, following at a certain interval. Uchiha created an explosive seal filled with fragments. As a result of the explosion of which 3 wooden stumps turned into dust. What are you waiting for? Kakashi asked, nodding at the paper and brush. I don't need this. Cats. A powerful explosion shook the platform, the air wave crashed with a roar against the barrier set up by the ANBU fighters, the academy building shook slightly, cracks appeared in some places, the genin looked in horror at the grinning blonde. This is what happens when a Fuinjutsu specialist is distracted from creating a seal. I'll keep that in mind. Now let's move on to sealing, Hatake said loudly, drawing attention to himself. Everything went without incident here. Now let's move on to the last stage, taijutsu. One-on-one fights, you can use everything except ninjutsu and fuinjutsu. Is it possible to kill the enemy? Naruto asked calmly, which made some people look at him with apprehension. You can, but you don't have to. Even though you signed a waiver of claims against the village, I don't like the prospect of writing 100 or 500 pages of a report on why one of you kicked the bucket during an exam where I was in charge, Hatake replied with a heavy sigh. Thank you, I'll try not to overdo it, the blonde grinned contentedly, which had already scared almost everyone. Fear is the worst ally before a fight, even if it's such an insignificant one. The first fight is Uchiha Yoshiro vs Yamanaka Seiichi. One of the Jonin assistants gave the signal for the fight. Almost everyone watched with interest as the 2 clan shinobi with different close combat styles fought, while Kiba approached Uzumaki, who was standing at a distance from the others. Did you decide to scare the kids at home before the fight? He asked without looking at his interlocutor. Something like that, the blonde shrugged. You know, I've heard a lot about you, but I would never have thought that the legendary groom hunter would be my age, Inuzuka chuckled. What are you talking about now? Naruto asked. About several corpses of various visiting suitors, after whose deaths a legend began to circulate among the ordinary inhabitants of the village about a hunter of suitors trying to get one of the Heim clans of Konoha as a wife. He is elusive and merciless, he is a bloody and cruel killer, but in fact he is just a 12-year-old boy. It is funny, though, said the dog handler, watching as Uchiha knocked out Yamanaka. What makes you think I'm involved in this? The Jinchuriki asked, tilting his head to the side. Yes, it's simple, 6 of the unsuccessful suitors were killed using Fuinjutsu, an extremely high level that is inaccessible even to the strongest jonin of the village, and you have now demonstrated a level that they could not even dream of, and no one would ever believe that you were involved in this, even if you were caught at the scene of the crime, because your failure as a shinobi is a generally accepted fact. Inuzuka laid out his arguments. So what now? Naruto asked, looking at his interlocutor. Now, I'll just say thank you, Kiba grinned. After all, with your actions you helped my older sister too. Don't be afraid, I won't give you away, the Inuzukas aren't informers. You're welcome. By the way, where's your Ninken? Naruto asked. Akamaru is waiting for me at the entrance. He was forbidden to enter the academy, you see, he scares the beginners. Well, so what if he's a big wolf, what's wrong with that? Are they shinobi or what? The brunette grumbled discontentedly, for whom such an attitude towards his faithful 4-legged partner and friend was simply outrageous. I see, I think it's time for you to go, Uzumaki said, pointing at Kakashi, who was calling Inuzuka. Thank you, I have a suggestion to go and sit at a dango restaurant after the exam. What do you say? Inuzuka asked, already heading towards the jonin. If the others don't mind, the blonde replied. They won't, Kiba assured him, jumping up from his seat. His fight against another Uchiha was surprisingly short, only 10 seconds, at a speed a couple of times faster than the owner of the Sharingan. Inuzuka made a dash, delivering one crushing blow to the jaw, from which the opponent simply could not get to his feet, and one of the jonin had to bring him back to order. Memorable were also the fights of Kazu against Aburame, and Shikamaru against the Uchiha, whom the Master of Shadows simply mocked. The last was the fight of Naruto himself, against the blue-eyed girl from the Uchiha. The girl activated her dojutsu as soon as she and the blonde greeted each other and tried to catch him in genjutsu, but to her surprise, she almost missed a strong blow to the solar plexus area when she thought she had succeeded. Having dodged the blow with a backward jump, the girl immediately put up a block, taking a rather strong blow from which a bruise immediately began to appear. In response, she tried to get the Jinchuriki with a kick in the side, which she succeeded in doing, but did not bring the desired result. The blow passed by. Having broken the distance, both opponents froze in their places for a few seconds, waiting for the enemy to start attacking. Naruto was the first to move, tried to take victory over the opponent with speed, but ran into a reliable defense, and having received 2 strong blows to the body, he was forced to retreat and go on the defensive. Actively using the advantages of her Sharingan, the girl went on the attack. The blonde dodged the blow to the head, then had to put a hard block on the kick, and then jump back to avoid the sweep, but even this did not save him from a strong kick from the brunette to the chest, from which he fell on his back, rolled away from another blow, barely managed to get up when he received a knee to the face, but managed to grab his opponent by the leg and throw her to the ground, winning a second necessary to assess the situation. With a kick, the Jinchuriki raised a lot of dust and sand into the air, forcing the Uchiha to cover his eyes with his hand. After all, Dojutsu was simultaneously the main strength and weakness of the clan, after which he made a dash forward, managing to make a painful hold of the hand covering her eyes and knock his opponent to the ground. "The fight is over," Kakashi said, appearing next to him and forcing Naruto to let go of the girl's hand. "The winner is Uzumaki Naruto. You fought well too, Izumi, you just got an extremely inconvenient opponent." "Thank you for the fight, Izumi," the Jinchuriki said, helping the brunette to get up. "Thank you too, it seems Itachi has been working on you for a reason," Uchiha grinned. "You will learn about the results of the exam tomorrow. The list of those who passed will be posted on the notice board on the first floor." "Now everyone is free," Hatake said, disappearing in a whirlwind of leaves together with his assistants. Kiba immediately approached the blonde, accompanied by Shikamaru and Kazu, while the rest of the participants went about their business. A couple of Uchiha tried to take Izumi with them, but Inuzuka and Senju sent them away, saying a few kind words to them. "So, are we going to a restaurant?" Nara asked, not showing even a hint of sleepiness or laziness. "Yeah, we got rid of your friends, so we can take a break from them for a couple of hours, Izumi," Kiba said, pleased with himself. "Yeah, thank you, but what if they report Fugaku again?" "I don't need problems with my future relative," Uchiha sighed resignedly. "Oh, don't worry, he won't touch you. After all, only Shisui can compete with Itachi in strength in your clan, but they are best friends, so just relax and enjoy life," Senju advised, jumping onto the fence of the academy. Everyone else followed her. "It's easy for you to say, your father won't say a word against you, because he really wants to live," Izumi chuckled. "Well, so what if his mom keeps him under her thumb? It's his own fault," Kazu shrugged, jumping to the ground and heading towards the nearest restaurant that sold various delicacies. Gradually, all the guys got involved in the conversation. Yuriko joined them in the restaurant in the company of Shisui, Keed, and Lee, as a result of which the conversation dragged on for several hours, and Naruto acquired several comrades, at least comrades for now, and then time will tell. Meanwhile, Kakashi was carefully studying the answers to the questions that Uzumaki had given, and with each of them the hair on the Jonin's head stood on end. After finishing with this, the gray-haired man thought about something intently for several minutes, squeezing the sheet of paper in his hand. After which he moved with the help of a special ANBU technique straight to the Hokage's office, who was sorting through another stack of documents. "Did something happen?" "The exam seemed to go almost smoothly," Minato asked, looking up at his best student. "Here, sensei, look at this," Hatake said, handing Naruto's answer option to the fourth. "What's surprising about this?" Namikaze asked, quickly running his gaze over the sheet. "How does he know about the internal reforms concerning ANBU?" It is not in any available source of information. These things are still classified as top secret, and only the commanders of the various ANBU departments and you have access to them, Kakashi said, hinting that perhaps the ruler of the village himself was to blame for this leak. You are forgetting about the fact that Naruto is Atsushi's direct successor and the future head of the Uzumaki clan, which means he has full access to the clan's archive, and the Uzumaki, during Tobirama's reign, were in charge of the village's military department, and they have all the detailed information in the reports. I'm even sure that it was on their initiative that those reforms were carried out, Minato reminded his student. What about the second question then? How can he know such things? Does he have a Byakugan? Although, here he may have found the information in the archive again, the owner of the Sharingan said, scratching the back of his head. Atsushi trained him in this matter. He has a wealth of experience in cutting up Hyuga organs. The fourth exhaled loudly, signing another document. No, well, what about the third question? How does he know the most modern developments of ANBU in data encryption? This is completely beyond my understanding. It feels like the Uzumaki still have the entire military department of Konoha by the balls. Hatake spread his hands. I have to agree with the latter. You know yourself, Atsushi's authority is unquestionable for the old ANBU, which is probably why the Uzumaki clan's legacy hasn't been torn apart yet. So this is most likely the work of the old fox. He and Danzo are real schemers, although they do everything for the good of the village, Minato said with a hint of discontent in his voice. The fourth question left me completely stupefied. He knows all the ways of orientation on the terrain, the features of various climates and natural zones, but at the same time he is a complete zero in the geography of the most significant places of our country. How can this be? The Jonin asked regretfully. Maybe he just couldn't decide which places to write in? Although, knowing Kushina, I can say that he probably just doesn't bother studying this aspect, Namikaze answered, scratching his chin. That's clear. And do you know that Naruto has mastered the futon at the highest level? Even Danzo can't create a B-rank technique without seals. The gray-haired man was indignant. According to Atsushi, Naruto has only one single element, and you yourself understand what that means, the fourth said meaningfully. However, your son is full of surprises. This whole story about his weakness as a shinobi, I understand it's just a screen to allow Atsushi to properly train the boy? Hatake asked, raising an eyebrow. Minato agreed with him. He and the old Uzumaki had thought of this option a long time ago. You understand that this should remain a secret. Naturally, and no one removed the seal of silence from me, just as they did not relieve me of my position as captain of the ANBU Rapid Response Squad. But why did you decide to put it on display now? It was because of the Uchiha's movements, right? Kakashi asked. Yes, in part. There have been too many reports about them lately, Namikaze nodded. I see, thank you for the explanation, sensei. Good day to you, the gray-haired man said. Disappearing into the shunshin, leaving the teacher alone to struggle with piles of waste paper. The sun rolled slowly across the sky. The villagers hurried about their business, children ran around the playgrounds with joyful cries, merchants praised their goods in every possible way, calling out to customers. Shinobi, barely noticeable shadows, moved along the wires and poles, and teams of genin gathered on the playgrounds to wait for their sensei. Naruto was sitting under the shade of a tree with his sister and her teammate. Kichiro Suzuki, a 15-year-old boy with brown hair, pointed face, slightly squinty brown eyes, a hooked nose, burn marks on his right cheek, blue pants, a flak jacket with a genin protector attached to the right side, standard shinobi sandals, and casting fleeting lustful glances at Kid, which irritated the blonde. Namikaze, however, was not paying attention to him, looking at everyone gathered. She was wearing an expensive flak jacket, not even available to all jonins, due to its exorbitant price, which was well fitted to her figure. Naruto did not restrict movement and did not squeeze her chest. On her legs were blue pants, tucked into boots with a small heel, long hair braided into one tight braid so as not to interfere with movement and in battle. Uzumaki was in exactly the same flak jacket as his sister, in blue pants, the ends of which were tucked into high-top boots with laces. All those gathered were in identical uniforms, and such unification pleased the eye of the former ANBU, although it was mandatory only during missions and being outside the village, giving hope that the discipline of the local genin was much better than in his past world. Almost 2.5 months had passed since Naruto received his protector, during which time he had managed to work well with his sister and Kichiro. They had been outside of Konoha twice, carrying out missions to escort caravans, but had never met even simple robbers. Today was a significant day for everyone gathered. Today they were supposed to go to the exam for the title of Chunin, which would be held in the village of the Hidden Mist. Greetings to all gathered. The voice of the fourth was heard from the balcony of the residence, behind whom stood the Jonin sensei. All the gathered genin immediately, as if by magic, lined up in even columns and ranks. I think there is no need to explain the reason for your gathering here. I will only inform you that our caravan will set out in an hour from the eastern gate. I advise everyone to stock up on fresh water. We have a day of sea voyage ahead of us. Assembly in 40 minutes, disperse. The area emptied almost instantly. Only Naruto was walking away towards the eastern gate, which caused Minato to smirk as he watched him go. Namikaze was surprised to realize that his son was already head and shoulders above most of the village's jonin in strength and experience, and at the same time skillfully hid it, often directing the people he needed to a specific goal, barely noticeably interfering in their lives. Shaking his head, the Hokage headed to the meeting room, where all the jonin whose genin had been declared to participate in the exam had gathered for a final briefing before leaving. The ships with the delegation from Konoha slowly entered the main harbor of the Hidden Mist village. The genin looked at the surrounding landscapes and the many other ships that had already docked with surprise. Only Naruto and Kakashi stood at the bow and looked at what was happening around them with indifference, occasionally exchanging insignificant phrases. Uzumaki was able to establish good relations with Hatake, got acquainted with his large family, with great difficulty getting used to seeing him as the head of the family, but even in this world he did not get rid of the habit of constantly reading Jiraiya's books, and it seems he applied the knowledge he gleaned from there in practice. Soon the pier appeared with several people greeting them, among whom the blonde was surprised to recognize two swordsmen of the mist, Hoshigaki Kisame and Momochi Zabuza. Both were in the standard uniform of their village with huge swords on their backs. With faces expressing calm comparable to the calm of the vast ocean that lay to the east of the island. The genin and their sensei quickly lined up on the deck at Kakashi's command. As soon as the gangway was lowered from the side of the ship, the jonin came out accompanied by several civilians. I am glad to welcome allies to the land of our village, Kisame said, slightly bowing his head in greeting. Likewise, Hatake responded to the greeting, handing the swordsman a scroll sealed with the fourth's personal seal. Hokage-sama asked me to convey that he is pleased to accept the Mizukige's offer to be a guest at the third stage of the exam and will arrive here in a week accompanied by his family. I'll pass the news on to Mei-sama, Hoshigaki said, quickly tucking the scroll into one of his vest pockets and ending the official part of the meeting. Give command to your slackers and let's take a walk. Zabuza, arrange for the guests to be seated. Asuma, command the parade. You know where to look for me if anything happens. Kakashi gave the signal, accepting Kisame's invitation. Naruto watched all this with great interest, making notes for the future, to find out from the copyist of history, how he knew the owner of Samahata. He was distracted from these thoughts by Obito, who pushed him towards the exit, showing with his hand that Kid and Kichiro were already below. To this the blonde only chuckled and with a deft movement jumped over the railing, at once overcoming 20 meters and landing on both feet, attracting the attention of the genin from other villages to himself and his comrades with his antics, for which he immediately received a light slap on the back of the head from his smiling sister, who was already accustomed to such antics of her brother. After a short tour of the village, the genin were placed in a guest house specially designated for their delegation. The children and teenagers quickly dispersed to their rooms. Only Naruto with Lee and Keed went in search of something to eat. For them, after 2 months of training under the guidance of Guy and Atsushi, such trips were not a problem, unlike most of the participants. In the kitchen, to their surprise, they found Izumi Uchiha, who was chatting about something with a friendly smiling woman standing at the stove and fussing over boiling pots. As expected, the Uzumaki went out to look for food. Itachi's bride chuckled, gesturing for her friends to take the empty seats. "What are you doing here? You seem to be into diets all the time?" Keed asked, sitting down next to her friend. "Itachi promised to spank me if I even hinted at diets one more time," the brunette sighed, after which she added discontentedly. "He says I'm already small, skinny, and weak." "No, where am I weak?" "Yes, calm down, Izumi, he's just worried about you, and he's right about your thinness," Naruto said, quickly setting plates and cutlery on the table. "Moreover, he's partly right about your weakness." "And you too?" the girl growled angrily, clearly irritated by such an opinion regarding her powers. "You should have listened to me first, and then grumbled," the blonde replied, skillfully cutting the bread the woman had handed him. "Compared to the level of strength of Itachi and Shursui, you and I, and Lee and Keed, are snotty kids. He's used to measuring everyone by himself. That's why he often shows excessive concern for you. So calm down and don't get worked up over trifles. It's better to engage in intensive training upon returning home, in order to quickly reach a level of strength at which he won't worry when you're sent on a mission outside the village. Sometimes, I get the feeling that you're not 12 years old at all," Izumi said, accepting a pot of something that smelled like fish from the hostess. "And you live with my grandfather for a year, you'll quickly learn to think like adults. You know, his teaching methods are sometimes not at all childish," Naruto said, which made Keed and Lee, who were well acquainted with Atsushi's methods, shudder. At this point the conversation came to an end, as more and more different dishes began to appear on the table. And the smell of food began to attract the jonin. Having had a good snack, the genin went to their rooms. Naruto's morning began as usual, several hours earlier than all the other inhabitants of the house. Having climbed out onto the roof, he sat down in a meditation pose and began to perform the exercises that had already become routine, trying to take control of the senchakra, which stubbornly failed. The body's unpreparedness for such techniques still made itself felt. Having finished with the meditation, the blonde quickly went downstairs and, having taken a shower, went to the kitchen. By this time only a few jonin were on their feet. Lee, who was already warming up on the platform between the two guest houses in the company of a kunoichi from Sand, about the same age as him. The girl skillfully defended herself from the slow blows of Thick Brow and several times managed to knock him down, which made the Jinchuriki smile, because he was simply playing with an unexpected training partner. After all, even he often could not resist after Guy's blows, and Lee not only did this constantly, but sometimes even carried out effective attacks, so that Might could then show off huge black eyes for several hours. In the kitchen, the hostess and Kakashi were found, sitting at the table. Outwardly he was completely fine, but Naruto understood perfectly well from his look, Hatake had a wild hangover. After all, a jonin is not just anyone, he knows how to endure. Having responded to the blonde's greeting with a nod, he continued to silently fight his ailment. Having decided to take pity on the man, Uzumaki took out a couple of capsules with a universal antidote from the seal on his left hand, which helped to cope with poisoning with mild poisons, and at the same time helped well with a hangover. Taking a glass of water from the hostess, he put it in front of the gray-haired man and put the capsules in his hand, who, looking gratefully at the teacher's son, swallowed the medicine, emptying the glass in one gulp. "Thank you," Kakashi thanked the blonde, feeling how the hangover was quickly starting to recede. "Where did you get such an antidote?" "You're welcome," Naruto replied, helping the silent hostess set the table. "Tsunade gave me this, she said it would come in handy for the exam." "How do you manage to constantly beg her for something?" Hatake asked. "I just come and politely ask her for what I need, that's all," the Jinchuriki said, quickly starting to eat his breakfast. And what time does the exam start? Yes, we haven't thought of that yet. At 10, and one of the examiners will arrive for us at about 9, said the gray-haired man. Then I think it's time to wake up the others. And Kakashi-senpai, would you mind sharing the story of how you met the strongest swordsman of the current generation of swordsmen? The boy asked. Yes, it's time. I'll share, the Jonin agreed, watching as 5 copies of himself appeared next to Naruto. Get the people up, but be polite, the original ordered, after which they disappeared up the stairs leading to the upper floors. How long have you mastered this technique? The owner of the Sharingan asked, raising an eyebrow. About 2 years for sure. Enjoy your meal, senpai, I'll go wake up my sister. Mistress, thank you for the food, the Jinchuriki thanked the woman who continued to fuss at the stove. Quickly going up to the 3rd floor, Naruto knocked on the door, heard his sister's voice and permission to enter, went inside. Sitting in front of the mirror, Keed stubbornly tried to comb her hair, still damp after the shower, but she was doing it poorly. Shaking his head, the blonde took the comb from his sister and began to tidy up her hair himself. A little wind chakra and her hair was already completely dry. I see you have a personal hairdresser, Izumi's voice was heard as she came out of the bathroom wrapped in a fluffy robe. Good morning, Naruto. Good day, Izumi, the Jinchuriki responded, starting to braid his hair, something he had to learn to do in the previous world, when he had to constantly help Kurama with this. You should hurry up, we have to leave for the first stage of the exam in an hour. Thank you for warning me. Be a human being and help Izumi, otherwise it won't be good if she shows up in public like this, Namikaze said, taking her uniform and heading to the bathroom. No problem. Izumi, sit down and don't move, gesturing for Uchiha to take a seat on the chair in front of the mirror. Thank you, the girl said, thanking him for the offered help, sitting down on a chair. Having dried the brunette's hair with wind chakra, Uzumaki quickly combed it and braided it, leaving 2 strands on the sides, after which he was about to leave the room, when right at the door he was caught by the question of the blue-eyed Uchiha. Naruto, tell me honestly, where did you learn this? Asked the girl, looking intently at her friend's back. And don't lie that you learned this from Keed, even she can't handle such long hair so neatly and quickly. Sorry, Izumi, but I can't answer that question yet, the blonde said calmly. Each of us has enough secrets of our own, right, Namikaze Izumi? How do you know? The girl asked seriously, realizing that the boy standing in front of her was not a child at all. Knowledge of the basic principles of genetics and some unpleasant moments from the history of the village concerning my family, the Jinchuriki answered. And what do you know? Uchiha asked quietly. Everything, from beginning to end, and let's end our conversation here until next time, Naruto said as he left the room, leaving the girl alone. An hour later, all of Konoha's genin, 21 in number, stood at the huge building of the Hidden Mist Shinobi Academy, with the village's sign hanging above the main entrance, large windows, a slightly bluish color of the stone the building was made of, and a crowd of participants from various villages standing in groups all over the courtyard. The Mist and Leaf genin tried to stay away from the Rock and Lightning Shinobi, to whom both villages had many mutual grievances since the last full-scale war of the 5 great hidden villages. Greetings to all, said Momochi, falling silent for a few seconds to let the participants line up. Now, one by one, we go inside, receiving our seat number and quietly and calmly taking it. I warn you right away that any team will be excluded even for simply trying to start a verbal altercation, not to mention fights. Is everything clear to everyone? Seeing the silent consent of those gathered, he gave the signal and the genin filed inside. Naruto was pleased to note that there were 3 Hyuga present at the exam from Lightning, one of whom was Niji, and a plan for the upcoming adventure slowly began to emerge in the Jinchuriki's head. Soon, all the candidates for the title of Chunin were already sitting in the auditorium, which was almost no different from their counterparts at the Konoha Academy, with the exception of the map of the Land of Water hanging above the board. Looking around the room, Uzumaki noted to himself that those who could cause a conflict were seated as far away from each other as possible. With great surprise, Naruto found the no Sabaku family in the hall when he turned around and met Gaara's calm gaze, and quickly turned away from him so as not to create unnecessary problems for himself. Soon everyone was given forms with assignments and Zabuza began explaining the conditions for passing the exam. In front of each of you there is a sheet with 10 tasks. The task of each team is to get at least 5 points between the 3 of you. Any attempts to cheat will result in immediate expulsion. You have exactly 1 hour to complete the tasks. Any questions? No questions. Proceed. Haku's time, Zabuza gave the order, sitting down at the teacher's table and giving a barely noticeable sign, which Naruto noticed only thanks to the training he had undergone in ANBU, but he could only guess about its purpose, to the people in Chunin uniforms sitting on all sides of the genin. After reading the tasks on the form, Uzumaki was surprised to realize that their level was no higher than that of a strong genin with 6 months or more of operational experience. He managed to understand the reason for such easy questions a few seconds later, when he felt a huge fatigue descend on his consciousness. And with each passing second it became difficult to concentrate even on simply reading the question, not to mention trying to answer them. Closing his eyes for a few seconds, the blonde plunged into meditation, quickly dispelling the mind-altering technique created by people in Chunin uniforms and sitting with notebooks, after which he coped with the questions in a couple of minutes. Having finished with the tasks, the Jinchuriki was surprised to find that there were only 10 minutes left until the end of the first stage. Having glanced at the audience with a quick glance, he discovered that not many had coped with the pressure exerted by the technique of interrogation specialists. After thinking for a bit, Naruto decided to help the assembled, because he wasn't sure that if there were few opponents in the second stage, it would be easy for him to carry out his plan. Concentrating, he released a wave of chakra from the seal left by the previous owner of the body into the surrounding space, which simply swept away the technique of the mist shinobi, and those genin who completed the task on their own, forced them to turn in his direction. Zabuza only opened one eye, and smiled slightly with the corners of his lips. The swordsman was clearly pleased with this development of events. Time's up, Haku informed the genin, causing his teacher to finally wake up. Everyone sign your papers and put them on the edge of the table. One on the left to the exit, step forward. Momochi commanded, after which he said something to his student, pointing at Naruto. As they were leaving the office, one of the last representatives of the Yuki clan took the Jinchuriki aside and asked him to wait a bit, saying that the head examiner of the stage wanted to talk to him. A few minutes later, the owner of the decapitator came out into the empty corridor. You surprised me, kid. Would never have thought that someone would decide to complicate their life in such a way, the swordsman chuckled. Why do you think that many opponents are difficult for me? The blonde asked. At your age, only a few exceptions from the general mass are capable of taking a person's life, Momochi answered, after which he took a scroll from his vest pocket. Here, take it, it will come in handy at the next stage. Consider me such an exception. Thank you, Naruto grinned, accepting the scroll and immediately hiding it in his vest pocket. See you later, Zabuza-san. Yeah, the brunette replied, disappearing into a whirlwind of water. Keed, Lee and Izumi's team were waiting for Naruto at the building, who immediately tried to find out the reasons for his delay. The Jinchuriki just waved them off and suggested taking a walk around the village. The idea was received with enthusiasm. They returned to the guest house already in the evening. Their disappearance was not even noticed, at least no one reprimanded them. Sitting on the roof in the evening, the Jinchuriki was meditating, which allowed him to greatly enhance all his senses, the sense of chakra, hearing, sight, smell and touch. This is what allowed him to sense Izumi approaching him. The girl walked completely silently. In her hands was a kunai, which Naruto sensed thanks to the smell of specific substances that the Konoha shinobi treated them with. Have you really decided to get rid of me? Uzumaki asked, without opening his eyes or moving a single muscle. The girl froze for a second, then the sound of an iron kunai falling on a stone roof was heard, followed by barely audible sobs. "I'm not even capable of that," Izumi whispered to herself, burying her face in her knees. "It's in vain that you're so upset. You're capable of a lot, it's just that right now your level of strength is insufficient to resist me. Since I was 7, I've been trained as the head of the clan, being initiated into all the secrets and mysteries of the clan's techniques, given unlimited access to information. Unlike you, all your skills were acquired through training and comprehension by touch without the ability to ask anyone for advice. You are hardworking and persistent, you were able to conquer the heart of the genius of your clan. As he did yours, but you are an outcast within your clan, a half-breed. You understand that they will not let you be together, even despite the engagement, your feelings, and the threats of Itachi and Shursui. You know that you will either be killed on a mission, as was the case with your biological father, or made sterile, and the head of the Uchiha clan has no right to marry such a girl. Traditions, rules, and purity of blood are more important to these degenerates than human happiness, but you have a chance to avoid such a fate," Naruto said, still sitting in his place with his eyes closed. "And how do you imagine this?" Izumi shouted, completely thrown off balance by the blonde's story, although she understood all this herself, but hoped and dreamed that this would not happen. "It's very simple, I'll help you with training and developing your Sharingan, and in exchange you'll transfer to the Namikaze clan," the blonde said calmly. "What makes you think they'll let me do that?" Uchiha asked, still sobbing. "Do you really think that my proposal is spontaneous? Believe me, you and I are now small cogs in a big machine that started moving a few months ago. Everything has been thought out for us several dozen steps ahead by the best minds of Konoha. It's just that now you have a chance to live a longer and happier life than the Uchiha clan planned," the Jinchuriki explained, still not interrupting his meditation. "So, everything was thought out in advance, even our conversation?" The girl was surprised, stopping sobbing and rising to her feet. "Yes. So what do you think about the offer to take the name of your real father and older brother, the current Hokage?" Opening his eyes and turning to face his interlocutor, Naruto asked, carefully watching Izumi's reaction, on whose face one could read complete incomprehension and confusion. "Now I am speaking to you on behalf of the head of the Namikaze clan, and he will know your decision as soon as he appears here in the 3rd stage. Can I at least find out the name of my real father?" "I don't know anything except his last name," Izumi asked with lips dry from excitement. "You can, I'll even briefly introduce you to his biography. Ueda Namikaze, the eldest son of the head of the clan living in the south of the Land of Fire, and almost completely destroyed during the Second Shinobi War by the Army of the Cloud. Only 2 brothers survived, Ueda and Minato, who later joined Konoha at the age of 19 and 8 years old, respectively. Your father almost immediately got into ANBU and was in the squad engaged in rescuing our shinobi from captivity, which was then a constant and routine matter. About 8 years later, on one of the missions, he saved your mother, Uchiha Kaio, then he himself stood at the head of the squad, after which they began a relationship. I do not know the details, but about a year after this it turned out that Kaio was pregnant. The Uchihas gave the go-ahead for the wedding of your mother and Ueda, but shortly before that, he died on another rescue mission. His death raised many doubts and suspicions regarding the involvement of the Uchiha clan, because it turned out that he was poisoned with an extremely complex slow-acting poison and simply could not defend himself from an enemy attack during the mission. It was not possible to prove anything then. Only recently, thanks to Shursui, copies of the relevant documents from the Uchiha archives came to the Hokage, along with documentation on the preparation of an attempt to seize power by force. Now the village is actively preparing to purge everyone involved in this case, and after our return to the Leaf, they will have a show trial with executions. The entire top of the Uchiha clan will be executed. Itachi will become the head of the clan, and you will become his wife and, so to speak, the guarantor of the loyalty of the Uchiha to the current Hokage, although this is not required in principle, a simple formality, Naruto said, after which he added. Yes, in case of consent, you will become the first contender for the place of the head of the Namikaze clan, in case of my father's refusal. You will be able to receive Uedai's personal file and all of his personal belongings in Konoha if you agree to the offer of cooperation. Naruto, you already know my answer to this question, so why this whole conversation? Izumi asked, confused. It's just that if you are aware of at least the general points and give your voluntary consent, it will be easier for us to act from a legal point of view, Uzumaki explained. What about Mom? The brunette asked, quickly digesting the information she had received and starting to look for the benefit of her situation. If she wishes, she too can join the Namikaze clan, as the wife of the former head of the clan and the mother of the main heir, after my father, the Jinchuriki replied, grinning, noting with pleasure how quickly the girl came to her senses after his blow, with the help of Kurama's chakra. I agree, but I would like to discuss the conditions of my entry into the clan with my uncle personally, Izumi stated her demands. I will convey to my father the information about your consent and desire for a personal meeting to discuss the details, said the blonde, starting to fold the sequence of seals. Naruto, tell me, where does the fourth have such trust in you? After all, just 4 months ago you were a recognized weakling and the rejected son of the Hokage, and now you are his trusted person, as the head of the clan and the village. Why such a change? Izumi asked, looking expectantly at her cousin. You will only be able to find out after you become part of the Namikaze clan, but not before, Uzumaki smiled, dispelling the barrier, thus making it clear that the conversation was over. Let's go to bed, tomorrow is the beginning of a difficult test. That night, Izumi only fell asleep after Keed, who was aware of the conversation and all the upcoming events, lay down next to her and hugged her friend. Then she was able to fall into a disturbing and nightmarish sleep. Early in the morning, 29 teams of genin were gathered at the Hidden Mist Pier, many of them looking at the examiner with confusion as he explained the second stage. In 40 minutes, the tide will reach its peak, and you and I will go to the location of the second stage, which will be a network of caves, the entrance to which is hidden underwater. Your task will be to get alive and well to the hall in the center of the caves. Each team will have its own entrance, but they will intersect with other passages and you may encounter other participants and have to accept a fight. The winning team will continue on their way, the losers or their bodies will be evacuated by ANBU. Teams that do not reach the final goal in full force will be excluded. The maximum time to go through the caves is 60 hours. At the end of the route, team battles will await you. Any questions? Asked Kisame, examining the frozen genin. Since there are no questions, we are moving. The genin, accompanied by 36 mist jonin, followed Hashikaji, who led everyone to a small cliff after 2 minutes of running. Down at the water's edge, many cave entrances were visible. Having sorted out the test teams, the jonin led them to them, and after a red rocket soared into the sky, they let them into the cave, removing the barriers that prevented the water from getting inside. After the barrier closed behind Naruto's team again, the cave was plunged into pitch darkness, and they themselves froze in place. Does anyone have a flashlight or a torch? Suzuki asked, tripping over a rock. I don't have one, Keed responded, trying to feel around for her brother, who was standing somewhere nearby. What do you need the equipment for? Uzumaki said, already several meters away from his frozen teammates. I don't have any techniques that I could hold for a long time without using up too much chakra, because we still have to fight, Kichiro responded. Likewise, Namikaze sighed dejectedly. I understand everything with you, the blonde sighed heavily, creating a Rasengan in his hand, into which he added a little wind chakra, which allowed him to tear it from his hand and raise it above their heads, so that its bright blue color illuminated the road. How do you even do this? The amazed girl whispered. It's all about the perfect affinity with air, Naruto explained. Now let's move forward. The comrades silently agreed to this, led by their unofficial commander. 6 hours of travel through the underground labyrinth flew by for them completely unnoticed. They did not even immediately react to the attack carried out by the enemy. Doton, stone spikes, Naruto heard the name of the technique, which he dodged by jumping into the air, Kid was out of range, and Kichiro received 2 through wounds in his right leg. Rasengan, Uzumaki muttered, aiming the blue sphere at the large stone peaks that Sujika was falling on. The roar of the technique and the dust that rose after it hit the target allowed the Jinchuriki to buy time to drag his wounded comrade aside. Kid, cover me, I'll get those freaks now, the blonde man, covered in blood, hissed. Okay, the girl said shortly, sticking her head out from her hiding place. Kato, fireball. While the slow fireball was blocking the opponent's view, Uzumaki rushed after it, trying to get closer to the genin hiding in the crevice. A wall of water soon appeared in the path of the fireball, and Naruto sent a dozen wind blades into the ball, tearing the ball apart and hitting the defensive technique with fiery arcs. As a result, the cave was filled with steam and the smell of burnt human flesh, and its vaults were filled with a girl's scream full of despair, after which there was no point in continuing the battle. The enemy was completely demoralized. A girl of about 15 years old, her eyes wide with horror, sat in tears by the wall, trying to press herself into the stone. Next to her sat a red-haired guy with a stone protector on his forehead, pale as a sheet. Naruto drawled, standing in front of them, clearly puzzled by such a reaction, and behind his back his sister barely coped with the urge to vomit after seeing a half-burnt corpse. Shaking his head, the blonde took his blanket out of the seal and covered the corpse with it, after which he went up to the redhead and patted his cheek several times, bringing him back to his senses. Where is your signal scroll for ANBU? I have, he answered in a hoarse voice, blinking his eyes. Give him here, Uzumaki commanded, to which he complied. Kid, see what's up with Kichiro. Quickly breaking the seal on the scroll, the boy unrolled the scroll on the ground. A second later 3 missed ANBU appeared in its place, gesturing to the team from the stone, and the corpse under the blanket of the Jinchuriki went to his sister, leaving the ANBU to deal with the corpse and the teenagers themselves. How are you? The blonde asked the guy, wincing in pain. I'll live, they didn't hit any bones, only the calf muscle, but I won't be able to walk fast now, I'm sorry, Suzuki hissed, biting his lip. It's okay, the clones will carry you, Kid will cover you, and I will clear the way to the destination, Naruto reassured him. Are you sure you can handle it? The girl asked excitedly, clearly still not fully recovered from the corpse she had seen. I'll manage, the main thing is that you try not to get hit by my hand, otherwise I might catch you, Uzumaki reassured her, summoning 2 clones, one of whom he hoisted onto his back the already bandaged Suzuki, and the second, having created a Rasengan, began to light their way. I'm going, if anything happens, I'll pass on information to you through the clones. After that, Naruto, accelerating the flow of his chakra, rushed forward, talking to Kurama along the way. Did you feel them? The kitsune inquired. Yes, ahead in a small hall, at the crossroads of 5 tunnels, there are 4 teams, clearly waiting for someone. There is a serious suspicion that it is us, the blonde said. And what do you plan to do? The 9-tailed fox asked. I'll find out what's going on there, and if everything's bad, I'll chop them all into cabbage without further ado, the boy responded lazily. How cruel you've become, the girl grinned. Either me or me, the formula here is as simple as a cork, Naruto waved it off. Okay, I won't distract you, they're already very close, Kurama fell silent. Meanwhile, the Jinchuriki approached the exit of his cave to the hall and barely managed to protect himself from a water projectile flying straight at him. Wind blades several meters away from him destroyed the danger. Following him, in the direction where Uzumaki was, several smoke bombs flew, plunging the cave he was in into thick, ice-searing smoke, which forced him to jump almost to the center of the hall and be surrounded by 12 opponents, among whom he recognized Niji. Surrender, you are surrounded, Hyuga said arrogantly. Give us the scroll that Momochi Zabuza gave you, and we will spare your life. I have no reason to believe the words of a member of the traitor clan, Naruto chuckled, watching as the brunette's face distorted into a grimace of anger. Then you will die here, the young man, having already pulled himself together, summed up the conversation. Yeah, I'm running and stumbling, the Jinchuriki grinned, instantly forming a series of seals. Summoning technique, Rakshasa -. A bright flash lit up the hall, followed by a loud lion's roar, which made the blonde's opponents shudder. Soon everyone could see a 5-meter creature with a lion's head, 4 arms, with a huge blade in each, standing on 2 lion's paws, and waving its tail. On its arms and legs were bronze rings and winding blue lines glowing in the semi-darkness. Waving its arms like a windmill, the beast froze. "Rakshasa, you can chop them all into cabbage, except for this big-eyed one," Naruto ordered, pointing at Hyuga. Swinging his blades, he nodded and in a moment found himself at his first victim, a swing, and 2 equal halves of the cloud genin that were a second ago fall to the floor. The rest jump from their places in horror, trying to get away from the terrible creature, which turns out to be surprisingly fast and agile. A jump and 1 genin turns into a bloody mess, ground up by the powerful paws of the summoned creature. A jump and a swing with all the blades cut 2 more genin into pieces. A sharp acceleration and the very tip of his weapon knocks off the head of a bald guy who was trying to create a lightning technique. A blow of the tail and a black-haired guy who tried to attack from behind with a katana hits the wall with a broken doll. A powerful jump and 3 genin find themselves trapped. 2 were immediately cut into 4 parts, the third was slashed by a blow of a clawed paw. A bright flash hits the giant in the back, but he doesn't seem to notice it and throws a blade at the one who used the technique. The last genin simply turns into mincemeat, chopped up by 4 blades. Niji watched all this, unable to even move from the spot. Only when the head of one of his comrades rolled to his feet, he shook off his numbness and, snatching a red scroll from his vest pocket, bit his finger and, having made 3 seals, disappeared in clouds of smoke. Naruto missed him only after a pop was heard. "Oh, why is it always like this?" Uzumaki shouted, annoyed that he had once again gotten carried away watching his new summoning and had missed the target. "Thank you Rakshas, you can go back. Next time, try to summon me for a really serious battle, and not this mess in the sandbox," the summoned beast growled. "Of course," Naruto assured him, after which he disappeared in a bright flash. A few minutes later, his teammates entered the hall. Kid was sickened by what she saw and ran behind one of the rocks, where she emptied her stomach. Kichiro looked at the picture with undisguised horror and glassy eyes. Uzumaki had reasons to worry about Suzuki's mental health. "What happened here?" Namikaze asked in a trembling voice. "Fight," the Jinchuriki shrugged. "A fight? It's more like a massacre." The blonde burst out screaming. "What did you expect? That I would spare their lives, given that they wanted to kill me and attacked me all at once? Do you know what they want?" Naruto muttered discontentedly. "And what then?" the girl continued to shout. "You," Uzumaki cooled her ardor. "They came for him?" Kid recognized, lowering her head. "Yes, you forgot to completely hide your chakra during the exam again?" the blonde asked. The girl began to justify herself, but under her brother's stern gaze she fell silent, admitting her mistake. "Little sister, you should always remember that even the smallest mistake can cost you your freedom. And the lives of those around you, and now pull yourself together, we still have half the way to go," Naruto whispered, putting his hand on the blonde's shoulder. "Okay, I'll try," Namikaze said confidently. Shaking his head, the blonde walked forward, knowing exactly where their final destination was. 3 hours of wandering through the corridors and now they came to a large hall, the arch of which was supported by many stone columns with carved ornaments. In the center there was a large pyramid building, at the entrance to which stood several participating teams, and many jonin from all participating countries. Except for the Cloud, everyone was noisily discussing something, and when the team from Konoha appeared, they suddenly fell silent. The eyes of most reflected fear and primal horror, the reason for which Naruto easily understood. The huge screen on the wall was broadcasting the battles of various teams from all corners of the exam venue. Only a couple of people among the young genin did not radiate fear. The first was Izumi, standing with her team, and Gaara, looking at everything around with the calmness of a desert. In complete silence, Naruto walked to Zabuza standing at the entrance. The swordsman grinned contentedly. He clearly liked the spectacle arranged. "You're really good, man. You should have seen how this whole herd themselves with fear, when your call turned 11 genin into mincemeat in a minute, without even straining themselves. Then there was a complete fainting, pants, puking genin, screams and calls to let them go to their mother. In general, it was fun." Momochi grinned. "And how much did you win?" The blonde grinned. 3 million, the Jonin of the Mist chuckled, clearly pleased with such a solid addition to his wallet. "In that case, bet on Kid for the third round," Naruto said as he headed back to his team, quietly returning the scroll with the map of the caves to Zabuza. "Thanks for the advice," Momochi said as a parting shot. Naruto spent the remaining 4 days with his team and Izumi together. The blonde told how he received such a specific and strong summoning, told a little about the Rakshasa himself, who came to his summoning. Time flew by completely unnoticed during conversations, treating Kichiro, who looked at the blonde with horror. Out of all the teams that started, only 16 made it to the qualifying battles. The first to fight was the Izumi team. The battle turned out to be unusually fleeting and uninteresting. The 3 genin made of stone could not counter the Sharingan's genjutsu and killed each other. As a result, by the judge's decision, only Uchiha from the entire team made it to the 3rd stage. Next came the battle of the sand team against the team from the hidden grass. The sand burial simply left them no chance. Although No did not kill the dog, he was limited to only broken limbs. As a result, only he made it to the 3rd stage from the team. Next was a battle between the Mist team and another Konoha team. The excellent level of Kenjutsu allowed 2 genin from the host country to reach the finals, and 2 genin from the Leaf were urgently taken to the hospital. Then there was a battle between 2 teams from the rain against each other. No one came out. Then the only surviving team of the cloud and the team from the sand met. All 3 genin of Kyumo were able to go to the final part. After that there were battles between representatives of various small hidden villages, as a result of which 7 more people were selected for the 3rd stage. The last was supposed to be a battle between Naruto's team and the genin from the rock, but they refused to fight. As a result the judges wanted to bring the Jinchuriki himself to the final, but he refused, using his right to transfer a ticket to the final to any shinobi of his village. "Don't let us down, Kid," sending his sister to the center of the arena, where 15 participants were lined up. "Now we will draw the numbers of the participants of the 3rd round. The number is assigned to you in accordance with the number of the final. The first pair, number 15 and number 2, your fight will be the first. The next pair." Zabuza continued to list the order of the participants' fights, but Naruto was no longer listening to him, trying to find the source of the irritation that had been haunting him since the very beginning of the qualifying fights. Having failed to find it, Uzumaki crushed the iron railings in frustration, which caused an even greater wave of fear directed at him. After the draw, all the surviving genin were taken to their guest houses. The house assigned to the Konoha shinobi was dead silent. Many genin realized with horror that they had lived for a very long time next to a monster for whom human life was an empty sound. The Jonin took this calmly. Everyone took note that getting involved with the Uzumaki or Namikaze clan, as well as their allies, had become several points more dangerous. Naruto was sitting on the roof. Izumi and Kid were nearby, listening attentively to him. "Izumi, you are now putting all 3 of us into genjutsu, Kid, while you try to keep your subconscious as open as possible so that we can get to the 9-tailed beast," Uzumaki gave instructions. "Why all this?" asked Namikaze, who was a little displeased with her brother's idea, but still had no desire to catch the Biju's eye again. "You have a fight with the Jinchuriki of the One-Tailed One tomorrow, and you can't even use the power of your Biju. How are you going to deal with him if he uses the power of Shikaku?" the blonde asked. "You're right as always," the girl sighed resignedly. "Come on, little sister Izumi, turn on your miracle genjutsu." A few minutes later, the 3 of them were standing in a small corridor. The blonde's subconscious was very different from Naruto's. The walls were made of gray granite, the floor was white marble, even daylight poured in from above. water flowed through 2 gutters right next to the wall of the corridor. "Lead us," the Jinchuriki asked his sister. It took the trio an hour to find the hall with the seal. When they entered the hall, a huge stone appeared before their eyes, to which the nine-tailed was chained with chains and pins. The bijou looked at the guests in surprise, and then focused his gaze on Naruto. "You!" the fox suddenly roared. "What about me?" the blonde asked calmly, jumping onto his interlocutor's nose. "The heir to the will of Rikudo Sennin, the power of Hagoromo flows within you. You are the one recognized by all 9 bijou." "Why did you come here?" the tailed one roared, jerking in his chains. "I would like to offer you a change of scenery in your cage, with the subsequent possibility of gaining partial freedom." The blonde made an offer to the fox. "And what do you want in return?" the interlocutor asked. "You will train her to use your powers. You will not try to break free and take over her body," the boy informed the bijou. "I agree," the fox said, clearly feeling Naruto's bijou next to him. "That's great," Uzumaki smiled, jumping onto the floor of the subconscious under the surprised looks of his sisters. The inner world immediately began to move. The chains and pins evaporated. The stone, falling to the floor, began to acquire the appearance of a golden lattice, fencing off a huge space for the bijou. Then changes began inside the cage. The floor turned into grass, and the walls began to resemble a forest thicket. Naruto no longer remembered what happened next. He woke up late in the morning from an annoying knock on the door of his room, and the voice of one of the Jonin warning that there was only half an hour left before the start of the 3rd stage, and the Hokage wanted to see him. The sun had risen above the horizon, and the stands of the main arena of the mist were filled to capacity with people, ordinary residents of the village, its guests who had come for the show, serious merchants and traders, delegations of shinobi from all the countries participating in the exam. Loud conversations and discussions of the fights that were about to begin and their participants, already lined up in the center of the arena. One-on-one fights, no restrictions on techniques or time. Killing and maiming the opponent is allowed, but I can intervene and stop the fight if I deem it necessary, Kisame said. Throwing his hand behind his back and taking hold of the handle of his sword for a second, which for the few gathered was a clear sign that he was nervous. "Now Kid Namikaze and Gaara no Sabaku will remain in the arena." The girl and her opponent froze facing each other, waiting for the signal from Hashikaji, appointed as the judge for the 3rd stage. Gaara glared coldly at the blonde, trying with all his being to instill fear in her. His ki involuntarily made the hair on her head stand on end. But Ki did not feel fear. Atsushi's or Naruto's ki were many times stronger. "Let's begin." The Jonin gave the signal to begin the duel, instantly moving to the wall. "Katon, Enden," Namikaze whispered, sending a projectile of flame at no Sabaka, jumping away from her opponent. The fire technique crashed against a wall of sand, which melted and froze in place as a bizarre glass sculpture. Waving his hand towards the blonde, Gaara made the ground under her feet turn into stone spears, which she dodged with a jump back and threw a couple of kunai with explosive seals in response, which got stuck in the sand wall that appeared in front of no Sabaku again. A powerful explosion tore it apart and threw the sandiest one back several meters, severely scorching his clothes and hair. He rose with difficulty, staring at his opponent with eyes mad with rage and anger, blood flowing down his face from a cut forehead. The Jinchuriki clearly did not expect such a trick. The seals turned out to be several times stronger than usual, and the defense simply could not withstand. "Suna Shigure," Gaara growled in anger, forming a cloud of sand above himself, from which many sand clots flew at Kid, which she was forced to dodge. "Raitun, Shirchu Shirbari," Namikaze used in response. 4 pillars emerged from the ground around the red-haired man and began shooting lightning at him. "Suna Raijin," he defended himself, creating several lightning rods around himself. "Suna no Kaiwan." A huge sand hand appeared outside of Kid's technique, destroying the stone pillars, and rushed towards her. The girl had to flee from the crushing blows. Jumping onto the wall, she took 3 smoke balls from her pouch and, tying them to a kunai, threw them at the enemy who froze in place. The hand easily protected him, but everything around was covered in thick black smoke. Raitun, Jirakuchu Shirbari, Namikaze whispered the name of the technique. In the VIP box, Minato threw a very meaningful look at Kakashi, which did not bode well for the gray-haired Jonin, who barely restrained himself from wanting to run away. Meanwhile, in the arena, Gaara was surrounded by 16 huge columns, after which he was hit by powerful electric discharges, and everything around was drowned in bright flashes. Kuzubohiki, no Sabaku mouthed, falling to his knees from the injuries he had received and the amount of chakra he had spent on the strongest defensive technique he was capable of. The red-haired man's body began to be covered in sand with a bizarre pattern of blue lines, then several mouths appeared on it, noisily sucking in air. Futon, Mugen Saijin de Tapa. The wind gust, imbued with the Bijou chakra, easily dealt with the lightning technique, and the air waved through Kid, who was barely standing on her feet, after using two extremely expensive and complex techniques, to the wall. Having barely risen to her feet, she was forced to dodge the sand shurikens launched by the enemy, which she did not quite succeed in. One of them grazed her back, leaving a deep cut on it. Having landed and rolled, the girl winced in pain. Fatigue fell on her in full force, forcing her to fall to her knees, and now she became an easy target for Gaara. Sabaku Q, Namikaze heard the word just before the sand enveloped her, and she realized with horror that this was the end. Sabaku Soso. The stands froze in alarm, waiting for what would happen next, while the Jinchuriki of the One-Tailed looked in complete surprise at the cocoon of sand, which could not crush the blonde who had badly battered it. And then it began to crumble altogether, and his gaze was met by an unharmed opponent. Engulfed in bright orange fire and looking at him with red eyes with a vertical pupil, at that moment the young man realized that the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tailed stood before him. Raitun, Reiju Hashiri no Jutsu, Kid says, accumulating all the chakra from the shroud in her right hand and transforming it into lightning chakra, after which it takes the form of a wolf and rushes at the enemy, who, however, manages to put up a defensive technique. Psycho Zetai Bogyo, Shikaku no Tate, a sand statue grew in the path of the lightning technique, but only weakened the technique, and a powerful charge of electricity hit Gaara straight, who lost consciousness from it. The winner is the Kunoichi of the Hidden Leaf. Namikaze Kid announced the result of the fight. Kisame, who appeared next to the girl. At the same time a group of shinobi with a stretcher appeared in the arena and quickly carried the unconscious Jinchuriki of the One-Tailed to the infirmary. The next fight is Uchiha Izumi, Hidden Leaf, against Sato Ken, Hidden Cloud. Meanwhile, in the VIP box, there was an active discussion about Kid's fight against Gaara. And your daughter is not bad, Hokage-sama, only the strongest can use 3 such powerful lightning techniques and remain conscious at such a young age, even taking into account that she is a Jinchuriki. May appreciated Kid's skills. Has she already learned to control his power? She's just like Kushina in that, Minato said, smiling. No, it's too early. Don't you think that it might be too late later? You are aware of the movements in the stone and the cloud, aren't you? Terumi asked, raising an eyebrow, watching with one eye as the Uchiha mercilessly pressed his opponent. Yes, you know, or do you think I just dragged the strongest Jonin and 2 ANBU platoons with me, afraid for my own skin? Namikaze grinned, carefully watching the actions of his niece. What are they up to? Mizukage asked bluntly. An attack on your village during the 3rd stage, the Hokage responded calmly. And you're only telling me this now? The woman hissed, clearly irritated by the actions of her allies. Calm down, you don't need to worry in your situation, Kisame knows. Minato waved it off, having the opportunity to watch the strongest kunoichi of the mist blush from embarrassment or anger. I'll kill you. Terumi quietly promised herself, after which she quickly changed the subject. By the way, I'd like to talk about Naruto. Let's talk, Minato shrugged, noting to himself that Izumi was an excellent user of a katana, which she had already managed to seriously hurt her opponent with. What kind of creature did he summon in the caves? Mei asked. Rakshasa, legendary man-eating demons. Where and how he got such a summoning, I can't tell you, because it's a secret of the Uzumaki clan and no one has let me in on it." The blonde spread his hands. "Can't the legendary Yellow Lightning of Konoha force a clan consisting of 2 people to give up their secrets?" The Mizukage chuckled. "Trying to do that is the same as voluntarily signing an order for your own execution." Minato sighed heavily, completely ignoring the bodyguard standing behind them. "Are they that strong?" Terumi was surprised. "Atsushi has too many connections in Anbu and small clans, brought to the brink of destruction by the previous Kage. If I start to put pressure on any of them, I will simply be removed, but as long as I pursue a policy aimed at supporting them, I am provided with the strongest internal support, and the secrets of the clans will eventually become the property of Anbu anyway," said the Hokage. "Everything is so complicated in your village." Mei shook her head. "Is it easier for you? What are swordsmen worth? They don't obey anyone except Hashikaji, not even you," Namikaze reminded. "Don't remind me." Mizukage waved her off, for whom this topic was clearly not the most pleasant. "Okay, let's better watch the fight, it looks like it's already ending." Minato decided to get away from the unpleasant topic. Meanwhile, Izumi was forced to retreat under the onslaught of the Cloud Genin, who covered his body with lightning armor and accelerated so much that she couldn't keep up with his movements even with the Sharingan. Cuts and wounds from kunai and lightning discharges that Sato launched at her immediately began to appear on her body. Catching the moment, Ken cut the muscles on the Uchiha's legs, forcing her to fall to her knees and rest her hands on the arena floor. The Cloud Shinobi meanwhile picked up the katana knocked out of his opponent's hands and slowly approached her, raising it for a blow intending to cut off her head. "No. No way. I won't die. Not now." Uchiha repeated in her mind, enraged by her own helplessness. The fear of dying like this, on a lousy exam, far from her loved one, made the power that sleeps in every owner of the Sharingan awaken. "That's it, Uchiha," Sato said, sharply lowering his katana, and the next moment he was forced to jump away from the girl covered in red-violet flames, but this did not save him from death. Around Izumi, who had managed to get to her feet despite her cut muscles, a skeleton began to appear, first ribs, then shoulders with huge spike-like growths, then hands with clawed fingers and, finally, a large skull, similar to a wolf's, a mouth with rows of fangs snapped shut, and 2 red dots lit up in the empty eye sockets. The hands suddenly rushed towards the enemy and, grabbing him, squeezed, turning the Kyumo Genin into a pancake. The stands howled with delight, greeting the winner with applause, thus expressing their gratitude. Izumi looked indifferently at everything that was happening around her. Blood flowed from her eyes, because the use of one of the clan's strongest techniques immediately after awakening the Manjikyu Sharingan was accompanied by a severe headache and a sharp drop in vision. Soon, Sasano's skeleton dissolved, and the girl fell to her knees, the 5-pointed star of the Manjikyu Sharingan frozen in her pupil. Only one thought was beating in her head: "I did it, I did it." The winner of the second qualifying round is the Kunoichi of the Hidden Leaf, Uchiha Izumi. Kisame announced the result of the fight, appearing next to her, but the spectators were already little interested in his words. They all froze, listening to the approaching rumble. "A wave!" One of the locals shouted in panic, clearly understanding the cause of the strange noise. Panic and crush immediately began among the spectators. Everyone was trying to leave the arena stands in a hurry, trampling anyone who fell to the floor. Kid immediately appeared next to Uchiha, taking her sister on her shoulder. She moved to the roof of the arena, where the entire Konoha delegation had gathered. Hashikaji, jumping there too, looked in horror at the huge 50-meter wave that absorbed everything that came its way, becoming larger with each meter. "This is the end," some Konoha genin quietly voiced the majority's thoughts. Kisame almost agreed with him, because he understood perfectly well that the wave was created on purpose, a simple and low-cost way to wipe the hidden mist off the face of the earth, because even the defense system would not be able to cope with such a colossus, and given that the main forces of the mist were concentrated there after it, there would simply be no one to protect what would remain of the village. The swordsman understood that even he would not be able to do anything with such a colossus, not at the current level of power. if the three tails were sealed in him, but history does not tolerate the subjunctive mood. A flash of powerful chakra in the area of the pier made many of those gathered open their mouths in surprise, and after it, someone seemed to cut the wave in half with a wide wedge, forcing its halves to rush only along the outskirts of the village, sweeping them to their death, and the remaining whole part, flooding with hundreds of tons of sea water. What was that? Asuma asked in surprise, dropping the cigarette he had lit earlier. A wind elemental technique, simple as pie, but at least a couple of the average Jonin's reserves were poured into it, Kakashi said, scratching the back of his head, watching as squads of mist genin and chunin began to flicker along the streets, busy with the evacuation. It looks like it's time for us to head to the pier. The guests have arrived, Obito said, activating his Menjikyu. Irionin and all genin stay here, Kurenai, you are in charge here, Minato commanded, moving immediately to the place. The battle between the Mist Shinobi and the combined forces of Stone and Cloud was already raging along the entire coastline. Several hundred small landing craft had delivered almost 8,000 shinobi here. There were about half as many ANBU and Jonin of the Mist, but this did not stop them from confidently holding the defense on the front lines. In the very center of this bedlam, Naruto was fighting. The katana he had picked up from one of the slain opponents easily allowed him to defend himself from the attackers. There were already 4 corpses lying around him. He himself was covered in cuts, scorch marks, and half-naked. Dodging another batch of kunai, the blonde launched a wind blade in response, which cut through 2 genin-level shinobi and almost killed an ANBU of the allied village. With each passing minute, the cleaner gained more and more control over his body, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to fight without holding back. It presented itself to him literally a minute later, when a large rock thrown by one of the enemy shinobi knocked him off his feet. Slowly rising, the blonde froze in place right in the middle of the fight, tightly squeezing the katana. In an instant a chunin with a cloud protector appeared next to him, already wanting to deal with the surprisingly strong youngster. A sharp swing of the hand with the katana and 2 halves of the enemy, who did not even have time to be surprised, fall to the ground, irrigating the boy from head to toe with blood. The next moment, his weapon was enveloped in a blue glow, and he himself appeared next to the nearest enemy, quickly cutting off his head, then chopping off the hand of the jonin who was nearby and was about to finish off the girl in the Mist ANBU uniform, knocked down by the water technique, and moving further into the thick of the battle. The blonde's eyes were madly sparkling with a gray fire. Each swing of the katana found its opponent, often ending his life with a single blow, because the attacking forces were mainly represented by chunin and tokubetsu jonin, who could do nothing to counter the cleaner, who used the body's resources to the fullest. Having dealt with another stone shinobi, he brushed the blood from his face with his hand, flowing from his forehead, cut by some particularly nimble chunin, after which he discovered that another ship was entering the harbor and a strong and heavy chakra was emanating from it, by which he easily recognized the 8-tailed one. He didn't keep himself waiting long, and a minute later he appeared on the surface of the water in the form of his biju, immediately starting to form a powerful bomb. A second later, the black sphere was flying into the thick of the battle. Kamui! The double cry of the leaf jonin reached the cleaner's ear, and the biju's most powerful technique disappeared into a spatial funnel. Asuma and 3 ANBU landed next to the blonde, and began to skillfully wield various cold weapons from kunai and throwing knives to poles and spears. A thunderclap over the bay and a bright yellow lightning flashing between the combatants and leaving behind only corpses, turned the shinobi of the rock into panic, who began to retreat in disarray, for which they paid, falling under the Mizukige's technique, which ate away their bodies without a trace. Realizing that the plan to destroy the mist had failed, the ship carrying the 8-tails Jinchuriki sailed out to sea, but no one pursued him. Too many enemy shinobi were fighting on the shore. They were finished off only an hour later. The losses among the mist shinobi were quite significant, despite the small number of jonin among the attackers. Almost 1,000 fighters were killed, 2 were incapacitated for several weeks, but their ANBU did not suffer any irreparable losses. After the cleaner returned control of Naruto's body, he could barely stand on his feet, numerous abrasions, bruises and cuts responded with a nagging pain, enormous fatigue from the excess of used chakra and minor internal damage to the chakra channels. As a consequence of using 2% of the chakra reserve from the seal of the former Uzumaki for the wind technique. "How are you?" Minato asked, appearing next to him and putting his hand on his son's shoulder. "It's fine, I'm just really tired, I need to sleep for about 20 hours, the Jinchuriki sighed tiredly. "How are Kid and Izumi?" "Almost okay, they are resting now. And we have a problem, moving together with his son via Hiraition to the residence assigned to him," Minato continued. Izumi awakened Manjikyu and used Susanoo, but in doing so she immediately lost 30% of her vision. They were in a small room with a desk by the window, a small sofa against the opposite wall and a wardrobe next to it. The walls were painted cream, and there was oak parquet on the floor. That means we'll have to take a few Sharingans from the condemned Uchiha," Naruto sighed heavily, realizing that the amount of work he would have to do had increased, but as they say, if you call yourself a mushroom, get in the back. "We'll have to, otherwise she'll be completely blind in a year," Namikaze agreed. "And yes, after our plan is completed, you'll have to leave the village for a while." "I understand, 3 years will be enough?" the blonde asked, sitting down on the soft sofa, and feeling how chakra began to spread through his body, grumbling in Kurama's subconscious, who did not like at all that he was risking his life without reliable cover for his back. "Yes, do you want to go on a journey with Jiraiya?" the fourth suggested, remembering the story his son told him about the past world. "Exactly, you'll be able to prepare everything in that time." "But I have a lot of questions about today's attack," Naruto muttered sleepily. "We'll talk about this later, after the reports from our observers and the analytical department of the fog. And now, rest," he said, appearing next to the blonde and carefully squeezing his carotid artery. Having laid him down on the couch and covered him with a blanket taken from the closet, the Hokage went to the conference room, where the entire Konoha delegation had gathered. Naruto woke up early. The sun had not yet risen above the horizon, and, sitting up, he cursed under his breath. His whole body ached terribly, his chakra center gave off a lingering and aching pain, and his head was buzzing like after a notable drinking bout. Looking around the room, he found Minato sleeping right in the chair, covered with the Hokage's cloak, Kakashi sleeping on 4 chairs along the wall, and on the table there was an open bottle of something alcoholic. "It looks like they had a good time yesterday," Uzumaki whispered hoarsely through dry lips. "I'll have to get rid of this seal when I get back, otherwise it'll finish me off." "But I warned you not to act like a hero yesterday," Kurama grumbled discontentedly in her subconscious. "Sorry, dear, I couldn't resist. And we still need the mist to be combat ready, because we can't stand alone against the alliance of cloud, stone and sand, and who knows how many more small hidden villages will join them in the hope of snatching a piece of the wealth of the land of fire and Konoha itself." The blonde sighed tiredly, getting up from the sofa. "I know all this, but why did you have to strain your body again? After all, you could have done without that wind technique," the kitsune said discontentedly. "Let's consider that my childhood played out in one place, decided to show off." The Jinchuriki grinned, feeling how Kurama's chakra began to flow faster and faster through the channels. "Thank you, my dear. What would I do without you?" "You're welcome, Naruto. You'd be lying in the hospital for a couple of weeks," the tailed one grinned. "It's a shame your idea to capture Hyuga failed. Don't be upset, they'll find me themselves. After all, I sent 11 of their genin to the next world, including 2 Hyugas, and they don't forgive that," Uzumaki answered, cracking his joints. "I think that during the journey with Jiraiya we'll be able to find a suitable Hyuga." "And how are you going to do that? You are practically at war with them now," the girl asked. "So what? This war will most likely be positional, because so far none of the countries has enough resources for long battles, which are unfortunately inevitable. So in the zone of small buffer countries, a large number of reconnaissance and counterintelligence units of all countries will begin to accumulate, and you know yourself, the Hyuga have always been ahead of the rest of the world in this matter. He jumped out of the window onto the damp, practically liquid ground after yesterday's tsunami. Fragments of furniture and houses were scattered everywhere, and here and there were still corpses of animals, which were urgently cleaned up by teams of genin. "So, you're going hunting?" the kitsune said with a hint of interest in her voice. "Exactly, I will have 3 years to raise this body's skills to the previous level before the war breaks out. By the time it starts, I promise, you will already have your own body," Naruto said confidently, jumping over a pile of garbage lying right in the middle of the road. "I believe you," Kurama replied with a smile, breaking the mental connection. Naruto traveled the rest of the way through the destroyed mist in silence, thinking about the upcoming events upon returning to Konoha. The execution of the Uchihas would greatly stir up the village. There would be many dissatisfied people who wanted to remove their father from his post for such a show. Even the entire force of Anbu would not help here. Destroying all the clan shinobi would be the height of idiocy. "Well, I'll have to show all the clans the power that stands guard over Konoha and its Hokage," Naruto muttered under his breath, finally reaching the guest house where the leaf genin were housed. Right at the door of the house, the blonde ran into Gaara, who he doused from head to toe with water from the bucket he was carrying. The Jinchuriki of the One-Tailed glared at him, but because of the plasters and bandages that were wrapped around his forehead and left eye, he looked comical. "Don't look at me like that, or I'll laugh like a horse and wake everyone up," Naruto warned, laughing, which made no Sabaku's right eye twitch. The sand itself enveloped the blonde's legs, but he didn't even pay attention. "What did the Jinchuriki of the One-Tailed forget in our guest house?" "I'll kill you," the red-haired man hissed, but the next moment 2 red chakra paws latched onto his neck. "First, choose an opponent according to your strength, demon of the desert," the blonde said with a note of steel in his voice, in whose eyes the gray stars were shining again. "Have you come to your senses?" "Yes," Gaara wheezed and immediately fell to the floor, greedily gasping for air. "I'm sorry, it's just that my bijou can't stand it when people try to harm me," Naruto said, holding out his hand to the young man. "Are you a Jinchuriki?" "No," Sabaku asked in surprise, accepting the help. "Yeah," Uzumaki responded. "So what were you doing anyway? Did you come to spy on our girls, or were you planning to take revenge on my sister for your loss?" "We simply had to ask your delegation to provide assistance and accommodate us in your home, since ours was not protected by Fuin barriers and was flooded as a result of that wave," the red-haired man answered calmly, rubbing his neck. "Ah, well then forgive me for being rude, I just wasn't aware," Naruto answered, scratching the back of his head. "It's okay, Gaara no Sabaku," the red-haired man said, extending his hand for a handshake. "Naruto Uzumaki, nice to meet you in person," the blonde shook the hand of his old new friend. "Likewise." "Uzumaki? That's strange, I thought you had your father's last name." "He is a very famous person and a strong shinobi," said the Jinchuriki of the One-Tailed. "I just like my mother's last name better, and the Uzumaki clan is not weak. What are these barriers worth that withstood the impact of the wave?" Naruto grinned, sitting down on the step. "Did you install these?" Gaara said, amazed. "Yeah, for me as a Jinchuriki and the future head of the Uzumaki clan, setting up such barriers is not a problem," Uzumaki shrugged, noting to himself how the local Gaara harmoniously intertwined the traits of a ruthless killer and a cold-blooded shinobi who thinks about the benefit of the village. That's interesting. Would the Uzumaki clan agree to sell us some Fuin barrier techniques?" the One-Tailed Jinchuriki said thoughtfully. "This issue should first be discussed by the Kage of our villages, because these techniques are a strategic resource, so all questions should be officially addressed through the Hokage." The blonde spread his hands. "Then, can I count on the opportunity to meet with the Hokage in the near future to discuss this matter?" the red-haired man inquired. "I'll pass on the request for a meeting to him. How should I introduce you to him?" Naruto asked. "As the official representative of the Suna delegation, after Baki-sensei's death, I became its leader," Gaara answered calmly. "Okay, as soon as he gives an answer, I'll let you know." See you, Gaara, getting up from his seat, and under no Sabaku's thoughtful gaze, walking into the house. Quickly walking into the kitchen, the blonde found the hostess there, working her magic at the stove. Having greeted her, he quickly had a bite of the offered sandwiches with hot coffee. The blonde went upstairs to his sister's room, taking a couple of mugs of coffee with him. Having climbed the stairs and quietly knocked on the door, he waited for permission to enter from Keed, who was no longer asleep at such an early hour. "Good morning. How are you?" Naruto asked, placing the coffee on the bedside table. "Good day, Oni-chan." "Almost fine, only Izumi's eyes hurt a little," Namikaze answered with a smile, taking the cup. "Good. She's lying, almost nothing hurts anymore," snorted Izumi, taking the second coffee. "Yeah, right. And who was grinding their teeth half the night?" The blonde raised an eyebrow in displeasure. "I just had a nightmare," Uchiha waved it off, taking a sip. "After the Manjikyu awakens, things like that happen." "And how do you see?" Uzumaki inquired, sitting down on a chair. "The same as before, but my eyes felt like they were filled with sand," the brunette said. "So, the Namikaze genes are fighting the Uchiha genes, that's good. Now you need complete rest for your eyes for the next couple of days, so that you don't start going blind. And no objections will be accepted," the Jinchuriki said, forcing Izumi to shut her mouth. "Why are you giving orders here?" Keed was indignant. "Maybe because my status requires it?" Naruto answered calmly. "What?" Namikaze drawled, stumped by this answer. They were stopped from arguing further by Izumi, who seemed to be amused by her sister's reaction. She snorted and stared into her mug, showing with all her appearance that she was offended. Naruto put his hand on her head and ruffled the girl's hair a little. "Well, don't sulk. I just know a little more than you and Izumi, that's why I'm in charge," the blonde smiled warmly. "I wish I knew where from," the girl grumbled. "You already know," Naruto waved it off. "Okay, you rest, we still have a couple of days for this. Upon returning to the Leaf, most likely, many missions await us." "Why did you decide that?" Uchiha asked, finishing her coffee and lying back down on the bed. "Because the wave that hit the mist wasn't a technique, but a real tsunami caused by the detonation of a large amount of explosives on the ocean floor, somewhere between the mist and the land of waves, which means the wave spread in all directions, and there's a high probability that the wave hit the eastern coast of fire as well, and most likely almost completely flooded the land of waves, as it was the closest to the possible epicenter," Uzumaki explained. "And that means there will be plenty of work for the Konoha shinobi." "But how could they cause such a powerful wave?" the brunette was surprised. "They have 2 bijou, and creating a couple of seals with the power of several dozen tailed beast bombs is not a problem for them, and a tailed beast bomb like the 8-tailed one can easily destroy a city like the capital of the wave country," Naruto explained. "But how did they come up with that?" "The wave could have reached them too," Keed asked, uncomprehending. "This isn't the first time they've used such a strategy. They wiped several cities off the coast of the Land of Fire during the First Shinobi War. But this strategy won't work anymore, because I think after this, the mist outposts on the islands adjacent to the Land of Water and our Uzumaki clan island will be restored," the Jinchuriki said. "Okay, I'll go. I still need to talk to my father about his meeting with the head of the delegation from Suna, and I'll come see you, Izumi, at lunch. Get some rest." After leaving the sister's room, Naruto hurried to the fourth's temporary residence. After all, the opportunity to drag another of the 5 great villages to his side was not worth missing under any circumstances. The residents greeted him with a working hum. The shinobi of the 2 hidden villages were sitting over unfolded maps, discussing and arguing with each other. Minato was found in his office, and Kisame and Kakashi were there, showing him something on a map spread out on the table. The wave strike practically destroyed the eastern coast of the Land of Waves, the dead number in the hundreds of thousands, absolutely all infrastructure was destroyed. I think that now it will be easiest for Konoha to finally subjugate this country under the guise of providing assistance, Hoshikage said. You don't have to worry about that, large forces have already been sent there. We plan to set up an outpost there in the near future on the site where the village of the hidden whirlpool used to be, Minato replied. And what will you do with these islands? After what happened, they will most likely become part of the water country, too advantageous a situation not to take advantage of, the swordsman shrugged. What kind of help will be needed from Konoha? Namikaze asked, signaling Naruto to join the discussion. Barriers, you seem to have specialists in this matter. Isn't it too early for the kid? Kisame asked, raising an eyebrow. Believe me, it's not too early. It was he who set up the barrier around our buildings, and it was his technique that cut that wave. The genin call him the demon of the hidden leaf, Kakashi informed his relative. Wow, I didn't think that your children, Hokage-san, were such gifted and famous individuals, Hoshikage chuckled. Yeah, he's also the future head of the Uzumaki clan, Hatake added. So it's him we should turn to regarding the installation of barriers? The swordsman asked. Exactly, Namikaze confirmed his thought. Naruto, what's the matter with you? The head of the Suna delegation wants to meet with you in order to arrange a meeting between you and the Kazekage. They are very interested in the Fuin barriers, the blonde answered, sitting down on the sofa. Yes, apparently the demonstration of capabilities in field conditions impressed many people greatly. Naruto, what do you think about helping the allies? Minato asked. The fog will be the first stop on our journey with Jiraiya. So what about meeting the representative of Suna? The Jinchuriki asked. Tell him that I can meet him after 9 o'clock tonight here at the residence. And by the way, who is he? As far as I know, the head of the delegation died, the fourth inquired. Gaara no Sabaku, the youngest of the current Kazekage's children, the Jinchuriki of the one-tailed one, the Jinchuriki gave a short reference. Well, I'm not the only one with genius children, Minato commented on what he heard. The conversation then turned to business, and until lunch the four discussed the upcoming expansion of their country's territories and planned joint actions for the next couple of years. After that, Naruto went back to the house where their delegation was housed and talked with Gaara for several hours, mostly on abstract topics. But Sabaku was completely different from his past self, as Naruto remembered him, a calm, sociable guy with a broad outlook and extensive knowledge on a variety of topics and issues, with a sense of humor, but at the same time a collected and strong shinobi, completely in control of his biju. He did not even have dark circles under his eyes. Naruto had dinner in the company of Lee with a girl from Suna, who introduced herself as Yasu Kimura. So, Lee, did you like the Sand Princess? The blonde asked his friend, laughing, after Yasu went to her part of the house. What makes you think that? The brunette asked in surprise. Lee, who are you trying to fool? Naruto laughed. We can't hide anything from you, the bushy-browed man sighed regretfully. It's a pity that after the exam we'll hardly be able to see her. Don't worry, I'll think of something, the blonde assured his friend. And what can you come up with here? She and I are from two different villages that have been in a state of hostility since the Second Shinobi War, although it has almost died down now, the brunette reminded. Lee, just leave this question to me, and I'll figure out how to help you and Yasu. Okay, I'm going to bed, I've had a difficult day. The Jinchuriki patted his friend on the shoulder. Don't you think that taking credit for someone else's achievements is unfair? Kurama's offended voice reached Naruto. Please don't start, you know I can't tell them everything, Uzumaki reminded conciliatorily. I know, but I want a reward for the fact that you most brazenly appropriate my merits, the kitsune snorted. And what does my little fox want? Naruto asked mentally as he climbed into the shower. Massage, the tailed one confidently declared, erotic. Erotic? The blonde was somewhat taken aback. Exactly, you already owe me, so I want a massage. Kurama said brazenly. Okay, I'll give you a massage. An erotic one, the blonde gave in. That's great, I'm waiting for you, the kitsune purred contentedly. Naruto only shook his head slightly and smiled. After all, his other half's quirks had often baffled him in the past. Having tidied himself up after the shower, the young man immediately fell onto the bed and plunged into the subconscious, where Kurama was already waiting for him. The night sky above Konoha was covered with smoke from the growing fire in the Uchiha clan's estate, and hundreds of shinobi were rushing to the scene of the tragedy. However, it was too late. The streets of the quarter of one of the village's strongest clans were strewn with the bodies of murdered clan men. Women and children sat over them in tears, cursing gods and people. The young men and women who remained alive tried to stop the raging flames, which was difficult, because there were simply too few of them. Soon, 3 ANBU patrols of the Konoha police and ordinary shinobi, awakened by the smell of burning, began to fly into the quarter at breakneck speed. Less than an hour later, the only reminders of the fire were the smoking skeletons of houses, pools of dried blood on the ground, and the curses of wives and mothers coming from the surviving houses where the bodies of all the murdered clan members were stacked. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, despite the late hour, the heads of all the clans that were part of the village council had already gathered. Minato looked at everyone with a frowning gaze, then, crossing his hands in front of his face, he spoke. There is no need to explain the reason for the meeting. Everyone knows that the Uchiha clan was attacked less than 2 hours ago. There are numerous victims and destruction. The attackers were not found, even by the best searchers of the Inuzuka and Aburame clans. How and when they entered the territory of the village, as well as how they left it, is unknown, but everything points to the presence of a traitor in the ranks of the shift on duty in the hall of the village's security system. The entire duty shift was found murdered, and one of the censors was found dead with a slit throat, several dozen meters from the monitoring and tracking point. The fourth briefly outlined the situation. And who is suspected of treason? Shikaku asked thoughtfully. One clanless jonin and 2 chunin. I won't disclose their names, because access to this information is strictly limited to ANBU members and the Internal Security Department, Namikaze answered calmly. I see that you weren't particularly upset by the fact that almost 100 fighters of the strongest clan of Konoha were lost. Maybe you had a hand in their destruction? Dan, who was present here as the head of the Senju clan, asked directly. Why should I care about the death of people who were planning a coup d'état? And why should I expose myself like that if I have all the cards in my hands to execute them publicly? The village chief chuckled. What revolution are you talking about? Some voiced the general thought. The members of the Uchiha clan planned to carry out a violent change of power in the village and put their man in the place of Hokage. The daimyo and I received the relevant information, and he gave me complete freedom of action in this regard, up to and including the complete destruction of the clan. But I decided to conduct a classified investigation with the involvement of my people within the Uchiha clan, as a result of which so much dirt and crimes emerged that such a turn of events is in some ways even more favorable for us than a public execution of the guilty. Although many of those involved died, Minato calmly expressed his thoughts. Could we see the results of the investigation? Inoichi asked. Yes, you can, but naturally you won't have access to all the information, the fourth shrugged. And yet I have no doubt that you are involved in this, said the head of the Senju clan. You can doubt as much as you like. The evidence base concerning the preparation of the coup will be provided to the council in full. The original permission of the daimyo will also be demonstrated at the meeting, Namikaze said, measuring Dan with a cold gaze. I will add only one thing: do not repeat the mistakes of the Uchiha. Playing games behind my back means playing games behind the daimyo's back, and the young ruler is hot-tempered and quick to punish. The office was plunged into an oppressive silence. Many of those gathered looked with apprehension and distrust at the calmly sitting Hokage. Meanwhile, behind his back 2 silhouettes appeared, which were difficult not to recognize, because 2 men Gekyo Sharingan, burning in the darkness, gave away their owners completely. Hokage-sama, we were unable to locate the attackers, Shursui reported, ignoring the extra people in the room. I see, you can go free, and send your people to rest. Minato turned his gaze to the second guest. What do you have? Mizuki and Kabuto were found dead. It looks like they were just used, because both were killed with a blow to the back. The alleged instigator has disappeared. A search of his apartment and bank safe deposit box yielded no results. That's all I have to say, Itachi finished. Rest, ANBU will take care of this from now on, Namikaze said, letting go of his future relative. Meanwhile, there were fewer and fewer people left in the office, which could not but please the tired and exhausted Hokage. The man wanted to quickly leave the residence and be at home with his family. With a heavy sigh and massaging his temples, Minato leaned back in his chair, recalling a recent conversation with Naruto. It happened a month after returning from the mist and 3 days before the massacre of the Uchihas. It was he who was destined to play the role of executioner of all those involved in the attempted coup. It was he who proposed such a solution to the possible problem with the clans, and it was his idea to blame all the sins on the culprits of the problem themselves. In the end, everything went as he planned. With each passing day, Namikaze was increasingly amazed at his own son, his toughness and ability to make difficult decisions, as well as take responsibility for them, and his amazing ability to plan his actions several steps ahead, but at the same time remaining an ordinary child among his family and friends. And what do you really want, Naruto? The fourth asked into the void, after which, shaking his head, he began to sort through the documents from the capital. In a small restaurant not far from the Hokage's residence, the heads of the clans were talking at a table. And why would Minato suddenly decide to put on such a show? Some grumbled discontentedly. Recent events made her think and reconsider her priorities. He made it clear to everyone that the daimyo's people were behind the massacre of the Uchihas, and the only thing he could do was minimize the village's losses. Shikaku spoke up. Where did the daimyo get such strong mercenaries? Kamaru asked. We shouldn't try to interfere in this matter, because it will only bring unnecessary problems to each of us. We should all think about whether we will support Minato as a united front or give the daimyo a reason for further purge. Shibi asked. It's not the daimyo's people who are behind this, Inoichi said, looking around at the assembled group with a heavy gaze. Who then? Some asked. Uzumaki, Yamanaka sighed heavily. Aren't you working overtime by any chance? Akimiji asked, raising an eyebrow. We're in no mood for jokes now, Kamaru. Inoichi, tell us what you know, Nara demanded. This is Naruto. I can say with 100% certainty that it was he who cut out the Uchiha. The blonde began his story, and was immediately interrupted by the only woman in their company. Naruto? This is already starting to smell like nonsense, Inazuka said. Let's not make a fuss here. I think you know as well as I do what this guy is capable of. The brainbreaker snapped. It's not for nothing that they call him the protector of the princess of Konoha and the demon of the hidden leaf. Inoichi, don't get distracted, tell us everything you know about Naruto, Shikaku asked, raising his hands and calling for everyone to calm down. Minato's son has unimaginable potential. He is a Jinchuriki, the bearer of the seal of the 13-pointed star, a master of Fuinjutsu, the owner of a monstrous reserve of chakra and unimaginable regeneration, a specific summoning, has an extraordinary mind, and this is only the tip of all the possibilities of this monster in human form. The clearly tired and very upset head of the Brainbreakers listed. The only thing we needed to be completely happy was a new cleaner, Some said angrily, already mentally calculating how many members of her clan could be pushed into ANBU in the near future. Calm down. There is no need to panic. The cleaners have always appeared in difficult moments in the history of Shinobi and have always brought only benefits, but we should seriously consider the situation, and each of us decide whose side we are on, the head of the Aburame clan said, getting up from the table, which served as a signal to everyone else that the conversation was over, because they had attracted unnecessary attention from the ANBU. The culprit of the commotion was calmly dozing in a hammock hanging in the garden at that very moment. Kid and Izumi were training on the playground nearby under Atsushi's guidance. Naruto was pulled out of his pleasant state by his mother's calling everyone to dinner, and the sisters immediately disappeared from the clearing, having received a good reason for this, because the 5-hour training under the guidance of their grandfather was pure for both of them. Plus, their brazenly dozing brother did not add to their enthusiasm. As soon as they disappeared into the house, the clone lying in the hammock dissipated, and the original appeared from the shadow of one of the trees. I see that everything didn't go entirely smoothly. The old Uzumaki shook his head. Yeah, it took a bit of work, and there were extra victims, the blonde grumbled in response, wincing in pain. We'll talk about this later. Now it's better for us to quickly get to the table, not giving Kushina and the girls any extra reasons to think, said Atsushi, heading towards the meal with his grandson. Kid and Izumi were already in full control at the table, helping the head hostess set the table, while the woman herself was talking about something with Minato in the kitchen. The man looked extremely tired. The meal took place in a peaceful family atmosphere, which had already become familiar to all of its participants. Naruto diligently remained silent throughout the entire dinner, allowing his sisters to chat cheerfully with their parents and restraining himself from groaning from the pain in his broken ribs and the serious cut on his back, which was healing extremely slowly. He was thinking about the upcoming events. "Brother, why are you so thoughtful and silent today?" Izumi asked, and the adults went to the veranda of the house, and she and her sister began to clean up. "Just thinking," the Jinchuriki shrugged. "And over what?" Kid spoke up. "About the offer to go on a journey with my godfather and his partner for a few years," the blonde quickly responded, shaking off his stupor. "You want to leave the village and abandon us?" "And who promised to help us with training?" the former Uchiha asked, raising an eyebrow. "I'm not going to abandon you. I just need to leave the village for a while to solve some problems and fulfill the agreements with the mist and sand." "I'll only be gone for a couple of years," Naruto replied, smiling slightly. "And I've already made arrangements for your training during my absence." "And who did you decide to dump us on?" the blonde sighed resignedly, finishing washing the dishes and drying her hands while Izumi was laying out the plates. "Well, to many people," the Jinchuriki responded. "And more specifically?" asked Kid, already imagining what kind of hard labor her brother had signed them up for. "Well, physical training under the guidance of Guy, your mother and grandfather will teach you Fuinjutsu, Shursui will help you with Manjikyu. I made an agreement with them, he will conduct 2 training sessions a week with you. If he is not sent on a mission outside the village, Kurenai will help you with regular illusions, and Kakashi and Obito with ninjutsu. None of you will be assigned to teams, so you will have 3 years to seriously raise your level," Uzumaki said. "You've definitely decided to get rid of us," Kid shouted. "Mato Guy is a walking psychopath, he has a weight in his head instead of a brain." "There's nothing wrong with his brain, he's just a little weird, that's all," the Jinchuriki shrugged. "A little? So all these idiotic antics of his are, in your opinion, a little strange?" The blonde was indignant, hanging over her brother. "Of course, for example, compare him and me, and everything falls into place," Naruto smiled broadly. "No, well, from this side of the issue, he really is relatively normal," Kid agreed thoughtfully. "Okay, sisters, I'm going to my place, have a good evening," the Jinchuriki said as he left the kitchen, feeling the blood slowly begin to trickle down his back from under the bandages. Once in his room and stripped of his black shirt, the boy summoned a clone and instructed it to stitch up and treat the wound. Asking Kurama for help was useless, she was already exhausted from his adventures in the Uchiha quarters. It only took the copy a few minutes to stitch up the long cut across his back left by one of the last victims of the evening's attack. Once the wound and bandage were done, the blonde collapsed onto his bed and fell into a dreamless sleep, as happened after most missions with a large number of casualties. The morning greeted Naruto with an alarm ringing in his head and heaviness in his whole body, plus his back hurt a lot, and the weather matched the gloomy mood of the Jinchuriki. The sky was covered with clouds and a light drizzle, as well as the dissatisfied grumbling of his other half, who had been unsuccessfully trying to wake him up for almost an hour. Naruto. Kurama almost growled, trying once again to get through to Uzumaki. Darling, please don't scream, the Jinchuriki asked with a groan, clutching his head. I'm sorry, the kitsune said quietly. What's happening to you? I overexerted myself, Naruto explained briefly. Better tell me how you feel. I'm already completely fine, I didn't touch the wound on your back, first I need to remove the threads from it, and I've sorted out the rest, the girl quickly responded. Thank you, I'm sorry that I screwed up so much yesterday, Uzumaki smiled guiltily, walking up to the mirror and examining himself. Everything's fine, the main thing is that you're alive, the nine-tailed fox sighed. Don't sigh, we're leaving today, the young man smiled even wider. That's great, by the way, they're calling you there, see you tonight Naruto, I hope today you'll thank me properly for yesterday evening, the kitsune grinned contentedly. You can be sure of that, my fox, Uzumaki assured with a satisfied grin, pulling on a t-shirt and throwing a sweatshirt over it. Heading down. In the living room of the house, his father and 3 of his students were waiting for him. After greeting everyone, the Jinchuriki prepared to listen to the final instructions. Naruto. Kakashi, Obito, and Rin will accompany you to the meeting place with Jiraiya and Nawaki, then you will act according to the plan, installing barriers on the Mist Islands, then on the island of the Wave Country, and then to Suna, you know how to contact me in case of an emergency. So, if you are ready, you can go before the others wake up, Minato said. I understand everything. You look after everyone here while I'm gone, Naruto asked, shaking his father's hand firmly and smiling slightly. Of course, the 4th promised, smiling broadly. Good luck to you, Naruto. Thank you, Dad, tell my sisters and Mom that I will miss them, the younger blonde asked, already standing in the doorway and throwing on his coat, after which he disappeared into the Shunshin together with his escorts. A small town in the north of the Land of Fire. People stroll leisurely along the clean and neat streets, and signs of various entertainment establishments hang everywhere. In one of these buildings, 2 old travelers and a world-famous writer-artist tandem are sitting in the company of several girls. Gi, do you think it was wise to agree to Minato's offer to take Naruto on a journey with us? He's still just a little kid, I don't think you and I will have a good influence on him, Nawaki asked, pouring another portion of sake for himself and the beautiful brunette who was sitting on his right hand. My friend, it wasn't a suggestion, but an order, and you should remember that they are not to be discussed. And my godson is not as simple as he seems, because at 13 he is already quite famous, and I don't think that you and I, even with a huge amount of effort, will be able to spoil Atsushi's student. You know as well as I do what this old man is capable of turning his charges into, the gray-haired man waved his hand, sitting the pretty blonde on his lap. And what's not simple about him? Senju asked, raising an eyebrow. Do nicknames like Konoha's Heim Protector, Hidden Leaf Demon or Lord of Nightmares mean anything to you? The Sannin asked, draining his cup in one gulp. Are you saying that all these nicknames belong to Naruto? Gee, you must have had too much, the brunette chuckled. Actually, Jiraiya-sama is telling the truth, all these nicknames really do belong to Uzumaki Naruto. A familiar voice reached the men, and a gray-haired man with a mask that hid almost his entire face sat down in the empty seat at the table. Kakashi? Nawaki jumped up in surprise from his seat. That's him, Hatake responded, smiling with one eye as best he could. So where is he? The orderly went straight to the point. At the hot springs in a couple of blocks from here, the Jonin replied, pouring himself some sake. And you haven't eaten? You're on duty, Senju asked, pointing at the bowl. So what? You can relax sometimes, especially since we're here for a few days, and I haven't had many opportunities like that lately, Kakashi waved it off. Aren't you afraid that your wife will find out? Jiraiya grinned sarcastically. No, she knows where I went, the gray-haired man shrugged. And even more so, I'm not going to cheat on her. Are you sure you can resist if, for example, she takes you on? Pointing to the girl at the bar, dressed in a black dress that emphasized all her charms. Yeah, especially since she's not my type, you better help with this Obito, otherwise he'll remain an unkissed virgin for the rest of his days, Hatake snorted. Is the whole team here? The third student coughed, choking on another portion of sake. Yes, they are currently setting up our rooms and will be here in a few minutes, so you better send the girls away, at least while you talk to Naruto, the Jonin advised. Are you really afraid for his psyche? Jiraiya drawled. No, rather, I'm afraid that he might get involved in them. After all, your godson is definitely not all there. Hatake twirled his finger at his temple, and the girls turned pale at his words. But continued to sit in their seats. There's no need to scare people for no reason, Kakashi-senpai. I may be crazy, but I'm not a bloody butcher who would cut up girls right in front of the crowd, the blonde calmly remarked, moving another chair to the table. You're early, the Jonin noted, pouring himself another glass of sake. Yeah, I decided not to interfere with Obito and Rin having fun, otherwise they're like little children, walking around, fidgeting, and can't decide on any desperate actions, the young man shrugged. What did you do to them? Kakashi was horrified. Nothing special, I gave them both stimulants, put a paralysis seal on them that will wear off after both drugs start working, and set up a barrier on the room so that these two will have a great time there, Naruto grinned contentedly. Do you realize what you've done? Nawaki asked in shock. Of course, I helped those two become happy, otherwise they would have died alone, Uzumaki answered calmly. Help them become happy? Do you know that the Council of Elders will kill them both for this? Senju shouted. Calm down, Captain Deravyashko, no one will kill them, because there is simply no one to do it. 7 days ago, the Council of Elders and the entire top of the Uchiha were cut out at the root, the clan lost more than 100 killed and about 24 wounded. And I have already agreed with the new head of their clan on this matter, the Jinchuriki answered, demonstratively cleaning his ear. How could this happen? Jiraiya asked in shock, dropping the bowl from his hands. Well, that's how it happened. Doesn't that happen to conspirators? Naruto asked, looking at Senju with a piercing gaze, while gray stars appeared in his eyes. So the stories about you are true, the Sannin said, drawing his attention. I never thought I'd run into one of you again. There are pleasant surprises in life, the blonde grinned, then pulled a small scroll out of the inside pocket of his vest and handed it to the writer. Here are instructions from the Hokage. Tomorrow I'll find you myself, but now I have things to do. What kind of business could a kid like you have? Nawaki immediately flared up. The usual stuff, I'll just go and train outside the city, the blonde said as he left the establishment. And what just happened? Senju gasped for air. Nothing unusual, Naruto's just not in the mood, his hunt was ruined yesterday, Kakashi shrugged. What kind of hunt does this little monster have? Nawaki barked, causing the girl sitting next to him to jump back. He hunts the Cloud Shinobi, he has some scores to settle with them, Hatake waved his hand lazily. And I wouldn't advise you to call him a monster, it's better to call him a demon, otherwise he might get hit in the head with something like a Rasengan. You speak about it so calmly that I have bad thoughts, Jiraiya drawled. After a couple of days of traveling with him, you won't be surprised at all, Kakashi assured the men. Well, I'll leave you, go for a walk around the city, and relax at the springs. After the Jonin left, the two men sat in silence for a long time, broken only by the silent clinking of cups. The girls, realizing that they were unnecessary here, quickly disappeared, leaving them alone. Until late in the evening, the two old friends discussed the problem that had fallen on their heads, the scale of which neither of them could yet fully imagine. Slowly leaving the bar, where two shocked and one shinobi, in a state of complete indifference to the world around him, remained, the blonde in one jump found himself on the roof of one of the tallest buildings of this mountain town. Sitting in the lotus position, the young man concentrated, entering the hermit mode. Successes in this regard appeared immediately after getting rid of the seal with the chakra of the previous owner of the body. A few seconds, and the iris of the right eye changed color to yellow, the pupil turned into a horizontal elongated oval, and the left into a vertical fox, and almost black shadows appeared above the eyes. "Have you decided to hunt again?" the fox's voice reached Uzumaki. "Yes, those Kumo shinobi that I sensed yesterday are here in the city now, and among them is Hyuga, although he is no good for us, but I think his death will make their clan hunt me," Naruto answered calmly, having found the location of his targets. There are only 3 of them, I don't feel the 4th one. It looks like you were able to get it last time after all," the kitsune said contentedly. "I doubt it, most likely that sensor hid very securely. He still almost lost his head from that seal, although he managed to get rid of it in time," the Jinchuriki reminded. "Well, that would be to our advantage, a witness who would report everything to the Raikage and the Hyuga," Kurama grinned, anticipating a little warm-up. "Yeah, and now it's time for me to head out," Naruto said, throwing his hood on and jumping onto the neighboring roof. 10 minutes of leisurely running across the roofs brought him to a small abandoned house on the outskirts of the city. Outwardly nothing gave away the presence of living beings in it, but being in the hermit mode, the young man clearly felt 3 sources of chakra inside, and another one was barely perceptible. Grinning contentedly, the blonde moved to the slanted and only held on one hinge front door. Putting his hand to it, he clearly felt the security technique imposed on it. Snorting, Naruto easily removed it, spending only a few moments. After all, primitive and greatly simplified fuinjutsu techniques that most shinobi used were not a problem for him. Having penetrated inside, he put up a barrier that would not allow anyone to leave without his permission. Quietly stepping on the dry floorboards covered with a layer of dust, he approached the descent into the basement, where he clearly sensed his future victims. 2 men were sitting by a small fire, discussing the latest news. A third was peacefully sleeping a little to the side. They all looked rather shabby. "And how did we manage to run into a Konoha border patrol so early in the morning?" The huge, closet-sized mulatto grumbled discontentedly. "Calm down. Whose fault is it that Aki is not himself now after meeting that monster 2 days ago?" The second one shouted at him, a thin man with a severe burn on his right cheek. "Why did you send that whore with us?" the mulatto growled. "Call her that again and you're dead," he snapped back, reaching out for the kunai. "What are these kids doing?" the interlocutor chuckled. Meanwhile, Naruto summoned a katana from the seal and slowly approached the Hyuga lying in the shadows, whose condition was quite deplorable. His head was bandaged, his left arm was in a cast by all indications, he himself was unconscious and muttering something incoherently. Raising the katana above himself, the blonde passed wind chakra through it, which attracted the attention of the 2 disputants, and then, under their surprised glances, with one movement cut off the head of the Byakugan bearer. The men froze in shock, looking with horror at the uninvited guest, who looked more like a ghost. Somewhere in the corner, a censor girl squealed. This brought the Cloud Shinobi to their senses. They grabbed their kunai and attacked the uninvited guest in a coordinated manner, but their attack did not impress him at all. He sped up and slipped under the mulatto's hands, while with a barely noticeable movement he ripped open his stomach, forcing the wind-chopped entrails to fall out. The second one, realizing the criticality of the situation, rushed towards the censor girl, who was huddled in the corner, whom Naruto had not even been able to see in their 2 meetings. The cramped conditions of the basement seriously reduced the arsenal of both surviving shinobi, forcing both fighters to use exclusively taijutsu or kenjutsu techniques. The skinny Kumo representative understood perfectly well that he had no chance of survival. All the advantages were on the side of the enemy wrapped in a cloak. "Who are you?" the man asked, trying to buy time for the girl, tightly clutching the kunai. "You, the Kumo shinobi, call me the Lord of Nightmares," Naruto replied in an icy tone. Now it's clear why she's been in this state since our last meeting in that .ed forest," the man answered breathlessly. realizing with horror that a foreign object had appeared in his right lung from somewhere, seriously making breathing difficult. I see you've already realized that resisting is useless. Another 5 minutes and your heart will stop, but before that, answer me, why are you so desperately trying to protect this girl? If you're sincere, I give you my word, I'll let her live, Uzumaki said calmly, coming closer and putting away his katana. And you don't have to try to activate your explosion tags, I'm still a master Fuin technique and neutralizing them is a piece of cake for me, especially such dull homemade ones. What kind of monster are you? The man croaked, dropping to one knee. I'm one of those called cleaners, the blonde replied, squatting down in front of his interlocutor, who had fallen on his side. So maybe you'll tell me why you're trying so desperately to protect her, or aren't you aware that she's the one killing you right now? What are you talking about? The man hissed barely audibly, spitting out blood. Didn't you know? Karen-chan's power is a double-edged sword, she can heal almost any wound with her chakra, but in moments of great fear and danger, she sucks the life force from those she once healed. So say goodbye to her while you still can, Naruto grinned, pulling down his hood. His unlucky opponent didn't have time to say goodbye, because his body withered in an instant, his skin turned gray and stretched over his skeleton. And you are very cruel, Karen-chan. How do you know my name? A quiet voice reached the young man from the darkness of the corner. I just know, that's all, Uzumaki responded, twirling the Rasengan on his hand and illuminating the room with a bright blue glow. Maybe you'll come out to me already? Why? You want the same thing as them. The girl barked, her eyes flashing. I'm not interested in your body at all, nor in your abilities, I just want to offer you to return to your parents' homeland. Looking at Karen's pale and tear-stained face, the young man smiled reassuringly, and his eyes became normal. Where to return? I am a rootless orphan picked up by one of the Kyumo clans, so that when I reach reproductive age I can become a bedding for one of the sons of the clan head. The red-haired girl screamed, sending several golden chains at Naruto, which landed on the ground a few meters away from him. You know, orphans with no family can hardly use chakra chains, the Jinchuriki chuckled, pointing to the golden chains stuck around him. This technique is one of the signature techniques of kunoichi belonging to the Uzumaki clan, and the color of your hair is another confirmation that you belong to our clan. Are you kidding me? Do you think I'll believe this nonsense you came up with on your knee? Karen almost growled. And why not? After all, you are a censor, and you can understand from the vibrations of the chakra whether I am lying or not, am I right? The blonde asked, continuing to smile. You know too much about my abilities. Who are you? The kunoichi asked calmly and with some interest. You want to know who I am? Then you'll have to be strong enough to make me tell you first, the blonde chuckled. And do you know someone who can help me become stronger? Karen asked, having calmed down completely, feeling the waves of warmth emanating from her interlocutor. I know that if you agree to come with me, you will have a new family in which you yourself will decide your future destiny, Naruto assured, holding out his free hand to the girl. I agree to your proposal. Look, if you deceive me, I'll get you from the other world and make you a eunuch, the red-haired girl confidently declared. Naruto only nodded to this statement, then took the girl by the hand and led her to the fire. He summoned a clone and, having given him instructions, went to the hotel. On the way, Karen simply overwhelmed him with questions. Somewhere in the depths of the Jinchuriki's consciousness, Kurama had already smashed a couple of pieces of furniture to smithereens out of anger and the endless chatter of this girl. At the hotel, they ran into Kakashi nose to nose, introducing the girl to him. Naruto went to the hotel administrator to rent another room, which took literally a couple of minutes. Well, make yourself comfortable, get yourself in order, rest, tomorrow morning I'll come by and we'll discuss everything normally. I have a request for you, don't go out anywhere before I come, you can order food through my clone, who will be on duty in the corridor, Uzumaki warned, letting the girl into the room. Thank you, I understand, the red-haired girl quickly slipped inside. See you tomorrow, Karen-chan, the blonde said, winking at the girl and closing the door. At the last moment, he noticed how she blushed. You know, I can get jealous. Naruto immediately heard. Kurama, darling, come on, you know I don't need anyone but you. But sometimes I find it interesting to embarrass other representatives of the fair, and it will help her forget faster that she saw my not-so-good side. The blonde tried to calm the kitsune. After all, you can't pull such a trick with you, you can embarrass anyone you want to death yourself. So you're saying that you were just interested in embarrassing her, the nine-tailed fox grumbled discontentedly. Yeah, you saw her reaction yourself, with that look you would have put me to bed a long time ago, the Jinchuriki chuckled. Pfft. Although you're right, for such a look I would definitely have you right there in the hallway, Kurama began thoughtfully. Slow down. It's not evening yet. Uzumaki interrupted her. Huh, scared? The satisfied girl grinned. No, I'm just not at all tempted by the prospect of wandering around the city with an erection from your detailed stories of how and what you'll do to me, Naruto snapped back discontentedly. Okay, but then in the evening, I expect something special from you, the kitsune snorted. Look, don't complain later, Uzumaki drawled, but he still didn't receive an answer. After standing there for a few minutes in thought, the young man just grinned and headed towards the nearest hot springs to put his own idea into practice. Three travelers walked slowly along a dusty road under the scorching sun. A large gray-haired man with a large scroll on his back in a red cloak. Next to him walked a guy with light brown hair tied in a ponytail, a travel backpack slung over his shoulder, and in front of this procession walked a blond man of about 13 in a gray travel cloak, humming some cheerful tune. Hey, Naruto. Maybe you shouldn't have been so brutal towards those shinobi from Cloud? We don't need any problems with them, Senju decided to start a conversation. Almost half a year had passed since their meeting. It was worth it, my wooden friend, unless you give them a good acceleration, they won't move from the spot, and that's not to my advantage. And anyway, why are you so worried about them? Or is it your instinct for self-preservation that's sounding the alarm? Naruto said, grinning bloodthirstily, turning to face his interlocutor. Call me that again and I'll spank you. Senju hissed, his eyes flashing. And you have enough strength, huh, Captain Wood? Uzumaki grinned, having been tormenting one of the currently living and strongest representatives of the first Hokage clan for several hours. You, the man growled, already starting to form seals, but Jiraiya stopped him, putting his hand on his shoulder and shaking his head. Friend, control yourself, can't you see that my nephew is just trying to get you? Said Sannin. Well, there you go, perverted hermit, you've once again deprived me of the opportunity to kick our wooden friend's ass, the Jinchuriki grumbled discontentedly. Do your hands always itch to beat someone up? The gray-haired man sighed heavily. No, I just want to understand how strong Captain Wood is. He is currently the strongest of the Senju, Naruto answered calmly. So you want to spar? Nawaki looked questioningly at the blonde. Yeah, the young man nodded in agreement. Is it really possible to ask for this? The angry man shouted. It wasn't meant to be. And bothering you, my wooden friend, is a fun thing, unlike bothering a perverted hermit, Uzumaki shrugged. Okay, you'll have a sparring match, gee, you'll be the judge, Senju said confidently. The Sannin only nodded resignedly, while the Jinchuriki grinned contentedly, anticipating a good opportunity to test his abilities without the star with a strong shinobi like Nawaki. Naruto had no doubts about his strength. He might seem like a weak and hot-tempered person, but behind that mask one could easily see a cold-blooded and calculating shinobi, with great experience and potential. A large meadow overgrown with tall grass and bushes was chosen as a place for sparring, and the nearest city was 10 kilometers away. With a couple of simple wind techniques, Naruto prepared the place for the future sparring, mowing the tall grass and removing it away. A few minutes later, the opponents stand opposite each other, waiting for the command to begin. Having given the signal, Jiraiya immediately moves away from the two opponents, because the strength of each of them is no secret to him, and he was not eager to catch a stray technique from the Sannin. For a few seconds, the opponents did not move, waiting for the enemy to start moving. Senju was the first to break the gaze of cold blue eyes. Having thrown several shurikens, he rushed towards his opponent, deciding to first test his skills in taijutsu. Naruto dodged a direct blow to the chest with a jump back and was immediately forced to press himself to the ground, so as not to receive a kick in the solar plexus. Rolling, having avoided another attempt by the opponent to reach him with his legs due to their greater length, Uzumaki threw Nawaki away from himself with a simple gust of wind, after which he tried to deliver a strong blow to the open right side of the opponent, but ran into wooden armor, which absorbed the entire force of his attack. Having jumped away from the brown-haired man, the Jinchuriki folded a series of seals, realizing that in taijutsu he would hardly be able to do anything to an opponent who masterfully uses his genome for defense. Blades of wind, Naruto whispered, releasing a dozen thin and razor-sharp blades at Senju. A wooden wall, he easily defended himself. Stone peaks. After this, sharp granite stakes appear right under the Jinchuriki's feet, several of which reach their target, leaving cuts on the blonde's left leg, which immediately begin to heal. Vacuum bullets, the young man tries to reach his opponent, but the opponent turns out to be quicker and replaces himself with a wood clone, hitting Naruto from behind. Having plowed his body several meters, Uzumaki jerked to his feet and exhaled a stream of Kurama's chakra at his opponent, which ignited, blocking the Senju's view. Raiton, spark, came from somewhere behind the Jinchuriki, and a second later, an electric charge pierced his left shoulder, and about 24 shinobi and Cloud Anbu poured out onto the clearing. "It looks like we have guests, Captain Tree," Naruto said, clutching his wound, glancing quickly at his new opponents as Jiraiya and Nawaki appeared behind him. 24 opponents. How are we going to divide it, fairly or fraternally? Sannin inquired. "Mine are those 4 Anbu standing behind the others, the rest are yours," Naruto exclaimed, jumping up and throwing several special kunai along the way, and moved towards his opponents. The Sannin and the Mokuton user only nodded in agreement and then rushed towards their opponents who had started moving. For ordinary shinobi lost their lives in the first seconds of the fight, the gray-haired man sent them to the next world without much mercy with a fire technique that covered a quarter of the meadow. The Anbu were not impressed at all, but they decided to refrain from a head-on collision, freezing in their places for a second, for which 2 of them immediately paid with their lives, pierced from the inside by thin wooden rods that tore them into small pieces. In response, Senju was almost burned by a lightning technique, but Naruto replaced him with his clone in time, while continuing to skillfully fight off 4 opponents pressing on him. Meanwhile, Jiraiya sent one of the enemy's hand-to-hand fighters to the next world in close combat, tearing half of his body apart with a Rasengan, after which he deftly pulled 2 scrolls from his sleeves and threw them in front of him. After their clash, a fiery dragon rushed across the meadow, taking 6 opponents to the next world. Then 3 more were torn to shreds by a humanoid tree golem, completely immune to ninjutsu. Another one was turned into mincemeat by Naruto's stray technique, released in an attempt to get one of his opponents, of which by that moment there were only 2 left, a healthy dark-skinned man and a miniature girl in a lizard mask. The remaining opponents turned out to be an extremely well-coordinated and experienced tandem. New marks constantly appeared on Uzumaki's body, and these 2 remained completely intact. Seizing the moment, the Jinchuriki moved to the kunai lying in the grass, thrown by him at the very beginning of the fight. A swing of the katana, filled with wind chakra to the limit, and he falls to the ground screaming from the pain of his limbs torn to shreds, but the kunai that hit him in the forehead quickly shuts him up, splitting his mask. "Well, here we are alone, Princess," Naruto purred, grinning contentedly, the stripes on his face becoming more distinct, and his pupil stretched out, but the color remained the same blue. "Lord of Nightmares, do you really think you can handle someone from the main family of the Hyuga clan? Everyone you killed for half a year was just a pitiful semblance of a real member of our clan, and today I will destroy you," the girl hissed, three-bladed katars appearing on her hands. The next moment, she practically dissolved into thin air and found herself right next to the young man, and the katars sank completely into his body. One pierced his heart, the second turned his internal organs into mush. "I thought it would be more interesting, but you died in just a couple of seconds," the ANBU said disappointedly, and the next moment she realized with surprise that his hands were holding her shoulders with an iron grip. "The most interesting part is just beginning, princess." "The seal of the 8 trigrams, release," the young man whispered. Orange chakra began to burst out from the entire surface of his body, enclosing Naruto and the cloud ANBU in a sphere, which immediately burned to ashes the girl's 2 comrades who rushed to her rescue. Gradually, the sphere began to darken, and all living things within a radius of several dozen meters from it turned to dust. The earth dried up and cracked. By this time, Jiraiya and Nawaki had already finished off the last of the Kyumo shinobi and looked at what was happening in horror. Each of them felt the enormous power emanating from the sphere. An attempt to break through it with techniques did not bring any result. After thinking it over, they set up a barrier around it and, having reasoned sensibly, decided to gut the bodies of their opponents while there was still time. As a result, they had several maps in their hands indicating the main areas of this part of the country's border, and detailed information on each of them, which immediately suggested a traitor at the very top or the work of someone from the main branch of the Hyuga, who did not have the seal that suppressed most of the abilities of their eyes and seriously limited the potential of its bearers. "What do you think he's up to this time?" Nawaki asked, chewing on a tree branch and making some sketches in his sketchbook. "No idea, but obviously something grand. And by the way, what are your guesses about the opponents he chose?" Jiraiya asked, looking up from his notebook, in which he was intensively scribbling something. "Hyuga, most likely Hyuga was among them, you know, he always kills them himself, leaves his calling card so to speak," Senju said without looking up from his drawing, trying to calm down, which was extremely difficult. "Whose handiwork do you think this is?" "Naruto, this is his chakra, albeit extremely concentrated, plus flavored with the chakra of the 9 tails. The hair on my back stands on end just thinking that I have no idea what this little is planning," the Sannin responded, breaking a pencil. "As if there are people in the world who know what this walking natural disaster is up to," Nawaki yelled. "He's managed to destroy a lot of people in half a year, smugglers, human traffickers, and much more. He's destroying everything that's called a shadow business, and you know who's protecting that business. I don't want to die at the hands of some daimyo mercenaries." "Calm down," the gray-haired man roared. "He is doing what no Kage or Sannin is capable of doing. He is going against the system. He is a cleaner. He will destroy people, especially now, when we are driven into reservations called hidden villages. This guy is not even from our world. He was dragged here by a technique called essence absorption. He himself hates ordinary people to the core, because they mocked and humiliated him all his childhood, but he skillfully restrains this hatred. But for a cleaner there are no prohibitions and boundaries. There is a danger, he will destroy it, and now often his actions are guided by this. The seal merges with him. And most likely, soon you and I will be able to witness the arrival of a new true cleaner, which was Hamura. So we are expecting the arrival of another monster that will crush people left and right? You knew and did nothing? You. Why?" Senju was cut off by a punch to the jaw. "Pull yourself together. What could have been done here? Kill him? Seal him? And then what? I don't care how many people he kills, I don't care about these pathetic idiots. If necessary, I'll be the first to stand and cover his back. Ordinary people consider us cattle, we are just weapons, tools, we have no rights or power, and I'm sick of it. If you don't understand that, then just disappear from my sight." Jiraiya hissed furiously, holding Senju by the lapels. "Do you know how many years I've been waiting for the arrival of the one who can fulfill the prophecy that the great Toad Hermit made to me? Do you know how many times I was wrong about my students, thinking that he would be the one to destroy the old world? I was wrong about Nagato, I was wrong about Minato, I was wrong about you. But Naruto will be the one I've been waiting for, and if you're not ready to be among those who lead the world into a new day, just disappear." Nawaki, his eyes wide with surprise and fear, looked at his friend and teacher, who was not himself at all. His hair stood on end from the amount of energy he was releasing, his face turned gray, and his eyes showed a desire to crush him like an insect. After that, the Sannin threw him to the ground and jumped onto the branch of the nearest tree. Lying on the ground, the man thought about what he understood perfectly well and that he was 100% right, a shinobi is just a tool. But Senju was afraid of a new war, a new slaughter, in which young shinobi in Kunoichi would die in the thousands. A sticky and cold fear paralyzed his will. But Jiraiya, it seemed, had already stepped over all this, freed himself from fear. Further reasoning was interrupted by a bright flash from the sphere. The bright glow lasted for several minutes, during which Nawaki's entire life flashed before his eyes. Then everything suddenly stopped, the sphere split into pieces like a shell, and two bodies fell out onto the dead ground. The Sannin was the first to react, removing the barrier and rushing towards Naruto, but he had already risen from the ground and was able to assume a sitting position. "What happened?" Jiraiya asked, carefully examining the young man, realizing that he had become much older in appearance, and looked about 18 years old. "Everything is fine," Uzumaki answered hoarsely. "Then what happened to you? You started to look older," Sannin inquired, puzzled by such a phenomenon. "It's expected, after 3 years in the summoning world," the Jinchuriki answered tiredly, laying the girl's head on her lap. "And who is this?" Senju, who had come up, asked, completely shocked by what was happening. "Her name used to be Hyuga Hinata, now it's Kurama Uzumaki, my wife," the young man answered, smiling warmly and stroking the girl's hair. "You're crazy. The Hyugas won't leave you alone now," Nawaki shouted. "Shut up." Naruto raised his voice. "I don't care, I have enough power to send their entire clan to the next world. Although I think we can come to an agreement with them." Okay, just calm down," Jiraiya demanded. "We better get out of here, it's going to get hot here soon. Your show has probably attracted a lot of people." "That's unlikely, the perimeter is surrounded by a barrier, and it's unlikely that anyone sensed us," Uzumaki responded, calling a clone who took the girl in his arms. "It's time for us to move. Where are you going in such a state?" Nawaki was surprised, watching the young man struggle to his feet, but then everything changed. The blonde suddenly seemed to be filled with strength and stood calmly on his feet. "Sage mode?" Jiraiya said in surprise, watching his godson's changes. "That's him," the Jinchuriki nodded, placing the unconscious girl on his back and heading down the road towards the nearest settlement. The road took 2 hours. Sannin and Senju walked side by side in silence, occasionally glancing at each other and then at the young man, but none of them dared to start a conversation. Upon arrival, they rented 2 rooms at the nearest hotel. Naruto, with the still sleeping girl, taking the keys to one of them, silently went upstairs. Having laid Kurama on a double bed, Uzumaki began installing barriers, which took him several minutes. After taking a shower, he sat down on the bed next to the brunette, lightly running the back of his hand over her cheek, and the girl immediately responded to the light touch, opening her eyes. "How are you feeling?" Naruto asked quietly. "Wonderful," the kitsune replied, sitting up and pulling the young man towards her. "How do you like my idea of aging our bodies a little?" "That's a great idea," he responded, kissing the pulsating vein on the girl's bare neck, sitting his other half on his lap. While Uzumaki was making a path of gentle kisses along his neck, going down to his collarbone, Kurama began to pull his robe off, while his hands were freeing her from her dress. Soon, 2 heated bodies intertwined in a sensual and gentle love dance, where each tried to give as much pleasure as possible to their partner, to show all their love and passion. Only with the first rays of the sun, exhausted and happy, they fell asleep in each other's arms. 2 people, wrapped in heavy cloaks, walked across the vast desert, and even though the sun was at its zenith, they seemed completely oblivious to what was happening around them. The hot desert wind drove sand grains from one place to another. The rare animals immediately hid in their shelters as soon as the travelers were in their line of sight. "Are you sure it's somewhere around here?" asked one of the wanderers, peering closely at the horizon. "Yes, I'm sure they're right below us now," the girl responded calmly, stopping on one of the dunes. "And how deep?" the young man asked, flexing his arms. 100 meters, no less, so we should look for an entrance, and not break through from here." The companion shook her head. "You're right, as always," the young man agreed with a heavy sigh. "A breakthrough from here means a collapse and certain death for everyone who is now below. The entrance is somewhere there, the wind carries the smell of people from there," the girl answered, pointing towards a black dot visible on the horizon. "Then shall we move?" "I'm personally sick of this sand," Naruto snorted irritably. "But it seems to me that you're fed up with something else," Kurama responded, quietly laughing. "You know everything," the blonde grinned. "So let's finish freeing these girls quickly and return to the territory of the Land of Fire, otherwise I have no desire at all to arrange a battle with the Suna shinobi, or even worse with the Anbu puppets, because this maniac Sasori did not betray the sand in this world." "Calm down, Leaf and Sand have a neutrality agreement now, so it's unlikely that they'll attack us," the kitsune reminded reasonably, following her husband. "I doubt it. Don't forget that you have the Byakugan now, and Suna won't miss the opportunity to try to capture the eldest heiress of the Hyuga clan," Naruto snorted angrily, which showed the extreme degree of his irritation. "Do you really think they would have managed to capture me?" Kurama feigned surprise, wanting to irritate her chosen one just a little more. "No, of course not, but I would have to kill them all, if not destroy Suna altogether," the blonde exhaled loudly, mentally counting to 10 and trying to pull himself together. After all, the nine-tailed was the only one with whom he could not hide behind the iron doors of self-control, the only one who was allowed to see his weaknesses and experiences. "Does this make you that angry?" the tailed one asked. "No, I would do it for you, I just don't want to kill those who are not involved in this, and in a fit of anger I would most likely destroy Suna with a couple of Biju bombs, and that, you know, is hell, where no one survives," Naruto answered dryly. "Now let's hurry." Nodding in agreement, Kurama decided not to pursue the topic further, realizing that no matter how Naruto changed, no matter how tough and cruel he became, he would never stop valuing the lives of the innocent and uninvolved. The black dot they had initially seen on the horizon soon turned into a small rock formation a couple 100 meters high, in the shape of a circle, several kilometers in diameter, which they could see for themselves when they climbed to its top. Inside was a hidden lake and an oasis, crossed by a small river that went into an underground cave. "There are at least 100 shinobi down there," Kitsune said, pointing to the palm trees on the shore of the lake. "There are a couple of chunin at the entrance to the cave. What are we going to do? Would you like to take a bath?" Naruto asked, taking out his binoculars from the seal and carefully studying the entrance to the cave. He saw a couple of guards at the entrance with crossed-out stone protectors. "What are you planning?" the girl asked. "We'll go in from that side of the pit, about 200 meters from the underground riverbed," the blonde replied, pointing to the small thickets jutting out into the water's surface. "I'll provide us with air, and you'll provide cover." "Well, as always, all the hardest things fall on my fragile girlish shoulders," the fox said indignantly, smiling. "Kurama, I just don't want to make any unnecessary noise. It's a matter of minutes for me to deal with them, but it can't be done without making noise that will attract the attention of those inside the cave. We'll deal with this as soon as we finish eliminating the guards inside," Naruto began to explain, tearing himself away from the binoculars. He cursed under his breath when he saw Kurama laughing, once again falling for her game of being offended. "Sorry," the tailed one whispered, hugging the young man, "I just couldn't help myself." "You know, I might get offended," the blonde frowned, but Kurama, clinging to him, gave him a passionate kiss, which she broke off only when both of them were short of air. "And so?" The nine-tailed one whispered with a mischievous sparkle in her eyes. I'll think about it after we sort this out, the blonde replied, smiling at the corner of his lips and moving them to the chosen place. Having descended unnoticed to the edge of the palm thickets, they carefully studied the area for traps and signaling devices, made their way to the edge of the water surface, carefully bypassing several simple security seals that were supposed to warn the one who placed them about the appearance of strangers. Throwing off their heavy cloaks and extra iron, immediately sealed by Naruto, they descended into the icy water, about which Kurama immediately began to snort discontentedly. Being a fire biju, she did not tolerate the cold very well. After some manipulations performed by the blonde, seals with an air reserve for several hours of being underwater appeared on their necks. The path to the entrance to the underground channel took them almost an hour. They had to move along the very bottom, clinging to it with the help of chakra. The chunin at the entrance didn't even pay attention to the two black shadows that slipped inside, busy discussing who would go where after receiving the ransom from the daimyo of the country of stars, not even suspecting that they were already effectively dead. Having risen to the surface after several hundred meters, they were able to examine the furnishings of the underground cave, which was also the bed of an underground river, in the dim light of the lamps hanging on the wall. Carefully getting out onto the rocky shore, they immediately threw off their damp clothes and changed into the black suits Naruto had extracted from the seal. Kurama was grumbling something discontentedly the whole time, drying her long hair with her own chakra. After waiting for the girl to finish with this, the blonde showed her with his fingers that they should now be as stealthy as possible and move along the surface of the water. Nodding in agreement, the kitsune was the first to move forward, checking the path with the help of the Byakugan, which, under the influence of her chakra and more developed SCC-, gave a much clearer picture and seriously increased the radius of vision. 2 hours of walking in almost complete darkness, and the couple came out into a small, well-lit hall, in the center of which there were several cages with girls sitting in them. The age of most of them did not exceed 20 years. The lighting is too good, the young man said quietly, with discontent in his voice. Do you see the generator? I agree, too good, there are clearly several competent fighters among them. No, he is located downstream of the river, shaking her head, the nine-tailed answered in a whisper. There are about 24 shinobi and 36 samurai. What are we going to do? Shinobi level? Naruto asked, looking around the room through binoculars from behind the stone and looking for options for unnoticed penetration. Strong jonin and a couple of sanin-level fighters. Samurai have a chakra circulation system developed to the level of an average Konoha genin, the tailed one reported, always recognizing her chosen one as the commander of their small detachment on such missions. And where did so many of them come from? Uzumaki hissed, almost jumping up from his seat, realizing that what seemed like a simple A-rank mission to save the daimyo's daughter had turned into an S-rank mission, given their numbers and strength level. It was a shame we refused G and Nawaki's help, they would have come in very handy right now. Do you think you and I can't handle them? The kitsune raised an eyebrow in displeasure. Yes, you and I can handle them, but the hostages are unlikely to survive such a massacre, and we need one of them, but the customer didn't even give us a photo of it, Naruto answered, getting more and more angry. Can you use the toad's stomach on their cells? Kurama asked, calculating something in her mind. I can, but I'll be out of the fight for a few seconds after that. After all, you need to use a huge amount of chakra here, the carts with the prisoners are too far apart from each other, the blonde responded, looking closely at his chosen one. But why do you need this? How much of a fight will you be out of? The girl continued asking questions, not paying attention to the young man. 9 to 10 seconds. Do you have a plan? Naruto asked incredulously, remembering all too well what kind of crazy ideas his kitsune's brain was capable of throwing out. Yes. Listen carefully, you close both exits from the hall with barriers, then use the toad's stomach on the carts. I will cover us during this time. As soon as you come to your senses, you take over the defense, and at this time I will completely flood this place with water mixed with Nawaki's poison. You and I have immunity to it, the hostages will be protected, the enemy will get poisoned and electrocuted. This, of course, will not kill the shinobi, but it will cover the samurai with their armor well. Then you remove the barrier from that end of the cave and try to hold us back while I continue to fill the cave with water, which will rush into the open passage, sucking in most of them. Considering their poisoning and electrocution, it is unlikely that any of them will be able to stay in the hall and survive there. In the tunnel, the tailed one outlined her plan in one breath, expectantly looking at the thoughtful blonde. The idea is risky, but in our situation it is the best option, Uzumaki agreed, nodding his head, while simultaneously extracting kunai with a ligature of special symbols from the seal. We will only have a few seconds, so hold on to me. I will throw the kunai and move us to the carts, and then we will work according to your plan. Okay, the kitsune nodded, hugging the blonde from behind. Hiroshin, Naruto said under his breath, setting up a barrier at the entrance to the cave and throwing a kunai at the wall next to the exit. Moving to the nearest cart, their appearance immediately made all the guards jump up. Summoning technique, Stone Frog Stomach. Outsiders, one of the shinobi roared deafeningly, alerting everyone else to the now obvious fact. Just a second after the technique was used, a tall, muscular man with a fist covered in lightning appeared in front of the couple, intending to kill the blonde man, who fell to one knee due to the colossal strain on his body and the amount of chakra spent on 3 techniques in a row. Under Hakakusho, Kurama hissed, appearing right in front of the enemy and throwing him away from the young man with a few quick blows. The man flew into the wall like a broken doll. Rantun, Raiza Sakasu, came from somewhere in the crowd that appeared in front of the kitsune. Hakusho Kaiten, the 9-tailed fox, reflected the technique, forcing them to hit the walls of the stone stomach. Futon, Atsugai. Naruto whispered, pushing the girl behind him and throwing everyone away with a wave of wind. Sand and small stones fell from the ceiling from this technique. Suetun, Great Flood, the tailed beast shouted, putting a colossal amount of chakra into the technique and filling the cave to the ceiling in a few seconds, while simultaneously breaking the ampoule with Nawaki's poison. A powerful electric discharge pierced the water column, causing the samurai, who had only just managed to pull out their katanas, to sparkle like Christmas trees. Chakra chains, Naruto mouthed, wrapping golden chains around himself and Kurama and attaching himself to the floor. Kai barrier. The huge mass of water immediately began to move, forming a whirlpool that began to suck in everything it could. The bodies of the already dead samurai almost immediately disappeared into the belly of a huge underwater funnel. The shinobi lasted only a couple of dozen seconds due to the constant replenishment of water in the cave. As soon as the last of the opponents disappeared into the darkness of the tunnel, the kitsune stopped filling the cave with water. A few minutes later, only large puddles on the floor of the cave and water dripping from the ceiling reminded of the recent flood. That was awesome, the 9-tailed fox muttered, breathing heavily and her legs buckling from exhaustion. I hate using Suetun techniques, they literally make me sick. You need to rest, he called the clone and handed the already sleeping kitsune into his arms. The human body was making itself known. The clone, having taken the girl, went away with her to a decent distance, and the young man himself, having folded several seals, recalled the toad's stomach. The girls sitting in the cages tried in horror to see at least something in the ensuing darkness, but they did not succeed. Having created a Rasengan in his hand, Naruto imbued it with chakra and, having raised it above his head, dispersed the darkness around him. Who are you? One of the girls, closest to the blonde, asked in a trembling voice. Who I am doesn't matter, what's important is that I was sent by the daimyo of the Star Country to rescue you all. Now my clones will open your cages, and I ask that no one run away. I'm not going to look for those lost in the dark. I hope everyone understands everything. Uzumaki asked, looking around at the carts with a heavy gaze. The girls glanced at each other and nodded slightly. A few seconds later, the locks from the carts fell onto the stone floor, and the doors of the cages opened with a long creak, releasing their captives. The girls gathered in a crowd in front of Naruto, who who was sitting on a small stone and holding a Rasengan in his hand, dispersing the darkness for several meters around. The captives looked around the hall with fear, as far as the meager light allowed, and some cast interested glances at their liberator. "And what is your name anyway?" A girl of about 17 stepped forward, in a torn dress, with several bruises on her face and a cut eyebrow. Dried blood was visible on her forehead. "Does it matter? I'm just doing a job for which I'm well paid, so my name doesn't matter," the young man snapped, making it clear with his whole appearance that he had no intention of continuing the conversation about his identity. "What will happen to us? After all, you only came for the princess," the girl continued asking questions, looking sullenly at her interlocutor. "My partner and I will deliver you all to the court of the daimyo of the Star Country, because we were not informed of what the princess looks like, and I do not want to remain without payment after a 2-day journey through the desert. Now rest." An exciting 10-kilometer journey along the mouth of an underground river in almost complete darkness awaits us, the young man announced the sad news. The former captives only glanced at each other in silence, huddling together and looking warily at their strange savior. An hour later, Kurama came to her senses, and Naruto, leaving a dozen clones with her, sent a few more to check the river downstream for surviving opponents. The blonde himself went to the surface to deal with the simple mercenaries and Chunin at the entrance, which in principle did not cause him any difficulties. The Chunin died without even realizing it. They caught a kunai in the back of their heads. The simple bandits ran away in horror before the shinobi, who broke them with one blow that broke their chests, but no one managed to run far. The wind blades turned everything around into dust. After that, the once beautiful green meadow was painted red-brown. Body parts were lying everywhere, which did not bother the blonde at all, but forcing the former captives to look at such a sight would be a bad idea. Having gotten rid of the traces of the massacre with a simple Doton technique, the Jinchuriki climbed into the cold water, allowing himself to relax a little and forget for a few minutes about the recent massacre he had arranged. Having come to his senses a little, he lit a fire, prepared a simple nutritious stew from the supplies hidden in the seals in order to feed the freed girls, and began to think over a plan of further action. The sun was already setting when the first girls emerged from the cave into the light, led by Kurama. She looked tired and absent-minded. From the clones disappearing as they came out, fatigue and memories came, but there was nothing significant in them. Instantly finding himself near the kitsune, Naruto picked her up in his arms. She did not resist at all and with a contented smile clung to him, allowing herself to fall asleep. Sitting on the remains of some cart, the blonde called a clone to organize the rescued and feed them. The young man decided to move out with the first rays of the sun, giving Kurama time to recover, since the likelihood of encountering a Suna shinobi was significantly increased by the ballast of 40 girls who were not shinobi, and the 300-kilometer journey through the desert promised to be very long. Deciding to have a little chat with the rescued, Naruto took a scroll with sleeping bags from his body seal. Taking 2 for himself, he put the 9-tailed on one, and kept the second for himself, and with the rest he went to the girl sitting in silence by the fire. "Here, we're staying here tonight, we're moving out tomorrow morning with the first rays of the sun," the young man said, throwing his sleeping bags on the ground. "We'll have to move on foot, so I advise you all to get a good rest." "Why on foot? After all, those who captured us have enough camels on the other side of the rocks." The girl already familiar to the Jinchuriki, who spoke to him in the underground hall, spoke up. "Are you sure they're still there?" the blonde asks, realizing that this could significantly speed up their journey. "Yes, they were planning to transport us tomorrow to a small bay in the west of the Wind Country. Several hundred kilometers from here. As far as I understood from their conversations, there is a transit base for the redistribution of stolen and live goods." The brunette snorted tiredly, her whole appearance expressing complete indifference. "My clones will check this, and now rest." With these words the young man left his place, heading towards the sleeping Kurama, calling on a dozen clones along the way, who immediately went in search of camels. The morning began for Naruto with the transfer of all the girls to the other side of the rock ridge using clones. This took a minimum of time, as the evening interlocutor said, the equipped and ready caravan was waiting on the southern side of a huge pit, left, apparently, from the fall of a meteorite. An hour later, the caravan was moving towards the border with the country of stars. During the journey, there was not a single attack or even a hint of the presence of Suna shinobi nearby, which seriously alarmed the blonde, suggesting the possibility of preparation for another war. Next time you won't use Suiton techniques, Naruto said, leading the lead camel by the reins, to Kurama, who was sitting on the animal, and whose appearance left much to be desired: pale skin, dark circles under her eyes reddened from burst blood vessels. You know, I'll be back to normal in a couple of days, the tailed one answered languidly, trying to force a smile out of herself, which didn't work out well. So what? Are you going to constantly torment yourself with such things? Suiton is unnatural for your fire essence, just like Doton is for me. That's why I try to use the simplest of its techniques, even taking into account my superhuman endurance, and you issued an S-rank technique, given that your body is several times weaker than mine, and your attachment to fire is tens of times stronger than my attachment to wind. The young man said discontentedly, making it clear with his whole appearance that there was no point in arguing further on this topic. By the way, there is a proposal to stop by the hot springs after the mission. What do you say to that? I'd be happy to. The kitsune agreed to change the topic, and the conversation came to naught. 2 days later, they arrived with the caravan at the court of the daimyo of the Land of Stars, where Jiraiya and Nawaki were waiting for them. The tailed beast had already recovered from the effects of the Suiton techniques by this time. Leaving the Sannin and his partner to sort out the formalities, the couple quickly disappeared from their sight, deciding to rest alone. Small hot springs were found on the outskirts of one of the richest quarters of the capital of the country of stars. A thin, tall man with noticeable gray hair in his slightly grown-out chestnut hair, dark brown eyes and calloused hands met the couple. Good evening, young people. How can I help you? The man asked quietly, carefully examining the couple standing in front of him. Good, respected owner. We would like to rent one of your baths, the most hidden from the rest, Naruto responds. 120,000 and one of the best baths and a hotel room at your disposal. The old man named the price without further ado. Here, take it, the blond man said, taking a wad of bills out of the seal with a light movement of his hand and handing the payment to the owner, continuing to hug Kurama around the waist with one hand. Printing techniques. It's been a long time since I've met a shinobi capable of applying them to their own bodies, the owner of the spring said impressedly, accepting the bills, and then added under his breath, it's a pity that the art of fuinjutsu has practically sunk into oblivion along with the Uzumaki clan. Are you a shinobi? Naruto asked, looking the man over carefully. Yes, I was once a shinobi, but that was a long time ago and it's not true. The old man smiled sadly and, calling the young guy to him, gave him a sign to replace him. Come on, I'll show you the room and the bathhouse. You were a member of the Uzumaki clan, the blonde said, more as a statement than a question. You're right, I was once one of them. But one day I couldn't fulfill my main task, and for that the head of the clan sealed my source of chakra, the old man answered dully, lost in his thoughts. Akira Uzumaki Sato, guilty of the death of the eldest daughter of Uzumaki Koichi, your former fiancé, the young man said, causing the old man to freeze in place. So you are the young Uzumaki that Ichiro told me about. What do you want from me, young leader? Akira asked, bowing respectfully. I need you to arrange a meeting with this Ichiro and nothing more, Naruto responded, not wanting to remind his interlocutor of his broken life once again. Tomorrow he will be able to meet you, I will invite him here. Now let's hurry, I will show you the room and take you to the bathhouse, the old man rattled off, quickening his pace. After showing the guests the room assigned to them and waiting for them to change their clothes, the old man led them to a hot spring hidden behind tall trees, after which he quickly left. He's kind of strange, Kurama said to his back, sitting down on the edge of the bathhouse, testing the water with her foot. Don't pay attention, he just has a hard fate, Naruto responded, having already climbed into the source, hiding under the water for a few seconds. "I just have a bad feeling, everything has been going too smoothly lately," the kitsune said quietly, throwing off her towel and going down into the bathhouse, when the young man appeared again, snorting loudly above the surface. "Ku, stop it, let's just relax and take a break from all this fuss for today," the blonde said, swimming close to the girl who had sunk to the bottom of the spring, and leaning on its edges on either side of her. "Are you okay?" Naruto asked with a hoarse voice, without removing his hand. "Yeah, don't stop," the nine-tailed fox muttered indistinctly, sinking down onto the cool floor of the bathhouse. 3 weeks later. A forest road. 2 days' walk from the border of the Fire Nation. A caravan pulled by mules was slowly trudging along a forest road. The animals were barely moving their legs after a long journey under the scorching sun. The drivers tried to urge the animals on, but they no longer responded to either commands or blows of whips. In a luxurious merchant's cart, 2 world-famous shinobi, the Sannin Jiraiya and Nawaki Senju, were sitting on soft feather beds. They were chatting cheerfully with the owner of the caravan. "Why won't your student join us?" the head of security asked the Sannin, pouring his employer another glass of wine. "Naruto doesn't like these kinds of get-togethers," the gray-haired man waved it off, drunkenly smiling at one of the merchant's companions. "Maybe you should invite him, and in the meantime we'll have fun with his girlfriend. It's not right for such a young brat to have fun with her alone," the man continued, making Jiraiya look at him like he was dead, which wasn't far from the truth. Less than a second after the words were spoken, Naruto appeared behind him, his blue eyes clearly showing the thirst for murder and unbridled rage. Rolling his eyes, the Sannin already mentally recited a prayer for the soul of the suicide bomber. In an instant, the bald man was pulled out of the cart by the shoulder, and then a powerful kick followed, from which his ribs crunched, tearing the skin with sharp fragments, and the head of security crashed into a tree. With a squelching sound, the man's corpse was smeared across the trunk of a centuries-old giant in a couple of arm spans, drenching the grass and roadside dust with his blood. The guards looked in horror at what their boss had become from just one blow, turning their gaze to his killer, who had calmly returned to the roof of the cart that was going ahead. Fear rolled over everyone like a wave. Only Jiraiya with Nawaki and the owner of the caravan remained calm, and Kurama kissed her protector with no small passion, which caused a flash of envy among the guards who had not seen the massacre. By evening the sky began to be covered with heavy leaden clouds, threatening to burst into rain at any moment. Seeing this, the drivers stopped the caravan at the nearest convenient place and settled in for the night. Sitting by the fire, the guards discussed the day's incident in a half-whisper. "We can't just leave it like that. That brat finished off Aki." The young guy with a scar across his face hissed angrily. The assembled people nodded in agreement, supporting his idea. "There are more of us, and at night, when he's sleeping, we'll just knock him down and be done with it, and then we'll have some fun with his girlfriend." "You probably don't understand who we're dealing with," the old man said quietly, sharpening his katana. "This guy is a shinobi, a very strong shinobi. He turned Aki into mincemeat with one kick, and you expect to take him by numbers? Have you thought about what would happen if he used a technique? Or why he wasn't stopped by one of the most famous and strongest shinobi in Konoha? What, old man, are you scared?" the interlocutor asked with disdain and a sarcastic smile on his lips. Everyone turned their gaze to the gray-haired old man. "Yes, Ken, I chickened out. It's just that I, unlike you, want to live a little longer and return to my grandchildren alive, and attacking a shinobi from the Uzumaki clan and his companion from the Hyuga is complete madness, even if he repays the insult with death," the gray-haired man responded, continuing to sharpen his katana. Many of the guards immediately thought about it. After all, Ichigo was the strongest in their squad and the most experienced. He knew the traditions and laws of many countries well. He knew the shinobi regulations. "And what do you suggest?" Ken hissed angrily. "To forget and not to remember what we saw," the old man answered, freezing for a second, making it clear that the conversation was over. No one else dared to say a word, not even the most desperate and thirsty. The downpour made everyone scatter to their wagons. Water poured from the sky in an endless stream, forcing the guards to curse their bad luck and wrap themselves tighter in their cloaks. In the middle of the night, a powerful explosion thundered right in the center of the camp, forcing the guards to jump out of their warm sleeping bags into the cold, impenetrable rain. Most of them immediately fell to the ground, pierced by sunban and shurikens thrown by a silhouette in the place where there had been a fire that evening. Blades of Wind, Naruto, in an attempt to protect the last living guards, ran out into the rain in black pants and a gray t-shirt, which instantly got wet and stuck to his body. A worried Kurama appeared behind him. Uzumaki Naruto, a voice full of superiority came from behind the wall of rain, move away from the Hyuga and you will stay alive. You'll only get it over my dead body, the blonde assured coldly, after which he added in a whisper, Ku, look around. It's your choice. The stranger instantly pulled out his katana and found himself dangerously close to the young man, trying to pierce his heart. Kaiten, a huge sphere of dark blue chakra threw the attacker back without hitting Naruto. Naruto, there are 12 of them, each level is about the same as a strong jonin like Kakashi. Jiraiya seems to have been put to sleep, but his body is already fighting it, and Nawaki is among them. We are in a strong barrier, she warned her kitsune, having gained a few seconds. Got it, let's work without holding back, the young man said, taking a pair of katanas from his seals, getting into a defensive stance and seeing how the enemy the girl had thrown back appeared in front of him again. Naru, try not to damage their bodies too much, they are suitable for us, the kitsune said, freeing their tails. To this the young man merely nodded, rushing to attack the enemy, frozen in amazement from the girl's unexpected transformation, for which he almost paid with his life, but lost both arms, and received 32 touches from the nine-tailed beast, falling to the ground as a whining carcass. Granite peaks, someone shouted from the rain curtain, causing both of them to lift off the ground. Electric storm, another voice roared from behind, threatening to end the fight at once. Great air stream. Naruto threw himself and Kurama a good 100 meters. Ku, light it up. The wrath of the fiery Gehenna, the kitsune whispered, breathing down a huge shaft of dark orange fire. Air press, the blonde strengthened the girl's technique. Below was hell, the enormous temperatures destroyed all life, the heat even left burns on the bodies of its creators, who were slowly falling down, thanks to the wind technique that Naruto used. There was nothing at the place where the caravan had stopped, a smooth black pit, with streams of molten earth flowing down its edges. Only in one place was a slowly melting granite thickening visible, behind which all 12 attackers and Jiraiya had hidden. Breath of the North, Uzumaki said, saving himself from the fate of being boiled. A thick crust of ice immediately formed under the feet of those who landed, which, however, began to melt, which is why Uzumaki had to use the saving technique again, but this was only a temporary solution, the pit was too hot to cool it with the wind technique to an acceptable level. Gradually, it was filled with fog from melting ice and evaporating water. It was necessary to get out of there as quickly as possible, but first it was necessary to deal with the night visitors and the traitor Senju. The crust of the granite shield split in two, revealing the enraged Sannin in hermit mode with a blow from the inside. 3 more opponents were permanently incapacitated. It was impossible to live with broken chests and flattened heads. Only Mokuton techniques saved Jiraiya from the attacks of the battle-mad Jiraiya, who had fallen into a battle frenzy, which entangled him, slowing his movement, but could not stop him completely. Leaving 4 comrades to deal with him, 4 more, waving weapons, rushed towards the 2 defenders. At that moment, it began to rain again, hissing and revealing fog along with it. Soon, the grinding of metal and the ringing of steel began to be heard in it. The usual fog did not bother the shinobi at all. 2 people in masks and black uniforms pressed Naruto, forcing close combat and not allowing him to use techniques. Soon serious wounds began to appear on his body, which, however, quickly healed, thanks to the regeneration spurred to the maximum. At this time, Kurama was showered with a variety of techniques, not allowing him to stand still for a second and taking him away from the young man, which greatly strained him, and he was distracted from the fight. The girl, using all her flexibility, speed and the presence of extra limbs, tried to get closer to her opponents. She almost succeeded, until suddenly she was twisted by severe pain, and in the meantime, several more shinobi appeared on the battlefield. Ancient hieroglyphs of a restraining seal slowly spread across the body of the nine-tailed, and her loud, pain-filled cry made the young man miss the attack of one of the attackers. The katana pierced his lung, almost hitting his heart. But the shinobi did not have time to rejoice in their victory. The Jinchuriki's eyes changed their color to gray-blue, and her body was covered with a golden glow. A swing and the hand holding the katana is torn away from the body of the shocked shinobi, and his head is torn apart by a kick. The second opponent, who had not managed to do anything, was simply cut by the katana pulled out of his own body, and his two halves fell onto the ice, covered in a layer of water that was even more colored red. A second, and a dozen clones appear next to Uzumaki, and he himself changes places with the kitsune, finding himself in a ring of 6 shinobi. The 4 new arrivals were apparently a barrier team. Rotating around its axis with a katana set to its maximum length and saturated with chakra to the limit, turns 2 into mincemeat, who did not have time to react, after which it crumbles into dust. The remaining 4, consisting of fresh opponents, tried to put a suppression seal on Naruto, but he managed to use Hiroshin behind the back of one of them, because even his Fuinjutsu skills would not be enough to confront 4 masters who understand this discipline at once. A light touch and the seal of the explosion tag blooms on the enemy's back, and the next moment he, with a hole in his chest from an internal explosion, begins to settle on the ice, scattering his internal organs, turned into mush. Before the body fell, the blonde had already managed to throw 2 special kunai at the next opponent, but at the last moment, he replaced himself with one of the opponents still fighting Jiraiya, which made his task much easier. Having planted a couple of kunai in the body of the hapless replacement, the blonde threw them again, taking them out of the enemy's body. Then he added 2 dozen more directly from the storage seal. This time there was no replacement, but the intended victim met him with a protective lightning technique, which caused the young man to be severely electrocuted. The skin on his hands was burned and he was concussed. But the shinobi failed to take advantage of the success again. The kitsune, freed by the clones, found herself next to one of them. A juken strike to the solar plexus area and the victim's back is torn apart by the amount of chakra put into the strike. Hak Hyaku Nijuhachi Sho, she said, knocking the 2 remaining shinobi, who were apparently completely incapable of taijutsu, onto their shoulder blades. "How are you?" the girl asked, finding herself next to the Jinchuriki, who was trying to get up and shaking his head. "My head is splitting, I can't feel my arms, my back is falling apart," the blonde groaned, the golden glow around him disappearing and his eyes becoming pure blue again. "You'll feel better now." Wrapping their once fluffy tails around his body, which had been reduced to a pitiful semblance of themselves by the downpour, they soon began to glow a peaceful green, bringing the young man's regeneration to unprecedented heights. Slowly, limping on one leg and holding the torn stump of his right, the Sannin approached the couple. He looked at them with a clouded gaze. Severe blood loss, multiple fractures and severe poisoning made themselves felt, even despite all the experience and strength of this great shinobi. Meanwhile, the rainfall changed to a light drizzle, allowing you to examine the battlefield, bodies lying everywhere, several craters, a thick layer of ice and water on the ground, frozen streams of molten earth on the edges of the pit. I'm okay now, help your godfather," Naruto asked, seeing the state of the gray-haired man. Nodding silently, the former Bijou entangled the unresisting man with her tails, saturating his body with her chakra, which forced the body's own regeneration to work at full capacity, turning the chakra into the body's tissues. A few minutes later, the exhausted, but already more whole Sannin went limp in the embrace of the kitsune's tails. "Naru, we should hurry before their souls go to the Shinigami realm," the girl said, dispersing the water and laying the Sannin on the ice. "Wait, I'll put the seals on Ji and Nawaki," and then we'll get started, Uzumaki agreed, concentrating and extracting a black sphere from the seal in the area of his heart. Here, take it. For several minutes Naruto fiddled with the seals on the body of the senju, whose heart had been torn out, and on the unconscious Sannin. After that, the couple went to the center of the pit, where the bodies of the killed opponents had already been laid out in a circle by clones. Sitting in the center of the circle opposite each other and stretching out their arms, they closed their eyes. For several seconds nothing happened, and then green lights, former souls, began to slowly appear from the bodies. They spiraled around the sphere, which, like a whirlpool, sucked them in. The process was extremely slow and complicated, and took almost 3 hours. By the time they came out of a state comparable to a trance, Jiraiya had already come to his senses, examining his right hand with many fresh scars in surprise. "How are you feeling?" the blonde asked a banal question, coming close to his godfather. "It's been worse," the Sannin replied, sneezing loudly. After all, even for his body, 3 hours of lying on the ice had not been in vain. "Do you know who this is?" Naruto asked, pointing to the bodies in the center of the pit. "The Blue Fangs are shinobi who work for the Council of Nobility at the daimyo's court. Nawaki was once one of them. I thought he had cut off all ties with them, but from today's incident I see that I was wrong about him." The gray-haired man sighed heavily, casting a bitter glance at the pale face with dark blue bruises. "How many of them are there and what is their level of training?" The blonde man began the interrogation. "About 200 strong shinobi like these, 2 groups of 16 people, the rest are at the level of Tokubetsu Jonin and Strong Chunin," the Sannin answered briefly, after which, looking intently into the eyes of his godson, he asked a question. "Are you going to destroy them all?" "Them and the owners. I'm not going to put Kurama at risk. I'll solve the problem radically," Naruto answered calmly, giving the man his hand and helping him up. "Are you going to climb into this snake pit alone?" Kurama asked discontentedly, irritably waving her dry, fluffy tails. "Yes, you will not go there with me under any circumstances," the blonde man stated confidently, making it clear with his whole appearance that he would not tolerate any objections to this. "You definitely won't go there alone. Even you won't be able to defeat 200 shinobi, several hundred samurai without causing massive destruction, and to start a massacre in the center of the capital means destroying the entire city," Jiraiya began. "Do you have an idea?" the blonde asked, looking meaningfully at his godfather. "Yes, the Blue Fangs have crossed many people. I think in a couple of weeks I can gather several dozen strong shinobi who will agree to help us. The main thing is not to touch the nobility and civilians, and then we will get away with it. Daimyo is also not thrilled about the presence of such large shinobi forces in the capital that are not under his control," the Sannin outlined his thought. "Okay, I think 2 weeks is a good time to rest and prepare for the operation," Naruto agreed, hugging the pouting and displeased Kitsune, and said quietly. "Don't be offended, I just don't want to risk you. I'm afraid of losing you. I'm afraid of being alone again. Especially now." "I won't," the girl responded just as quietly, hugging her husband back and understanding his desire to protect her from all dangers, especially now, when in a few months their family was due to grow. "As soon as we deal with these, we'll return to Konoha, and I don't care what or who tries to say, I'll kill anyone," Naruto whispered, and then added louder. "It's time to get out of here, we all need to rest. I'll seal Nawaki's body, we'll hand it over to the Senju." "Yes," the Sannin agreed monosyllabically, finally deciding to ask the question that had been tormenting him since the moment he woke up. "Naruto, where did Kurama get his tails?" "In that world, I was a 9-tailed bijou, and after the battle with Kagaya, I became a kitsune, hence the tails," the 9-tailed answered for the young man. "Godfather, let's tell you more about this when we get out of here and find a place to rest?" the young man asked, but the Sannin, in a state of shock, seemed not to hear him. "Wow, so it turns out my godson put the strongest of the bijou to bed?" the Sannin asked the obvious question with wide eyes of surprise. "I'll tell you even more," the gray-haired kitsune decided to finish off, smiling radiantly, "we'll have our first child in a few months." "Holy heavens! You simply have to tell me everything. The Sannin began to demand animatedly. First, let's find a place with normal beds, a shower, and even better, hot springs. He sobered up the overexcited Sannin, who was apparently trying to forget about what had happened a few hours ago, about the fact that he had to tear out the heart of a student and friend who turned out to be a traitor with his own hands. Yes, of course, I know there's a small town a couple of hours away, you can find everything there, Jiraiya chattered, heading to the edge of the pit and vigorously scribbling something in his notebook. As he said, a couple of hours later they arrived in a small town, and, having rented a room in a hotel with hot springs, the trio was determined to relax. The capital of the Fire Country. 2 weeks later. A huge city, ablaze with thousands of lights, electronic signs and tabloids, enticing visitors to a variety of establishments, from cafes and restaurants to casinos and arenas for ultimate fighting. Crowds of people scurried back and forth through the center of the capital of the strongest country of the Big Five. Among them, patrols of 3 samurai and 1 shinobi walked, ensuring that order was maintained. Moving in this crowd, Naruto carefully watched the 3 blue Fang fighters, who, drunkenly laughing, boldly walked along the street, forcing ordinary citizens to give way to them, and the patrols only grimaced contemptuously, unable to do anything, because violators are untouchable for them. For a week, Naruto, along with 24 other shinobi, had been tracking down opponents, marking the most visited cities on the map. Kurama greatly helped in this, scanning the city with the help of the Byakugan. Much to the young man's surprise, there were more than enough strong shinobi willing to get even with the Fangs and their masters. In the week since the operation began, 60 mid-jonin and 2 Sannin-level shinobi had joined them, but they were mainly busy planning the operation and protecting the participants from prosecution by the country's laws. An hour of wandering around the city, and the trio led the young man to a large bar on the outskirts of the capital's shopping district, around which Naruto immediately sensed the presence of 6 more people participating in their risky venture, but he was unable to find them with his gaze or sensory abilities, so he had to use communication seals. "What do you have here?" the blond man came on air, taking a seat in the cafe opposite. "About 3 opponents, 1 jonin, the rest chunin, and about 50 samurai," one of the observers responded. "Can you handle it?" the young man inquired. "Yes, the main thing is that they don't scatter like cockroaches," another voice reached Naruto. "Don't worry about that, my clones are already cordoning off the building with a barrier," the Jinchuriki informed his comrades. "Naruto, you are needed in the center, there is an important person who wants to talk to you," Jiraiya's voice was heard in Uzumaki's head. "I'll be there in 5 minutes, he responded, leaving his place and heading to the hotel, which they had rented entirely. They managed to get there by the appointed time, but the young man had to move without chakra, since the capital was under a reliable dome of sensors, and the Fangs should not know that there is a shinobi of their level in the city. The hotel greeted him with unusual silence and almost unlit windows, which was not surprising. People were hunting and were just waiting for a signal to start the massacre. Having climbed to the top floor, which was the headquarters of the operation, where there were various seals everywhere, Naruto noticed Jiraiya, Ali and Mustang, the real names of the latter Naruto did not know. There was also another person in the room, whose face was hidden by a deep hood, but he was not a shinobi. "Do we have guests?" the blonde asked, coming closer. "Yes, Naruto, this man would like to speak with you," Jiraiya turned to his godson. "And who is he?" the young man asked, ignoring the presence of the guest. "I am the daimyo's trusted man," the man answered for Sannin without removing his hood. "And what does the dame's man want with me?" Uzumaki asked dryly, sensing trouble. "He simply wishes to speak with you personally," the messenger responded respectfully. "Where and when?" Naruto got down to business, confident in his abilities in case of a trap. "Right now. I will take you to the palace through a secret passage," the guest immediately answered. "I hope the daimyo understands that if there is an attempt to kill or capture me, I will destroy the capital," the blonde warned calmly, trying to understand how the ruler of the country knew about his location. Of course, Aochi-sama understands that. Let's go, I'll show you the way, the man said, making an inviting gesture. Without answering, Naruto was the first to leave the hotel room, having exchanged glances with the Sannin, who only nodded approvingly. Leaving through the back door of the hotel, they secretly went to the palace of the ruler of the Land of Fire. Having passed through an underground passage, the young man and his guide found themselves in a luxurious garden, where there were fruit-bearing trees and flower beds with the most exotic flowers everywhere. Among all this splendor, to which the blonde did not pay any attention at all, under the canopy of century-old maples, a gazebo was reliably hidden by techniques, in which the Jinchuriki felt the presence of 3 people. "Please, Uzumaki-san, Aochi-sama is waiting for you," the guide said, removing the illusion with some kind of artifact, without making him wait. "Good evening, Naruto-kun," a stately man of about 40, with barely noticeable gray hair, greeted Uzumaki as he entered. "Good day, Aochi-san," Naruto responded, ignoring all the rules of communication with the head of state, sitting down in a free place at a small table in the center. "How can I help you?" The business acumen of the Namikaze clan and the recklessness of the Uzumaki are immediately apparent, the ruler of the Land of Fire grinned. "Let's get down to business. I didn't think that the daimyo would bother himself with knowledge of such peculiarities of the clans living in the territory under his control," Naruto drawled, trying to make out the faces of the 2 people sitting to the right and left of his interlocutor. "And yet, why am I here? First of all, I wanted to thank you and your people for the decision to destroy the Blue Fangs. They have been a pain in the neck for me for a long time, but eliminating only the perpetrators would only mean delaying the problem for a while. Do you want us to destroy the top nobility that stands in opposition to your policies? That's right, they've been allowing themselves too much lately, and leaving their liberties unpunished would mean showing weakness, and that's unacceptable now." Dame rubbed his forehead tiredly. "Why now?" Naruto asked, his instincts telling him that this world would soon be in for a shock comparable to his world's 4th Shinobi War. "Our intelligence has reported that the inhabitants of the neighboring continent are gathering an army to begin an invasion of our territory. The level of their technology is incomparably higher than ours. Their warships are capable of razing any coastal city not protected by barrier techniques with a few salvos. Our ancestors made a big mistake when they focused on turning shinobi into obedient weapons and suppressed any attempts at technical progress in military terms. Now we are actually on the brink of war between ordinary people and shinobi within our continent, and if it breaks out, we will no longer be able to counter the external threat, even in the event of a quick victory for one of the parties." Aochi outlined the situation. "So our situation is that bad?" Naruto raised an eyebrow, roughly imagining the consequences of such an outcome. "In reality, everything could be many times worse, because we have absolutely no information about the weapons created by the Urgi over the last 10 years, perhaps they have developed something that is capable of destroying cities in the depths of the continent with one blow. That is why I want to propose an alliance. You are the cleaner, the one who will be followed by all the shinobi of the Land of Fire, and I am the one who is capable of leading ordinary people and samurai. Our combined efforts may be enough to protect against a possible invasion." The interlocutor began to test the waters. "What will the shinobi who follow me get in return?" the blonde asked, already imagining what the ruler of the country would offer them. "I can see from your eyes that you've already realized what those who follow you will get." Aochi smiled with the corners of his lips. "A change in the aristocratic elite. But there clearly isn't enough room on the council for everyone," Naruto reminded. "It's up to the Hokage to decide who exactly will join the government council. His powers will be significantly expanded, and I would like to increase the number of places where shinobi live compactly several times over," the man answered, confidently looking into the young man's eyes. "Increase the number of places where shinobi live compactly?" The blonde grinned, internally agreeing with such a decision, because it meant increasing the number of shinobi several times, from a measly 100,000, for the entire country, taking into account everyone, from infants to feeble old people, up to 500, and maybe even more thousand. And by how much? There are 12 more villages that are not inferior in number to the Hidden Leaf, the daimyo answered calmly. I see you have grandiose plans. The blonde shook his head, somewhat thrown off balance by such a statement. Not me, Naruto-kun, but us, Iochi corrected the young man. According to our analysts' calculations, it will take 70 years to increase the number of trained shinobi to the required level with the appropriate stimulation of the birth rate, but taking into account all the risks and possible problems, the figure doubles. Increase the number of shinobi from 40,000 combat-ready and trained fighters to 500 in 70 years? It smells like nonsense, especially in light of a possible attack by the Urgans, Uzumaki expressed his opinion. I think Konoha's sabotage forces are capable of forcing the enemy to abandon the idea of fighting us in the next century. Professor Stern will tell you about how they plan to increase the number of only trained shinobi, but a little later, Iochi said, pointing to the man sitting on his right. Your knowledge frightens me a little, said the Jinchuriki, trying to find at least one explanation for such an in-depth knowledge of the country's ruler. Ichigo-san deserves credit for this, Iochi said, which made Naruto snort angrily, since he could have guessed who could have given the daimyo such information. I see you already know each other and there is no need for unnecessary introductions. So what do you say about the possibility of such a union? I want to know why. Naruto asked firmly. Why would the ruler of a country suddenly decide to make shinobi his support? The interlocutor chuckled. Yes, the blonde answered briefly. It's simple, Naruto-kun, Iochi said, stretching out his hand and causing a small blue flame to appear on it. Our family is very ancient, several centuries older than the Otsutsuki clan. Long before the appearance of shinobi, we had the amazing ability to call upon the blue flame, which can instantly burn anything. Now, however, only a few of our entire family are able to use it, those who have strong shinobi in their family. This flame is my limit, but my eldest daughter is much stronger than me, because her mother was one of the Uzumaki who survived the destruction of the whirlpool. Now everything becomes clear. You simply decided to regain your former power by increasing the number of shinobi, as a result of which shinobi may appear that are many times superior to the level of most of those currently living. Smart, the blonde assessed. You are very perceptive, Naruto-kun, but apparently you didn't quite understand me. I want my daughter to become your wife, the daimyo chuckled. Rather, you didn't understand. Offering me something like that is complete nonsense. I already have a wife and she won't tolerate a rival next to me, just as I don't want to see anyone else with me, the blonde responded calmly, dispelling a flame on his interlocutor's hand. Okay, have it your way, but think about the prospect of getting this unique element at the disposal of your clan. The ruler did not give up. I'll think about it, and now let's move on to discussing the details of our agreement. Naruto got down to business. The four sat with the contract drawn up and its main details worked out until lunch. Sometimes servants would appear in the gazebo with food and news from all over the capital, about numerous brutal murders and disappearances among the highest aristocratic circles. The people who came with the young man, having received permission to destroy them, did not restrain themselves in their methods and means, often simply going ahead, destroying everyone who was in the houses belonging to their targets. The panic among the population was dealt with by Jiraiya, who officially announced his arrival in the capital. Sitting at a small desk in the evening, Naruto carefully reread a rather ancient-looking scroll. Kurama sat next to him, also carefully reading the text. Leaning back, the blonde silently looked at the ceiling for several minutes, waiting for the girl to finish reading. I think you're upset for nothing, the nine-tailed fox said, rolling up the scroll and waving its tails. Why do you think so? Blue flame is the only element capable of opposing Amaterasu, if, of course, you can believe this scroll. The Jinchuriki sighed tiredly, closing his eyes and feeling the tailed beast's head fall on his chest. What's stopping us from marrying our child and the child of the daimyo's daughter? Kurama asked. Don't you think it would be unfair to them? Naruto asked, puzzled by his wife's words. No, if we tell them about it ourselves at the moment when they are able to understand the reasons for such a decision. In our world, justice and honesty are generally rare phenomena. The kitsune grinned, drawing bizarre patterns on the young man's chest. Further conversation was interrupted by a knock on the door. Uzumaki-san, you have received a message from Konoha, came the voice of a breathless messenger. Come in and give it here, the young man ordered, sitting up, and at that very moment the doors of the room were thrown open. A middle-aged man flew into the room, handing a small scroll to the blonde, and disappeared behind the door again. Naruto had a bad feeling when he looked at the seal on the scroll, the personal crest seal of the Namikaze clan leader, which could only mean one thing: something bad had happened to one of the family members. He quickly opened it, ran his eyes over it, and then squeezed it hard, causing it to crumble into dust from the release of wind chakra. Ku, get ready, we're going back to Konoha right now, the blonde said in an even tone, rising to his feet. What happened? The girl asked worriedly, appearing in front of him and, grabbing his face with her hands, forced him to look into her eyes. Old man Atsushi has been killed, the Jinchuriki, for whom his great-grandfather had become a close person, comparable to Jiraiya from that world, squeezed out, holding back the anger and rage that was bursting out. Kitsune said nothing, only hugged her chosen one tightly, trying to take away at least a part of his pain from the loss of a loved one. An hour later, the two of them quickly left the capital, leaving Jiraiya and the team he had assembled to complete the contract. The night sky above Konoha was slowly covered with heavy clouds. Somewhere beyond the horizon bright flashes of lightning and deafening peals of thunder were visible. The streets of the night village, despite the late hour and approaching bad weather, were full of shinobi. Search parties combed the area near the Leaf. ANBU were on duty on the protective wall of the village. It was possible to get into the village only through the main gate, which was guarded by several reinforced squads. And this had to happen right now, said one of the Jonin guards on duty at the gate, exhaling a stream of smoke. Now the ANBU will be digging their noses into the ground until they find this idiot. That's true, Karo, another Jonin agreed with his comrade, peering into the night road. I wonder how he managed to get into the village. And especially into the Uzumaki clan's estate? I don't know, Goro, and I don't want to know. Let the heads of those who missed this monster hurt. The interlocutor waved it off, burning his cigarette butt. Well, yes, a monster is the most suitable description for him, another Jonin agreed with his comrade, to kill 24 shinobi of Kakashi's level, to destroy 3 clan quarters almost to dust, to wound the heads of 2 clans that are among the 10 strongest in Konoha, to kill a third and to manage to wound the 4th himself. What kind of person do you have to be? A human is definitely not capable of such a thing. Stop talking. 2 shinobi are approaching us, both of them have chakra levels comparable to Shikaku's. They will be here in a minute. Barrier team, prepare to meet the guests. Jonin, take up combat positions. Sable, report to the Hokage. Commanded the ANBU who appeared on the road. A second later, the first protective barrier swayed in the air, and dozens of Jonin took their places, ready to take the first blow from the unexpected guests. The seconds of waiting dragged on painfully slowly for the experienced fighters. Soon, 2 shadows jumped onto the road in front of the gate, without even encountering resistance from the barriers set up by the guards, which forced the Jonin to use their techniques on reflexes alone. Fireballs, reinforced by wind blades, struck the place where a pair of unidentified shinobi had stood a moment ago. Stop it, the ANBU in the bear mask who appeared before the night visitors barked. Uzumaki-sama, please forgive my people, after the attack everyone is on edge. Calm down, bear, everything is fine, Naruto's calm voice interrupted the masked fighter. Where can I find Minato-sama? Hokage-sama is in the hospital now. My man will take you to him, otherwise you will have to fight your way through several barriers. You understand the security measures in light of recent events, the ANBU explained. Laska, escort the head of the Uzumaki clan to the Hokage's room. The fighter who appeared next to the couple nodded silently, gesturing for them to follow him. By this time, all the assembled jonin had already taken their previous places again, whispering about what had happened. The journey to the hospital took almost half an hour. Along the way their group was stopped several times by patrols and posts stationed at all the major intersections of the village. Frightened residents watched them from their windows. After all, for most of them, battles were just fairy tales, distant and often simply impossible, which they had only heard about out of the corner of their ears. The shinobi, however, watched the trio with long and wary glances. Naruto himself was not very concerned about what was happening around him. The young man was completely and totally immersed in himself, trying to sort out the mess that was happening in his memories. From the moment he received the letter from his father, it was as if some mechanism in his head that allowed him to think rationally and freely was falling apart. Strange memories unrelated to each other, only a multitude of images with unfamiliar people and destruction around, fire, screams, and the strangest memory is his older sister, standing with a naked katana, her eyes tearful and her hands smeared in blood, and behind her, her father lying in blood with a torn chest, and his mother bending over him. Mentally giving the command, Naruto created 2 copies of himself and sent them to his grandfather's mansion, or rather, to his basement, and only shook his head at Kurama's questioning look. The hospital greeted them with unexpected silence. The corridors were full of shinobi, whose appearance immediately indicated that they had recently left battle, but the medics had not managed to reach them and at least slightly patch up their wounds. There were 20 ANBU on duty near Minato's ward, 4 were censors, and fighters from this unit, and several clan shinobi from Nara and Yamanaka were also on duty next to the neighboring ones. Uzumaki-sama, forgive me, but we can't let the girl through. An ANBU in an eagle mask appeared right in front of Naruto. Get out of the way, Captain, otherwise I'll smear you in a thin layer across the corridor. She's the only one who can preserve father's ability to fully use chakra. The blonde grabbed the man by the collar and pulled him towards himself, hissing through his teeth so that only his interlocutor could hear him. But she is from the clan of Traitor. Oral sentence was interrupted by a blow to the solar plexus, from which his ribs cracked, and a dent from a fist was clearly visible in the armor plate of his vest. The blonde's actions made the ANBU on duty prepare for a possible attack, and the clan shinobi interrupted their conversation, also ready to support the fighters if necessary. Naruto, stop it, a familiar voice reached the young man. Let go of the eagle. Okay, Tsunade-san, the blonde nodded, removing his hands from the fighter who was barely standing on his feet and turning his gaze to Senju, whose appearance immediately made it clear that the woman had carried out several extremely difficult operations over the past few hours to save the lives of the village's shinobi. Don't hold it against them, not many people know what the amulet on her neck means now. Let's go, you said she could help Minato. If that's true, then we better hurry. The doors of the ward immediately opened. The ANBU let the guests in. On the hospital bed under the supervision of several mednins lay the fourth. His pale appearance and fresh traces of wounds made it clear that the doctors had accomplished a feat, having managed to put the boy's father back together literally piece by piece. Coming closer to his bed, Tsunade nodded to the duty officers, and they quickly left the ward. Ku, what do you say? Naruto asked after a minute of silence from his wife, who was examining the older blonde's unconscious body with her Byakugan. I need a lot of chakra. His chakra center is practically destroyed, all the channels on the right side of his chest are turned into dust, miraculously his heart is not affected and, praise be to all the gods, his brain. Senju-sama, I hope you will help me? Kurama asked without looking up at the blonde. Tell me what you want, Tsunade responded calmly, which only pleased the kitsune and added another plus to the woman's reputation. It will be necessary to restore microdamage in the bones and tissues while I restore the chakra channels, otherwise, Hokage-sama's recovery will take a very long time and there is a high probability that the bones of his right arm, ribs and vertebrae will become too fragile for his thunder god flight, the nine-tailed explained. Go ahead, I'll take care of it, nodded the blonde, whose hands were already glowing dark green. Naruto, you give me and Senju-sama as much chakra as possible, said Kurama, whose hands were engulfed in a ghostly glow that looked more like a haze. "I understand," Naruto responded, standing behind his wife and the chief medic of Konoha, placing his hands, burning with a bright yellow fire, on their backs in the area of the chakra source. The restoration of the chakra center and the channels of the fourth lasted almost 20 hours. All the actions of the three were closely monitored by 2 ANBU sensors. Noise was heard behind the doors several times. Someone clearly wanted to get into the ward. During this time, the young man managed to receive memories from his clones sent to the clan's estate. And they were disappointing. The external defense system of the clan's estate was destroyed at the root. Out of 36 houses, only 2 remained intact, which were on the very outskirts of the clan's territory, and practically adjacent to the training grounds. The only good thing was that the underground library of the clan and the basement of Atsushi's house were not damaged. The clones also found out that Lee was seriously injured during the battle, and he is alive only thanks to Karen, who also got it, but the girl managed to heal herself. "Okay, I'm done," Kurama said in a trembling voice, bringing Naruto out of his thoughts. "Me too," Tsunade said more firmly and confidently, managing to grab the staggering girl by the elbow, who the next moment found herself in her husband's arms. "What a fool! What happened?" Naruto asked in surprise, watching as Senju's hands were once again enveloped in a glow, this time a pale green. Using such techniques in her condition is strictly contraindicated. "She almost killed herself and the child," the blonde growled, putting her hand to Kurama's head and stomach. For several minutes, the room was filled with oppressive silence, broken only by the fourth's barely perceptible breathing. Tsunade, biting her lip until it bled, tried to help the girl get out. Her hands were slowly covered with a barely noticeable red mesh from the burst capillaries due to the colossal tension and control of their owner's chakra. "I did everything I could. She needs to be urgently placed in the maternity ward under the supervision of the best Irionans of my clan," the blonde muttered under her breath. "Sparrow." "Tsunade-sama," the ANBU responded, appearing from the wall. "Bring Senju Kumiko, Kimi and Momoko here immediately." "Immediately, to the maternity ward." Tsunade barked at the fighter so that he instantly disappeared with 2 more sources of chakra to go with him. "Come on, Naruto, your wife should be taken to the maternity ward as soon as possible. After all, preserving the fetus, life and health of the mother in labor is not my specialty. I just patched her up." "Lead the way," the blonde responded briefly, trying to remain calm, but the experienced Senju did not miss the small details that revealed the level of anger and excitement of the young head of the allied clan. "Don't worry, those I called will definitely be able to get her back on her feet, although, most likely, she will have to stay in the hospital under the supervision of doctors until the very birth, otherwise there is a chance of miscarriage, and if she decides to use medical techniques again, or, kami forbid, the Byakugan, then complete infertility with no chance of recovery." Tsunade outlined the situation as she led Naruto through the corridors. "I understand you, Tsunade-sama, I am in your debt," the young man said with gratitude in his voice, laying Kurama on the bed indicated by the blonde. "You don't owe me anything, Naruto, not me, not my clan," the woman said quietly, wearily lowering herself onto the free bed with the obvious intention of sleeping. "My brother attacked you, the head of an allied clan who always came to our aid, even risking his own lives, even knowing that some of the Senju had betrayed them. Your great-grandfather, even after all the dirt and betrayals on our part, remained a loyal follower of the treaty concluded between the clans. So consider this payment for another betrayal by my clan. I hope that you will become as strong and wise a clan head as Atsushi, and the saved life of your wife and firstborn will serve as a sign that not the entire clan of the founders of Konohagakure no Sato has rotted from the inside, and our alliance can still benefit your clan." "I believe you, Tsunade-bachan," Naruto smiled warmly at the almost sleeping woman, having managed to once again discern in her that same Tsunade, the Goitama of the hidden leaf. "What did you call me, little thing?" Opening one eye, in which a cheerful light was burning, she asked. "I didn't think the legendary Irionin was deaf in both ears," the blonde replied, still smiling, sitting down on a chair in front of his wife's bed and taking her hand in his. Can I stay with her for now? Yes, but only until the Iranians I called are delivered. They will need to take care of your wife, and you will need to calm your mother and sister, the blonde answered, yawning and closing her eyes. Naruto grinned and shook his head. The last 24 hours had been crazy for him, filled with a lot of unpleasant news and events. The seemingly endless day was finally coming to an end, and along with the sun sinking into the tops of the ancient trees, the blonde's worries and fears were leaving. The worries about Kurama and their child were fading away, thanks to Senju's words, which made no sense to doubt, because Uzumaki didn't feel a drop of lies or hidden meaning in them. It was impossible to deceive the abilities he had received after training with Kira B. Without even noticing how, Naruto fell asleep. His tired brain and body simply switched off in an instant, as soon as their owner was safe and calmed down. The young man woke up with the first rays of the sun, the rays of which hit his eyes from the slightly open window. Looking around, he could understand that he was left in Kurama's ward, who was sleeping on the next bed. Finally woke up, a familiar voice reached Uzumaki, but the words were spoken at the limit of audibility. Karen, the young man asked in surprise, turning his gaze to the girl sitting on a chair by the wall. What are you doing here? Hello Naruto. Tsunade-sensei assigned me to your wife as her attending physician, Karen replied, standing up from her seat and walking up to the Jinchuriki. I need to examine you. Yesterday you had multiple small ruptures in your chakra pathways. And severe physical and chakra exhaustion. The new head of the clan began, but was interrupted again. Your beloved will be fine, as will the child, if she obeys Tsunade-sensei. Now, nothing threatens the life and health of both her and the child. You are fine. Very much so. The red-haired girl was surprised by her relative's regeneration. It is better for you to go to the clan quarter now. Kushina-san and Kid-chan are very worried. They should be calmed down, because in one day all their dear people ended up in a hospital bed. Okay Karen, I'll leave Kurama's care to you while I'm gone, Naruto said as he pulled on his clothes. What happened to Lee? He helped Atsushi-sama seal that creature, distracting its attention to himself, but when he decided to use the lotus on it, he suffered fractures to his spine, pelvic bones, and both legs. Now he's sleeping after the operation, the girl answered, hiding her eyes. Thank you Karen, I'll go, I won't bother you. As soon as Kurama, Lee, or my father come to their senses, send chakra to this seal. Handing her a piece of paper, Naruto asked, approaching his sleeping wife and kissing her. They won't come to their senses anytime soon, at least 2 days, they have been put under artificial sleep. And Kurama may be bigger, because secret techniques of the Senju clan were used to return her chakra to normal more quickly, personally by Tsunade-sensei, the red-haired girl warned the blonde. Thank you for the warning, see you later, the young man said goodbye as he left the room, to which his interlocutor only nodded. Naruto had 2 days ahead of him, 2 tense and very busy days. There were a lot of things that needed to be done, and the very first on the list was organizing the farewell ceremony and funeral for his grandfather. Once again recalling another loss, the Jinchuriki clenched his fists until they bled, then shook his head and went to look for his sister and mother. They really needed to be calmed down. Having summoned a dozen clones, who immediately disappeared from sight with the help of Shunshin, the blonde moved to the surviving beacon of the Hiroshin on one of the training grounds in the clan estate. The picture that appeared before him was seriously different from what he remembered, but to his surprise, several simple barriers were already standing over the territory to protect against surveillance and warn about uninvited guests. The southern, eastern central part, from the once beautiful quarter of Fuinjutsu masters, was ruins, houses destroyed to the ground, mountains of debris and various garbage, trenches, pits, and other traces of the use of strong techniques. Only broken trees remained from a large orchard. The western part of the estate was not as badly damaged, but there were no houses left there either. Only the northern part of the estate was practically untouched, only a huge pit, in which Naruto recognized the effects of the Lotus Doom, and a small area of scorched earth on the opposite side. Moving to it, he noticed traces of dried blood on the stone path, and was able to discern on the ground the symbols from the technique Atsushi used. What kind of creature was it that even an old man could deal with it with just this? The young man shook his head, a memory helpfully popping up in his mind that he had seen earlier and that was connected to this place. It was here that Minato had received his wound and the old man had lost his life. Naruto? Kushina's tired voice called out to the boy. Yes, Mom, it's me, the blonde said, turning around and in one movement being next to his mother, tightly hugging the woman who had grabbed him with all her might, burying her face in his broad chest, barely noticeably shaking and sobbing. Quiet, Mom, calm down, everything's okay now, I'm here, Dad will come to his senses soon. Atsushi, the red-haired girl whispered, still sobbing. Mom, Grandpa did what he thought was right, he gave his life to save you, sister, father, Lee and many others in this village. He acted as a true head of the clan, and as a man who loves his children and grandchildren. And you know, I'm sure he wouldn't like it that his beloved granddaughter, Kushi-chan, stands and sheds tears in vain. Naruto said, stroking his mother's hair, trying to distract her from heavy thoughts and the loss of a loved one. And by the way, I'm hungry, I haven't had even a drop of dew in my mouth for the last 24 hours. Thank you, son, the red-haired girl said, tearing herself away from the blonde's chest and looking up at him. Come on, I'll cook something now. You're welcome, Ma, the Jinchuriki smiled at his mother, giving praise to that nameless Anbu from his past life who taught him the basics of psychology and the use of his gift to feel and convey his own emotions at the right moment, such as now. No matter how bad he himself felt, no matter how much he experienced the loss, he was not going to let his closest and dearest ones get bogged down in this quagmire. You know, in the year and a half that we haven't seen you, you've grown a lot, and you're looking more and more like Minato. You'll have no end of admirers and admirers, Kushina said, smiling slightly as she walked arm in arm with her son towards the surviving houses and looked him over meticulously. Yes, and Jiraiya wrote that you have a surprise for us, can you tell me what it's for? Well, he probably meant this, the blonde pointed to the part of the medallion with the image of the clan sign hanging on his neck, throwing his hand behind his head and smiling broadly. What? The boy's mother exclaimed when she recognized the thing as part of an amulet that each of the Uzumaki gave to their chosen one. You? Yes, do you even understand what you did? Of course, the Jinchuriki replied, continuing to smile widely, for which he received a blow to the head from his mother. For what, Databeo? You're still asking why Databane? Arching an eyebrow, and releasing a huge amount of chakra, making the woman's hair look like the tails of a nine-tailed fox. Do you even understand that no ordinary girl is capable of giving birth to a healthy child from a member of the Uzumaki clan? Mom, do you really think I don't know about this? Naruto asked, rubbing the place of another blow to his long-suffering head, noting to himself how under the influence of the technique and such news his mother frowned less and less. And who is she? Kushina asked, her eyes blazing and her hair flying behind her, standing in front of her son and looking straight into his eyes. Haim of the Hyuga clan, the Jinchuriki answered calmly, watching as the chakra pressure coming from his mother disappeared, the highest degree of surprise could easily be read on his face. Are you kidding me? The woman barked, coming to her senses. No, I'm absolutely serious, Naruto responded, smiling at the corners of his lips, demonstratively clearing his ears. But how is this possible? Blood-red habanero persisted. A duel of heirs, the blonde shrugged. You know that the winner has the right to demand that the loser fulfill any wish, including death or the disclosure of the secrets of the clan to which the loser belongs. And it seemed to me that it would be a noble slap in the face for Hugh that the eldest daughter of the current head would become the wife of the head of the clan that they once betrayed. You are very cruel, Naruto, Kushina sighed heavily. Don't you feel sorry for the girl at all? After all, such things are not accepted among our clan. Why should I feel sorry for the girl I love and who loves me? The blonde asked, tilting his head to the side. How can you be so sure that she loves you? Uzumaki asked. I can feel emotions, and would Kurama risk her life for me if it meant freedom for her? Naruto asked. Wait, what Kurama? As far as I know, the daughters of the current head of the Hyuga clan are named Hinata and Hanabi. And, anyway, why isn't she with you now? Kushina asked angrily, putting her hands on her hips. Ma, let you feed me, and I'll tell you everything, and you and Keed, right, little sister? Looking at the blonde who appeared behind his mother, while turning his ability to his sister as well, which made a bell ring in his head, and only regeneration and endurance prevented him from falling from the pain and fatigue that had piled up. Of course, the girl agreed with him, hanging on her brother's neck. Keed, stop hanging on your brother, the red-haired girl began in a serious tone. He's not a free man anymore, and his wife might misunderstand you. What? What other wife? He's only 15. Shouted the girl, whom Naruto had already managed to put on his neck. Ma, Kurama will understand everything correctly, especially since she is in the hospital now, the young man said, hugging his mother around the waist, and with his Hiroshin he carried them to the porch of a house visible in the distance. Before you ask, I will say that she is fine now. Karen is looking after her, and 4 clones have already turned her ward into a well-fortified fortress, and my mark is there. I will be next to her at any moment if danger appears. Now I am needed here, the clan quarter urgently needs to be provided with protection, and other matters need to be sorted out. Nodding, Kushina walked into the house, dragging her daughter along with her, and Naruto was finally able to cancel the technique without fear that his mother or sister would once again be plunged into the misfortunes that had unexpectedly befallen them. Grabbing the railing, the blonde convulsively gasped for air, trying to come to his senses as quickly as possible and recover from the effects of the technique. After all, such delicate work with someone else's consciousness was an extremely difficult task for him. Wiping the blood dripping from his nose, the Jinchuriki walked into the house, after which he slipped into the bathroom. A late dinner with his family, albeit incomplete, was spent with Naruto telling stories about everything that had happened to him during his absence, and he had received several from Kushina and Keed. The 3 of them went to sleep well after midnight. Having settled down in the room assigned to him, the blonde lay down, after which he dispelled the clones and fell asleep, giving his brain a rest from using the technique and the huge array of information that came from the clones. The new day promised to be eventful for the young head of the clan. The morning of a new day began for Naruto with the sound of rain. The water poured down from the sky in an endless stream, drumming on the windows and roofs. Dark clouds completely covered the sky, which made the house dim. Sitting up on the bed, the young man sighed heavily, his head buzzing like a hive of angry bees after the evening use of abilities. Turning his gaze to the mirror standing next to the bed, the blonde only shook his head. His appearance left much to be desired, red eyes due to burst capillaries, dark circles lying under them, and a skin color close to gray. Shaking his head and making a concentration seal, the Jinchuriki began to tidy himself up, reaching for a particle of Kyuubi's chakra inside the seal. A couple of minutes and his eyes returned to normal, and his face acquired a natural color. After putting on his training clothes and looking at his watch, the hand on which pointed to 5:30 in the morning, Naruto went to the cafeteria, which greeted him with silence and emptiness. Having quickly made himself a few sandwiches and washed them down with milk, he went to the training ground, which was located next to his house. An hour for the morning warm-up, consisting of exercises memorized to the point of automatism, flew by unnoticed. Returning to the house, he found Kushina already conjuring at the stove, the smell of something delicious spreading throughout the house. Silently slipping to the second floor and making his way into the shower, Naruto quickly washed the dirt off himself. Coming out of the bathroom, the blonde almost ran into his sleepy sister. Loudly yawning and covering her mouth with her hand, the girl, not noticing her brother, went into the shower, shaking her head, and once again, complaining about his complete failure as a mentalist. The Jinchuriki moved to his room. Quickly tidying himself up and putting on the standard leaf jonin uniform and an orange cloak over it, he went down to the dining room, where the table was already set. "Good morning, Ma," said the young man, pouring himself some coffee and taking a free seat. "Good morning, Naruto. Did you get enough sleep?" Kushina answered, pushing a plate of baked goods towards the blonde. "Thank you. Of course. What are your plans for today?" The Jinchuriki asked, taking a sip of the invigorating drink and looking closely at his mother. "We need to get busy preparing for Atsushiaji's funeral," the woman answered, lowering her head. "No," Uzumaki shook his head. "I'll take this upon myself. After all, I'm the head of the clan now and all these events are my responsibility." "Are you sure you can handle it?" the red-haired woman asked, looking up at her son. "Yes, Ma. It's not the first time I've buried loved ones," the Jinchuriki answered calmly. "And you and Keed would do better to visit your father, Lee. Well, if Karen allows, then Kurama, my clone, will accompany you. I still can't get used to the fact that you're not little Naruto anymore, but a grown and independent man." Kushina smiled with the corners of her lips. "Okay, we'll follow your advice. Thank you, it was delicious. I'll go, I have some urgent matters to attend to," the young man said, creating a clone and disappearing from the house with the help of the Hiroshin. The first thing he did was go to the bank, where, according to his grandfather's notes, which his clone had been studying until late morning, there were documents needed to officially recognize Naruto as the head of the Uzumaki clan. At the bank, the young man was met by one of the managers, who had obviously been expecting him to arrive and, inviting him to follow him, led him to the underground storage. On the way there, the Jinchuriki, with great surprise, noted the simply outrageous number of Fuin techniques for a variety of purposes: barriers, scanners, recognizing seals, warning seals, fortifications, self-destruction and many other Fuin seals. "I see you are surprised, Uzumaki-sama," the man started the conversation. "Yes, that's true, I've never seen such a concentration of various seals of this level in one place before," Naruto responded, deciding to keep up the conversation. "You shouldn't be surprised by this, after all, we are the oldest bank in the Land of Fire. In Konoha this branch appeared a couple of years after the village was formed, and its protection was handled by great masters from the whirlpool itself, and later it was refined by Atsushi-sama. So even shinobi of the Kage level will not be able to penetrate our storage if they do not have knowledge of Fuinjutsu," the interlocutor explained. "You didn't just start this conversation that easily," the Jinchuriki interrupted the man. "You are very perceptive, Uzumaki-sama, but I did not start this conversation so easily. You understand, this entire system requires constant control from the master of Fuin technique, and those who are able to quickly understand all this magnificence. There are only 4 people in the area, and 3 of them are inaccessible to us. You are the direct successor of the person with whom we had a mutually beneficial agreement for servicing all our banks, and we hope that you will confirm this contract with your signature," the manager outlined the situation. "Let's discuss this issue a little later. Right now I have a lot of other concerns, but I think my answer to your offer after reading the contract will be positive," Naruto said when the interlocutor stopped at a huge metal door. "Of course, as you wish. We are here. Do you have the key scroll with you?" the man asked, to which the young man silently handed him what he asked for. After simple manipulations of the manager, the door opened with a quiet hiss, letting them in. The number of the cell rented by Atsushi-sama, 164, "See, I will wait outside the door." Once Naruto was alone, he took out another key scroll and, inserting it into the recognition hole, wrote special symbols on the door with blood. A second, too, and then a click was heard. The door slowly opened, revealing the contents of the cell. 3 large scrolls took up almost all the free space. On the spines of each was a signature indicating the contents. Taking one of them, the Jinchuriki closed the cell, left the vault, and then the bank, promising to drop by in a week. Stepping outside the bank, he sealed the scroll. He hadn't been able to do it earlier, the protection was in the way. Having looked around and made sure that there was enough time, he walked to the Hokage residence, to see the daimyo's representative in Konoha. His office was on the second floor of the residence, a small room with a minimum of decoration and furniture. At the table in front of a pile of papers sat a gray-haired stately man, about 40 years old by the look of him. Having glanced at the blonde who entered, he nodded at a free chair, after which he immersed himself in the documents. "What is your purpose, young man?" he asked Naruto after a while. With this, Akira-san, he handed his interlocutor a small scroll extracted from the jar. "The will of the head of the Uzumaki clan," the man drawled after running his eyes over the text. "And you, as I understand it, are the new head of the clan?" "Exactly," the Jinchuriki nodded. "Are you aware of the conditions for officially confirming you as the head of the clan before the daimyo?" Akira asked, looking intently at his interlocutor. "Yes, sir," the blonde responded. "Then I need documents confirming your rank as a jonin and your relationship with the previous head of the Uzumaki clan," the daimyo representative asked. "Here," Naruto answered monosyllabically, taking out and handing the man what he asked for. "Excellent, they are genuine. Congratulations, young man, you are now officially the new head of the Uzumaki clan," Akira said, putting a seal on the scroll and handing it to the young man. "And now, if you have no more questions for me, please leave me, work does not wait." "Thank you. All the best, Akira-san," the Jinchuriki said briefly, standing up from his seat. The man merely nodded, returning to his papers, clearly not bothered by what was happening around him, while Naruto, having finished the simplest part of his planned tasks for the day, went to the hospital, where he was to pick up Atsushi's body. He ran into Ken on the porch. "Good day, Naruto-san. Please accept our sincere condolences for your grief and sympathy for your irreparable loss," the merchant began to speak as soon as the young man caught up with him. "Thank you," the Jinchuriki answered dryly. "Is that the only reason you were watching me here, or is there another reason?" "I wanted to offer you the services of restoring the Uzumaki quarter, naturally at our expense," Ken rattled off, anticipating a possible question from Uzumaki. That would be nice, but the most you can help me with is delivering the necessary materials." "I won't let strangers into the clan's estate," Naruto answered thoughtfully. "Of course, as you wish. May I know what materials exactly you need?" the merchant inquired, making it clear with his whole appearance that he was not going to argue with the young man. "He'll tell you everything," the Jinchuriki replied, pointing to the copy that had been summoned a moment ago. "See you later, Ken-san." Leaving his copy to deal with this issue, he went through the checkpoint inside, asked the duty officer where his grandfather's body was and received the answer that it was in the ANBU morgue and access to it could only be obtained with the personal permission of the head of this organization. Sighing and cursing under his breath, the blonde quickly left the hospital building, heading straight to the Hokage's residence with the help of the Hiroshin. Materializing in the reception area of the village head's office, he attracted the gaze of everyone gathered, as well as the ANBU guards who instantly appeared next to him. Not paying attention to anyone, Naruto moved again, but this time straight to the underground base, which could only be done from the residence. As soon as he appeared in the dungeon, he was instantly surrounded by 24 masked fighters, a couple of katanas were pressed into his back, and a strong barrier was erected around him, preventing the use of spatial techniques and the use of ninjutsu in general. "How did you infiltrate the ANBU base?" asked one of the fighters, who Naruto recognized as the security commander by the signs on his mask. "With the help of special equipment," the young man answered calmly, freezing in place and waiting for the guards to take further action. "How do you know the necessary seals to use it without being ANBU?" the man continued to ask questions. "The technique was created by the Uzumaki clan, and we naturally have all the data concerning it, including the sequence of activator seals," the Jinchuriki said, noting that several sources of Kage-level chakra were already approaching them. "Varen, free the head of the Uzumaki clan," someone's commanding and cold voice gave a short order. "Hi, Dragon-sama," Naruto's interlocutor responded, signaling his men to carry out the ANBU chief's order. "I didn't think that the young leader would visit us so soon," the owner of the dragon mask began the conversation as soon as his subordinates disappeared from sight. I was brought here by urgent and extremely important matters, the Jinchuriki responded, following the man who had turned his back on him and was going somewhere deep into the dungeons. Would you like to take the body of the previous leader? The ANBU asked as Naruto approached him. Yes, and the sooner the better, I don't want to linger in these catacombs, the blonde replied, continuing to walk next to his interlocutor. You yourself understand that this is impossible. Atsushi-san is an ANBU, and his body contains too many secrets for it to be passed on even to his clan. Dragon tried to explain the situation. I don't care about your rules. If you don't want me to smash everything here to pieces, just give me Atsushi's body. His secrets will not be given to anyone, the body will be destroyed in a fire, and the ashes will be scattered over the ocean, Naruto said firmly. The color of his iris changed from blue to gray, with a vertical pupil. Is this a threat? The ANBU chief asked calmly. No, it's a statement of fact, the blonde snapped, his chakra level immediately jumping by several orders of magnitude due to the removal of the heart suppression seals. No need, Uzumaki-san, I understand you, but we need guarantees that Atsushi's body will be destroyed. Realizing that he would not be able to convince the young man, and his threats were quite real, the dragon decided to give in. You or your men will be able to attend the ceremony of burning his body, Naruto suggested, his eyes returning to normal. Okay, but before that, our medics will make sure that this body is indeed Atsushi's, you understand, this is no joke. We have arrived, said the head of ANBU when they found themselves in a huge underground hall with several buildings. Follow me. Silently following the dragon, Naruto soon found himself in the ANBU morgue, which had nothing in common with a hospital morgue. The bodies of the killed fighters were placed in special flasks with a solution that did not allow them to decompose, and the seals placed on the glass reliably protected them from attempts to steal them. The blonde had already been to this place more than once, even in the past world. His service often had to deliver the bodies of the dead here, in the hope of subsequently finding a way to revive them or create clones that would inherit the special abilities of the originals. Here, you can take it, said the dragon, draining one of the capsules and placing it in a horizontal position. Without saying a word, the blonde took out a special scroll, placed it on his grandfather's body, folded a long sequence of seals, after which the body disappeared with a characteristic pop. This had to be done because of the large number of seals on Atsushi's body that could have worked if sealed in the usual way. Where and when the burning will take place, I will convey through one of your subordinates, Naruto said as he left, quickly leaving the morgue and heading towards the base exit. In the reception area, Naruto was surprised to find that a signal had come from Karen. Without thinking twice, the blonde moved to the beacon in Kurama's ward. Here he encountered two medics from the Senju clan who were checking the girl's condition. One of the guard clones immediately dispersed, transmitting information to the original about what had happened while he was absent. Having sensibly decided that it was not worth disturbing the doctors, and he could visit and be with his wife in the evening, the Jinchuriki quietly left the ward under the close attention of the doctors. In the corridor, a couple of ANBU were found, reliably camouflaged on the ceiling. Naruto, Minato-sama has come to his senses. The voice of his red-haired relative reached Uzumaki from the far end of the corridor. Hello, Karen, thank you. Can I go see him now? The young man asked as soon as the girl ran up to him. Yes, Kushina-san and Kid-chan are already there. You know, this is the first time I've seen a shinobi come to his senses so quickly after such an operation, even despite the artificial sleep technique, Tsunade's student said, taking the Jinchuriki by the elbow. Father is still Hokage, and Tsunade and Kurama did a good job on him, the blonde answered, led by his relative. Well, yes, I would like to know how your Kurama did all this, because even the best medics from Senju would need a couple dozen attempts for several days to perform such an operation, and hear such a result in just 20 hours. It's simply incredible. The red-haired girl said with a bit of delight. I hope you won't mind if I ask her a little about this later. I won't, but only if she herself wants to tell you about it. After all, these are their clan's secrets, Naruto answered, standing in front of the doors of his father's room. No, Nii-san, These were not the secrets of the Hyuga clan. They don't send their people to medicine at all. I can tell you this with complete confidence, otherwise there wouldn't be so many disabled people with a disfigured SCS in the cloud. The girl shook her head. Then these are her personal developments, and she will tell you about them only if she herself wants to. The young man shrugged. Yes, you're probably right. Okay, I won't bother you. Until the evening, leaving the Jinchuriki alone, Karen said, disappearing into the shunshin. Hiding his presence and sitting next to the ANBU on the ceiling, Naruto began to wait for his mother and sister to leave the room. He wanted to talk to Minato alone about what happened. During the time spent waiting, he managed to get information from the dispersed clone who left with Ken and also thoroughly sorted through the memories of the clone guard from Kurama's room. As soon as Kushina and Keed left the room and disappeared around the corner of the corridor, the blonde took off his disguise and went down to the floor. Good day, Dad, the Jinchuriki greeted as he entered the room. Hello, Naruto, the man responded, clearly informed of his visit. Wanted to talk about what happened? Yes, I think you can tell me more than anyone else, Uzumaki said, sitting down on the windowsill. What do you want to know? Minato asked, apparently already prepared for this conversation. Who was this creature? The blonde asked, peering into the distance. It was a chimera, Namikaze answered, closing his eyes. How did she manage to get through the security and surveillance system unnoticed then? The young man asked, remembering his own encounter with a similar creature from his past life, which had not even been completed, but had caused them a lot of trouble. It was created based on an ANBU from the Uchiha who disappeared 12 years ago, you understand. With such a basis it was not particularly difficult to bypass our defenses unnoticed. In addition, its creator thoroughly stuffed it with various Kekii Genkai, the fourth said. Which ones exactly? Of those that I saw, the Kagaya clan's Kekii Genkai, Yotan, Hayatan, Sharingan, and something similar to Mokutan. There were also some spatial abilities that he used to get me, the Hokage answered, carefully watching his son's reaction. Now I understand why grandfather used the seal of the death god. Any guesses as to who could have created it? Uzumaki asked, resting his head on his hands. Yes, there was a clan about 40 years ago that specialized in their creation and widely used them during the First and Second Wars, but they were destroyed by the ANBU of Konoha and IWA. From this, two conclusions can be drawn. Either one of them survived, or someone found their library. Minato made a disappointing conclusion. In that case, father, I will need all the information about this clan and the operation to destroy them. I think it's worth visiting the place where that clan lived, but later, the younger blonde said, being in a state of extreme thoughtfulness. You'll get everything as soon as I get out of here, Namikaze answered wearily, the effects of the operation and severe exhaustion making themselves felt. Good. Okay, Dad, you rest, and I'll go. I still have a couple of urgent matters left for today. Until the evening, the Jinchuriki said, getting up from his seat and heading towards the exit of the ward. Yes, see you in the evening, Naruto, the fourth responded, closing his eyes and trying to fall asleep. After leaving the hospital, the blonde went to visit some of the old shinobi who had retired in order to discuss some issues with them. The sun was slowly rising from the horizon, its rays struggling to break through the clouds, forcing nature to wake up from its sleep. Konoha was slowly coming to its senses after the night's weather. There were huge puddles everywhere, here and there trees felled by the wind, trash scattered by the wind. Teams of genin were already scurrying along the main streets, carrying out a D-rank task, to restore order in the village. Meanwhile, the Uzumaki clan's estate was crowded and noisy. Hundreds of clones were busy sorting out what was left of the once flourishing quarter. The original watched all this from the roof of the house where their family now lived. Here are the first guests, the blonde said quietly, jumping down onto the stone path in front of the house. Good morning, Naruto-san, a gray-haired man in mourning clothes greeted the Jinchuriki. It was unlikely that any of the residents of Konoha would be able to recognize him as the previous head of Konoha's ANBU. Good day, Shin-san. Have you forgotten my request? The young man asked, inviting his interlocutor into the house. No need to worry, Naruto-san. Despite my advanced age, I have no reason to complain about my memory yet, the elderly man replied, pulling a small scroll out of his sleeve and handing it to the blonde. Please forgive me, but you understand, this is too important, Uzumaki said apologetically. You're right about that, it's too important, he nodded in agreement. Shin-san, I am glad to welcome you to our home, said Kushina, who came out onto the porch of the house. I am also glad to see you again, Kushina. It is a pity that the reason for the meeting this time is sad, the old man smiled sadly, climbing the steps. Hello, Minato. It seems that the rumors that reached me about your deplorable state after the encounter with the Chimera were greatly exaggerated. Hello, Takahashi-san. No, the rumors were true, responded the fourth, who appeared at the door. Have the medics from the Senju clan really learned how to quickly restore chakra channels? The gray-haired man froze in place. No, and it's unlikely that it will ever happen, the Hokage said, standing next to his wife. This is entirely due to Naruto's wife. So the rumors about the appearance of a Hyuga from the main family in Konoha were not empty. Your youngest son has good taste, Minato, Shin said, looking behind the Namikaze couple, closely examining the kitsune who had come out to the noise of the conversation. Kurama, please come back to the house, the blonde asked, showing with his whole appearance that he was extremely dissatisfied with her action. Yes, Kurama, let's go inside. Shin-san, please come in. Kushina hurried to lead her daughter-in-law and guest into the house, remembering the evening incident related to the girl's refusal to stay within the hospital walls. The bill for the broken walls and smashed windows was surprisingly large. Aren't you being too hard on her, Naruto? After all, Tsunade said that she was perfectly fine, and Karen will be keeping an eye on her from now on, Minato asked as soon as they were alone on the porch. Perhaps it's just that everything has come at me at once, and sometimes I go too far. It's all because of the fear that something might happen to her and our child, and Konoha is unlikely to survive the consequences of that. So until the entire estate's defense system is restored, I'd rather be overly strict and demanding with her than risk her life or health, since she can't use chakra now, the blonde shook his head. You just need to rest, son, don't push yourself. Right now in our house, besides you and me, there are 3 Kage-level shinobi, a Jinchuriki, a master of Fuin techniques, 3 wielders of the Manjiki Sharingan, 2 Sannin and a dozen of the strongest Jonin in the village, plus almost 2 platoons of ANBU around the perimeter of the estate, so you don't have to worry that anyone will dare to harm her, the fourth reminded his son. Yes, I understand, but I can't help myself, it's a habit, Naruto sighed tiredly, leaning on the railing and looking at the sky. You remind me of myself now. When I found out that Kushina was pregnant for the first time, the Hokage smiled with the corners of his lips, standing next to his son. Yeah, I caused the ANBU some trouble and headaches back then. It seems to be a family thing for us to cause problems for ANBU, the Jinchuriki grinned, looking at his father with gratitude. Thanks, Dad. You're welcome. So what do you think about my offer to take the position of Fuin teacher at the academy? Minato asked. I think that would be the best option, at least for the next year, Naruto responded. Sorry, more guests have arrived, I'll go meet them. To this, the fourth merely nodded understandingly, heading into the house to numerous guests, and the young man went to meet new ones. The next few hours, greeting and accompanying those arriving became the main task for the Jinchuriki. Many wanted to say goodbye to Atsushi, he was too influential and significant a figure in the political arena of Konoha. Many simply wanted to meet the successor of the old Uzumaki, expecting to see a 15-year-old youth with whom they would hardly have to deal, and Naruto, who met them, shattered this idea to pieces, simply by the amount and power of chakra, constantly thrown out of his body into the surrounding world. By midday, several hundred shinobi from various clans had gathered in the house and its surroundings, quietly talking among themselves, discussing mainly Naruto, who approached one group or another, talking to them about something. passing and receiving small scrolls. The appearance of Kurama, accompanied by Kushina and Minato, caused a wave of surprise and misunderstanding among the younger generation of clan shinobi who arrived at the ceremony with their parents. Only the oldest clan shinobi remained calm and closely studied the outfit in which the girl was dressed. Tisk, and little Uzumaki knows how to surprise, the old shinobi, who could be identified as a member of the Nara clan by the signs on his clothes, grinned approvingly. "You're right, hero. Taking the daughter of the head of the Hyuga as a wife is a good slap in the face for the Cloud." Shikaku, who was standing next to him, supported the old man. "Shikamaru, what do you say?" "Only that our clan should have at least neutral relations with the Uzumaki, otherwise they, even in the person of Naruto, will smear us into a thin layer on the ground," the younger Nara said without taking his eyes off the crowd, to which the elders only nodded. "Are you looking for someone?" A voice familiar to Shikamaru came from behind the strategists. "Hello, Shikaku-san, Hiro-san." "Good afternoon, Keed," the current head of the strategist clan replied. The old man limited himself to a nod. "Yeah," the brunette responded, turning around. "I thought you decided to skip this part of the ceremony." "It's impossible, after all. My brother will be officially introduced to the clans today as the head of the Uzumaki clan." The blonde smiled slightly, standing next to Nara. "What do you say about his chosen one?" "Is this a provocation?" the Chunin asked. That's not even interesting," the Kunoichi snorted discontentedly. "I can tell you that you are not inferior to her in any way," Shikamaru said, looking sideways at the girl. "You know how to get out of this." Keed shook her head, taking the young man by the elbow. Minato interrupted the further conversation. The official introduction of Naruto to the assembled people as the new head of the Uzumaki clan was routine. The current heads exchanged scrolls with him. The introduction of Kurama as the blonde's wife caused a great stir. Many apparently thought that the girl was present in the house as a battle trophy and hoped to get the opportunity to plant one of their relatives under Uzumaki. As soon as this was finished, all those assembled went to the top of the Hokage rock, where the ceremony of committing Atsushi's body to the flames was to take place. In a large clearing surrounded by forest on three sides with the Uzumaki clan's mark carved into the ground, a large funeral pyre was built, on top of which Atsushi lay, covered with white sheets. A cordon of ANBU members could easily be seen around the perimeter of the clearing, which alarmed the representatives of the smaller clans. Leaving Kurama with his relatives under Karen's care, Naruto walked to the edge where some symbols were carved. He dropped to one knee and made a series of seals, placing them on a small depression in the ground. The next moment, flames began to spread from his palms along the symbol. Slowly growing and gaining strength, the flames spread throughout the symbol, rushing to its center, where the funeral pyre was located. A wall of fire of bright red color almost completely hid Atsushi's body from those present. Rising from his knees, the blonde returned to his family, hugging Kurama from behind. The Jinchuriki continued to carefully peer into the riot of the fire element, taking with it the last of those who had seen with their own eyes the rise and greatness of the Uzumaki clan. The flames had already engulfed the funeral pyre, completely hiding the old man's body from the shinobi. At some point it flared up especially brightly, blinding those gathered, and tongues of fire shot up into the sky for several tens of meters. Looking into this flame, Naruto went over in his mind all his friends and comrades whom he had to bury, those who did not have a gray stone slab in the stone cemetery of the Leaf, or even a dry line on the monument of the fallen shinobi, only a stamp in their personal file. Feeling the mood of her, already legal, husband, the nine-tailed barely noticeably squeezed his hand, trying not to let him immerse himself in the unpleasant memories of the past world. An hour later, only 3 old comrades of Atsushi, Shikamaru, Kiba, Shino, Itachi and Izumi, Shursui and the Uzumaki Namikaze family remained in the clearing. Not even ashes remained at the site of the funeral pyre. The technique completely destroyed everything that was enclosed in it. "I never thought that Atsushi would die like this," said one of the veterans, whose face was deeply wrinkled and covered in ugly scars. "He died exactly as he wished." He died in battle with a strong opponent. He died, causing the other villagers to shudder in fear at the end. A worthy death for a worthy man, Shin, who was standing a little to the side, responded. May your afterlife be easy, my old friend, another old shinobi quietly added, whose name no one present knew, only in the old photo Naruto found in the office and the letter attached to it the blonde was able to recognize this old man. No one else said a word, and those gathered began to disappear one by one, some with the help of Shunshin, some, like Minato, immediately transferred the entire family with the help of Hiroshin, with the exception of the son, who was left alone with the strange old man. So Atsushi decided that you would be a good replacement for him, but why did he invite me then? The old shinobi with no name asked. That's why, Naruto said, looking up at his interlocutor, the irises of his eyes turning gray-blue. The seal of the 13-pointed star began to absorb your personality. Now it is clear why old man Atsushi pulled me out of my den. The old man shook his head, the next moment, finding himself close to the blonde, delivering a strong blow to the solar plexus, forcing him to lose orientation for a second. The seal of the mind, sacrifice. The pain brought by the touch of a hand engulfed in red fire made the Jinchuriki's eyes water. His brain felt as if an explosion tag had exploded. He simply couldn't even take a breath. His body was twisted in a spasm, unable to withstand such a load. The blonde's consciousness went out. Again the familiar corridors, the familiar water on the floor, but Naruto clearly felt the presence of a stranger, but confidently walked towards the hall with the cage. In it, with his back to him, stood a man in a white Hokage cloak and a hat on his head, whom Uzumaki recognized immediately. It's nice to meet you again, Tobirama-sama, the blonde began respectfully. Hello, Naruto. I never thought I'd see another bearer of that .ed seal again, Senju responded. And I still have that hated cloak and hat with me. How is that possible? You're dead, the Jinchuriki said, puzzled. Well, yes, officially I'm dead in this world, but you know, anything can happen, especially if you have friends like Atsushi, the second grinned, taking off his hat. And now it's time to take care of this infection. How do you know how to stop her? Naruto asked, watching the Hokage perform seals he couldn't recognize. I lived with it for most of my conscious life, and thanks to your ancestor, I was able to understand the mechanism of its action and create a seal that blocks part of its capabilities, in particular, the one that subjugates the personality of the wearer, Tobirama answered, placing his hands, glowing red, on the seal on the wall. Naruto watched in fascination as the drawing slowly changed from the second's actions. The outline of the star changed from black to red, the star itself became coal-black with bright dots inside, like the cloudless and moonless night sky above Konoha. Do you like it? Senju asked, looking at the blonde. Yes, it's amazing, Uzumaki responded without taking his eyes off the animated image. Oh, yeah, while I still have time, I'll warn you right away, as soon as you leave here, you'll feel really, really bad, so try to find yourself in a safe place before you get sick. I'll give you one last piece of advice, don't trust the daimyo. Goodbye, Naruto, I hope we never see each other again. Tobirama disappeared, disintegrating into thousands of golden lights. The fascinated Jinchuriki watched the sparks swirling in a bizarre dance until the very end. They slowly died out, as if reluctantly. When the last of them disappeared, the blonde returned to the real world with a sad smile. The body of the old man, who turned out to be Tobirama, turned into dust, blown away by the wind, right before his eyes. And then came the pain, enveloping the entire body of the Jinchuriki. Concentrating for a second, he managed to move with the help of the flight of the thunder god to the kunai in his and Kurama's bedroom. The exit from the technique was unsuccessful. Having slammed hard into the jam into which the kunai was stuck, the young man flew back while trying to stay on his feet, grabbed some nightstand, which fell to the floor with a crash, which attracted the attention of Kurama, who jumped out of the bathroom at the noise. Naruto was saved from meeting the wooden floor by the nine-tailed one, who managed to be nearby, releasing all 9 tails in order to stay on her feet. Seeing the state of her husband, the kitsune, without a second thought, picked him up with her tails and carefully carried him to the bed. She lay down next to him and hugged the convulsing and chakra-gushing blonde tightly. A few minutes later he fell silent, breathing heavily. He fell into unconsciousness, constantly mumbling something incoherently, sighing with relief. The girl, covering him and herself with her fluffy tails, fell asleep. Almost immediately after that, Kushina and Minato flew into the room, having managed to remove the protective barrier set up by Naruto, and a little later, Kid. "Do you see it too?" the blonde asked in shock, looking at Kurama. "Yes," the fourth answered monosyllabically, trying to come up with at least some logical explanation for what he was seeing. "So that's what seemed strange but familiar to me about her," Kushina said quietly. "Oh, so you don't know who Kurama is?" Jiraiya asked, appearing behind the assembled group. "Teacher, what do you know?" Minato hissed, turning sharply and grabbing the Sannin by the collar, in whose blue eyes splashed cold determination and anger, almost completely hiding the concern for his son. "Calm down, I'll tell you what Naruto himself told me," the shinobi answered, not even thinking about breaking free, clearly fearing that if the student let him go, the enraged Kushina would take him. "Let's get out of here, and don't forget to restore the barrier. He won't appreciate you breaking into his room." "You're right, teacher, forgive me, I got carried away," Minato apologized, letting go of the man. "Okay, I would have done the same thing if I were you," the Sannin waved his hand, heading into the living room of the house. 5 minutes later, everyone had gathered there: Minato, Kushina, Kid, Karen, Lee, who had come on crutches under the disgruntled grumbling of Tsunade's student, Izumi, and Jiraiya himself. The Sannin began a detailed retelling of what Naruto had told him. No one tried to interrupt him. Serious thought work was visible on the faces of those gathered. Having finished, the shinobi leaned back in the chair in which he was sitting, studying the listeners with an attentive gaze, clearly expecting a question. "So your brother is sleeping with the bijou right now?" Izumi was the first to come to her senses, her level of amazement off the charts. So Fudo was right. "No, I won't be surprised by anything so soon. A brother married to a nine-tailed fox pregnant with a brother's child, and they're both from another world. No, it's just. I don't even know what to call it." Kid cried out, seriously unsettled by the story. "Naruto-kun is full of surprises, but it's even more interesting this way. You never know what he'll do tomorrow," Guy's student said calmly. "And what other secrets is he hiding?" Minato asked, not addressing anyone specifically. "I don't know, my student, but does it change anything?" Sannin asked. "No, of course not, but I just don't know what to expect from him anymore, and today I definitely got gray hair. It's not every day you find out that your future grandson is the fruit of love between a bijou and a human," the fourth made an uncertain gesture. "It's Naruto, how can you expect anything else from him?" Karen said, continuing to glare at Lee. No one else said a word. Kushina quickly ran to the kitchen, deciding to distract herself from such news by cooking. Kid joined her. Izumi, having said goodbye to everyone, went to the Uchiha quarter. She had training with Shursui ahead of her. Karen, with pokes, drove Lee back to bed, while muttering something under her breath about the Uzumaki stubbornness. Minato, having taken a couple of glasses and a bottle of expensive wine from the bar, gestured for his teacher to join him. Each of those who heard Jiraiya's story needed to think carefully about what they heard, and accept it as fact. Shinobi Academy. 1 month since the attack. The courtyard of the Shinobi Academy was filled with students. Children gathered in groups, discussing the latest news that had excited everyone. The clanless ones speculated about a possible candidate for this position, while the clan ones preferred to remain silent. "You heard, Iruka-sensei said that the future Fuinjutsu teacher has a master's degree in this discipline, and there are only 3 such shinobi in Konoha: Hokage-sama, Jiraiya-san and Kushina-san. Father saw Jiraiya-san return to the village yesterday, so it will most likely be him," one of the final year students of the academy suggested. I don't think the Hokage will allow him to teach. His wife is more likely to take that position than this old scribbler, someone from the crowd of future graduates said. How are you sure it won't be someone from ANBU, who until recently wasn't on the official list of masters? Another girl asked. That's unlikely, the ANBU teachers are terrible, they'll kill everyone here, the young man grinned, in whom one could recognize the son of the snake Sannin of Konoha. Takumi. Maybe you could enlighten us about the new teacher, the boy from the Inuzuka clan suggested, getting up from the ground where he had been peacefully dozing a minute ago. I'll just say one thing, Norio, it'll be fun, said Orochimaru's heir, turning his back on his classmates and heading into the building. He's always like this, Tenten sighed heavily, watching the young copy of the Sannin. Takashi, calm down, you don't have any chance here anyway, the girl with the Uchiha insignia on her academy uniform quipped. And you too, Mika, the brunette snapped. Hey, look, the girl from the Yamanaka clan exclaimed. Everyone immediately turned their attention to the blonde man who entered through the main gates of the academy, who looked very much like the current Hokage of Konoha. The older girls immediately began to cast appraising glances at the new character, while the attention of the guys in the guest was drawn to the expensive equipment. Everyone was distracted from this fascinating activity by the ringing of the bell warning about the start of classes. Naruto, looking around the almost instantly empty courtyard of the academy, only chuckled with satisfaction and headed to the building, where one of the free teachers was supposed to take him to class. Among the students, the young man with an experienced eye was able to immediately find several interesting children, among whom were his friends from the past world and new personalities, who were clearly worth taking a closer look. The one who met him turned out to be another old acquaintance, whom the blonde had completely forgotten about with his worries. Good morning, Uzumaki-san, Iruka addressed Naruto with exaggerated politeness. Good day, Yumano-san. And let's call each other, you, and just Naruto, if you don't mind, suggested the Jinchuriki. Of course, Naruto. Come on, I'll show you around your classroom, the man said, making an inviting gesture. The road to the destination passed in silence, everyone was busy with their own thoughts and concerns. Iruka dreamed of getting rid of the new teacher as quickly as possible, about whom the director of the academy had been brainwashing him since early morning. The newly appointed teacher himself was pondering an idea that had occurred to him after familiarizing himself with the personal files of the students. Having shown the class and warned about the start time of the first Fuinjutsu lesson, Yumano left the young man alone. Having looked around the small class, the walls of which were diagrams with the most simple and well-known seals, the blonde silently gave a plus to the previous teacher, who apparently did not eat his bread in vain. Naruto spent an hour and a half of waiting studying the journal and the book of notes of his predecessor. After the first bell, all the students quickly took their seats and looked at the new teacher with interest. Two members of the Nara clan dozed on the back desks. Good afternoon to those gathered. I think everyone already knows that from today you will have a new Fuinjutsu teacher. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, the current head of the Uzumaki clan, a jonin of Konoha. I am a sannin and a master of Fuinjutsu, and from now on, your teacher of this art for the next 9 months, the blonde gave a long tirade, while slightly pressing on the children with his ki. Does anyone have questions on the subject? No? Well, then I will ask the questions. What is the main role of Fuinjutsu masters in battle? Support for the main strike forces, one of the students answered, standing up. That's not true. Any other opinions? Naruto asked. And even you agree with the opinion of comrade, Takashi Tenten? Well, in the history of Konoha, during the Third Shinobi War, there is a mention that Fuinjutsu masters are the most dangerous and tenacious shinobi, capable of single-handedly stopping the advance of enemy forces numbering up to a battalion of mid-level chunin. They were also often called walking fortresses due to their ability to turn a campsite or ambush into a well-guarded area in a matter of minutes. Jumping up from her seat, the brunette quickly rattled off. Now that's closer to the truth. Sit down, Uzumaki nodded in agreement. Remember once and for all, a master of Fuinjutsu from the Uzumaki clan, is your chance to survive if you get into serious trouble. A couple of minutes and even in an open field he is able to build a serious defensive line. And now we will do a short written work on what you have learned in the first 2 months of classes. A dozen clones quickly handed out small sheets of paper with tasks to everyone. Many looked at the seal blanks lying in front of them with bewilderment. Only 4 out of 30 understood the essence of the task. Among them, to Uzumaki's great pleasure, were 2 clanless shinobi. Tenten, whose knowledge and understanding of the subject the blonde had no doubts about, and another girl, Junko Miura. After half an hour of puffing and puffing, everyone figured out what was in front of them and coped with the simple task of finding errors and inaccuracies in ready-made explosive tags or sealing scrolls. "And what do you think the results of this test are?" the young man asked the class, folding the sheets into a neat stack. Came the cry of one of the Nars from the back row. "Absolutely right. Your level of knowledge after 2 months of daily training is simply pathetic, with the exception of 4 people. You spent more than a minute finding errors and inaccuracies in the simplest and most accessible seals, which means that you are unlikely to bother yourself with such actions when receiving or buying these seals before missions, which as a result could cost you or your team their lives," the Jinchuriki said, looking around the class with a heavy gaze. "But they won't give us defective seals," one of the clan children tried to object. "Yes? What if the enemy carried out sabotage and damaged the stocks of seals in warehouses or at points of sale? Remember, vigilance is important for shinobi in everything. Explosion tags and sealing scrolls are the same weapons as kunai and shuriken, but they require even more care and caution in use. Just one small correction in the seal of the explosion tag and it will explode in your hands when you bring it to combat readiness. I think you can imagine the result yourself." Naruto shook his head. "For the next month, you can forget about practicing Fuin. We will learn all the possible mistakes in explosion tags and seal scrolls." After almost an hour, Uzumaki talked about the most common mistakes in creating these 2 seals and their consequences when used. The class listened attentively to the confident story of the blonde, trying not to miss anything important. "Takashi, Miura, stay," the Jinchuriki asked after the lesson was over. "Did you want something?" Yanko asked as soon as there were only the 2 of them left in the classroom. "Yes, I wanted to talk to you about your success in Fuinjutsu. I think it's no secret even to you that in a couple of years the hidden villages will unleash another war," Naruto began from afar. "Master, can you get to the point?" Tenten asked, clearly not liking the long-winded approach. "Closer, so closer. I offer you an apprenticeship with me, on the condition that if you achieve at least the rank of a student in Fuinjutsu by the standards of the Uzumaki clan, you will be accepted into the clan as a junior member." The young head of the clan outlined his proposal. The answer was silence. The girls looked at each other and sank into thought. The offer of apprenticeship from the head of an old, albeit small clan, and even in such a rare and sought-after art was very tempting, but joining as a junior participant was comparable to voluntary slavery. "Can we consult with our parents?" Miura asked after a couple of minutes, having already made an internal decision and was going to reconcile her own parents with it. "Of course, I'll give you the weekend to make a decision, consult, think everything over, and I'll expect an answer on Monday," Naruto responded, already knowing the answer to his proposal. After all, reading emotions was a serious help. "See you tomorrow, Naruto-sensei," the girls said goodbye in chorus, quickly leaving the classroom. Leaving a clone in his place, the blonde Hiroshin moved to the Hokage's residence, where he was already expected at a meeting regarding the search for the creators of chimeras. About 40 people gathered in a small hall, among whom were many ANBU veterans and active operatives, plus the heads of the Nara, Yamanaka and Uchiha clans, the Hokage and the head of intelligence. "Now everyone is here. Begin," Minato spoke as soon as the young man took the last free seat. "First, I'll tell you a little about what a chimera is. A chimera is essentially a puppet, an inanimate being with human thinking. its body is created from pure energy, materialized by means of extremely complex and expensive technology. This allows us to easily implant genomes of various clans into the blank without their rejection and contradiction with each other. The only advantage for us is that each chimera requires a living representative of the clan with the necessary genome. Such bodies can only be destroyed by means of forbidden elemental techniques, seal techniques, or Amaterasu and its analogues, which destroy everything, including pure energy. The creation of these creatures was carried out by a small village in the north of the Land of Fire. We know nothing about how they learned this, but during the First and Second Wars, chimeras caused a lot of problems for all parties to the conflicts. After the Second War, an operation was carried out to destroy this village. The operation was considered partially successful, because all the master chimerologists and all their developments were destroyed, but, as it turned out later, the laboratory, library and warehouse of blanks were securely hidden. After that, 8 attempts were made to find them, but they were not successful. The ANBU paused briefly, and then continued. The recent attack was carried out by a chimera created according to the same principles as the previous ones. With a high degree of probability, it can be said that our enemy has many ready-made chimeras, and it is possible that other chimeras have the Uchiha clan's dojutsu. More complete information is in the blue folders in front of you. That's all from me. Anteater, report, the head of ANBU commanded. Our people, using the chakra tracks of this puppet, managed to find the approximate location from which the chimera began to move. Here are the coordinates. My people did not dare to go further, because the area simply radiates a natural chakra and a covert search in such conditions becomes impossible, the fighter briefly explained. So, they didn't finish them all off after all, one of the veterans snorted discontentedly. Now it's clear why they were hunting for Atsushi. And what are your suggestions? Minato asked, turning to the veterans. There's only one proposal. Find and destroy, but it will be difficult to carry out, Shin said. But this must be done within a year. We can't wait any longer. We won't be able to stand against 2 great hidden villages and these creatures. The dragon joined the conversation. What's the problem? Orochimaru asked, squinting and looking around at everyone gathered. Without the ability to work with Senchakra, there's nothing to do there. In 3 hours you'll turn into stone, and that's what caused the failure to destroy this village, Minato answered, already understanding what the Sannin was getting at. What if I offer a solution to this problem? Orochimaru asked, already sensing the benefit of his experiments abandoned many years ago. Only under the complete control of ANBU and the Uzumaki clan, Naruto, who had been silent until then, spoke up. They won't understand us, the daimyo won't give the green light, the dragon objected. Nobody cares about the daimyo's opinion, it's not his place to fight Cloud and Stone, snapped the blonde, who was starting to get annoyed with the ANBU chief. If he gets in the way, he's to be destroyed. So, I take it I have the green light to begin experiments, the snake Sannin asked, ignoring the squabbling and surprised whispers. Yes, we need shinobi who can use Senchakra without training from summons, Minato agreed, remembering how much time he himself spent on this training. Not only that, we need these chimeras. So we will prepare not a liquidation squad, but a capture squad, Naruto added on his own, which caused a new wave of bewilderment. You can shove your objections far away, because I don't care about the daimyo's opinion, and after the future war no one will care at all. Is that a threat? Asked Shikaku, who had been silent throughout the entire meeting. Yes, she is, who I am and what my capabilities are, you all know, so let's not quarrel, Uzumaki said, standing up and leaving the hall. Then the assembled discussed the development of the future operation to capture the creators of the chimeras and everything they had. Meanwhile, Naruto moved to the clan's estate, where the clones were hard at work, building the head's mansion. Having carefully examined the result, the young man gave additional instructions to his copies and called on 10 more to help the existing ones. Having finished with this, the young man went on foot to the temporary home where his family had settled. It was crowded inside, Kii's school friends, the Hatake family and several of Kushina's friends were visiting the Uzumaki Namikaze family. Among those gathered, the blonde easily recognized his old new friends, Shikamaru, Kiba, Shino, Chuji, Ino and Sai. Lee, as the right hand of the clan head, was organizing the rest. Karen, in the company of Kurama, Kid, Izumi and several other young girls were busy studying some catalogs. Kushina and the elders were talking about something abstract, trying not to disturb the gathered youth too much. Naruto's appearance was first noticed by his wife. Smiling affably, she quickly appeared next to him, giving him a kiss. "How was your first day as a teacher?" Kiba asked, looking at the young couple with envy. "Not bad, although I think we should conduct an assessment of all graduates of the academy for at least the last 5 years, otherwise unnecessary losses in the coming war cannot be avoided," the young man responded, hugging the brunette from behind and resting his head on her shoulder. "What is that for?" Yamanako, who had become a chunin a few weeks ago, asked indignantly. "Probably for the same reason that I don't trust you to buy explosion tags and sealing scrolls," Sai answered for Uzumaki, for which he received a poke from the blonde. "Let's not talk about that. Let's talk about the upcoming wedding of our hospitable hosts." Choji, who had been quietly arguing with Lee about something, suggested changing the subject. "By the way, yes. Newlyweds, have you already decided where this event will take place?" Inadzuka supported him. "Not yet, but we are leaning towards the idea of holding it on the estate's territory, since by the appointed time the quarter will be completely put in order." Kurama joined the conversation, pulling her husband along with her to a free chair, behind a table with catalogs. Minato arrived a few minutes later, accompanied by Shikaku, Inoichi, Itachi, and Shursui, and Lee invited everyone to the table for dinner. The conversation about Naruto and Kurama's wedding gradually, under the influence of alcohol, turned to who else could be tied in marriage on this momentous day, other than these two. In the end, Inoichi tried to punch Sai when he proposed him and Ino as candidates, but he was unsuccessful, because his daughter, having said her weighty word in front of her stunned parent, demonstratively sat on the guy's lap. Izumi found a way out of the situation, remembering that the young man was well versed in seals, and Naruto was looking for students. As a result, by the end of the evening, Sai was accepted as a student to the head of the Uzumaki clan, and the elder Yamanaka only doomedly agreed to his daughter's relationship with him if he achieved the title of apprentice in this art. Otherwise, the meeting took place in a cheerful and relaxed atmosphere, giving everyone a little relief and a boost of positivity. Konoha. 4 months since the Chimera attack. Another morning at the Shinobi Academy for Naruto began with a practical lesson for one of the 3 groups of genin aspirants he had made from his graduating class. In a small training clearing at the edge of a small forest, a dozen students stood frozen, awaiting their teacher's instructions. "Miura, take 2 and prepare to repel attacks in that grove. The conditions for victory are simple for you. Hold out for 10 minutes. Atara you command the remaining guys and 3 of my clones as support forces. They will not use any elemental techniques higher than rank B." The blonde man gave the instructions, sitting down on a tree stump. "Naruto-sensei, can I ask you a question?" A red-haired boy, whose sign on his clothes indicated his affiliation with one of Konoha's minor clans, addressed the Jinchuriki. "Yes, Iori, I'm listening to you." The young man nodded in agreement. "Why do you always appoint Miura and Atara as commanders in our group?" "Yes, why?" Several other guys agreed with them. "And what are your thoughts?" Uzumaki asked, but seeing that the aforementioned pair was about to answer, he added, "Miura, Atara, be quiet, let them figure it out themselves." For a minute, everyone gathered fell into deep thought, after which Naruto was overwhelmed by a stream of the most varied guesses, from the banal favorites to the fact that these 2 were being trained by Anbu. "Amaterasu what do you say?" He turned his attention to the silent girl from the younger members of the Uchiha clan. "It's simple, Naruto-sensei, Miura and Atara are clearly pronounced leaders, they have all the makings of future group commanders, and the current classes will give them initial experience in leading personnel. Plus, the level of knowledge and skills is an order of magnitude higher than all of us, and it's also not worth excluding the fact that you like them more than the others, the girl reported, standing at attention. A very precise answer, Amaterasu. And there is no need to invent anything else, and now let's continue the lesson. Or does any of you have any more questions? The blonde inquired, looking around at the students and internally giving this group a plus, because no one looked away. Yes, Miho, we are listening to you. Master, could we watch a fight with a Fuinjutsu master sometime? The student asked. You mean to take a look? Of course, it's quite possible, and I think you'll even be able to take part in it directly, Naruto agreed, calling 5 clones, who immediately left the clearing. And now to work, Miura, a minute to get ready. A dozen students immediately scattered, trying to hide behind various objects of the terrain. 3 newly summoned clones took up positions on the tallest trees in the area. Having waited for the signal of readiness from his student, Uzumaki gave Ataru the sign to begin the assault. After that, on command from the guy, 3 clones covered the grove with a continuous salvo of fireballs, then 2 genin tried to dig a deep trench to the grove with the element of earth, but the undertaking was not crowned with success. Miura, having opened one of the stored scrolls, with honed movements issued fire techniques, and one of her partners, having opened the scroll given to her with several tons of water, flooded the trench and washed away the diggers. The defenders were then hit by a volley of throwing iron with weakened explosive tags, and the third member of the group protected the girls from them with a stone shield. As soon as the shield fell, a water dragon was sent to the attackers, taking 2 students out of the fight. In response, Atara, combining his air technique with Uchiha's fire technique, was able to take Miura's partner out of the fight, who was pulled out from under the technique by Naruto's clone. Encouraged by such luck, the attackers tried to consolidate their success, but ran into several flash and noise mines, which decided the outcome of the training battle. Yanko, taking advantage of the advantage that had arisen, quickly took out the 5 remaining classmates with a simple chain lightning technique. Well done, Miura, everything played out like clockwork. Do you happen to have some runaway Nara among your ancestors? Naruto clapped his hands, appreciating the tactical trap the girl had developed. Thank you for the praise, teacher. It's quite possible that there was, Yanko answered. Bowing politely, while the blonde's clones brought everyone to their senses. Ataru, tell me what I did wrong, the Jinchuriki addressed the boy as soon as he could hear him normally. He relaxed his control over the group, was overconfident, and didn't check the area for mines and other traps, the interlocutor responded, shaking his head, apparently trying to clear the ringing in his ears. That's right, I hope this will be a lesson for you, otherwise in a real fight you would have failed the mission, but what's worse, you would have killed your entire team, the young head of the clan nodded in agreement. The next moment, the rest of the course students, led by clones, jumped out onto the clearing. 10 seconds later Kid appeared in the company of Lee and Izumi and their teams, and a minute later all the kunoichi training under Tsunade arrived at the clearing, led by Shizen and Karen. What are you planning this time? Karen asked Naruto, clearly not liking another such challenge. Just practice for everyone gathered, the Jinchuriki chuckled, to which the red-haired girl only raised her eyes to the sky in a silent question. Izumi, you command the adults, you enter the battle only after I knock out all the students. Karen, you command the support forces in the person of your subordinates, coordinate your actions with Ichiro Nara, who will command all his comrades. Ichiro, as soon as the last of your numerous group is incapacitated, you lead everyone to that hill over there. You will observe the further battle from there, Shizen-san, keep an eye on them? Asked the blonde, throwing off his cloak, and calling from the seal and unloading with many pockets filled with scrolls. I'll keep an eye on it, where else would I go, snorted Tsunade's first student. Then a minute to prepare and we begin, Uzumaki warned, starting to gather Senchakra for the fight against the sisters and Lee, who, the 3 of them, were serious opponents even for him. if they did not use the power of the Bijou mode or the star seal. Before the Jinchuriki could finish gathering the Senchakra, the first volley of throwing iron was launched at him, from which he had to defend himself with a simple stone wall technique, which deprived him of his vision and gave an advantage to Ichiro, who immediately decided not to waste time on trifles and use the trump cards of everyone gathered under his command. As soon as the stone wall fell, a hail of throwing needles rained down on him from the air. The blonde had to defend himself with an air wing, which scattered all the iron to the sides, for which Uzumaki immediately paid. A dozen poison needles hit him right in the back. Apparently someone had thought to seal them in the first wave, and under the hail of kunai and shuriken with explosive tags, the small sealing seal flashed unnoticed. Having gotten rid of the excess iron by releasing chakra from his entire body, Naruto was forced to immediately show a master class in his specialty. Combined elemental techniques were launched at him from 5 directions. In a split second, the young man threw 5 sealing scrolls into the air, towards the student's techniques. In order to be in time to deal with all 5, the Jinchuriki was forced to resort to sealing with blood. From the cut palm, under the influence of chakra, specific bloody signs fell on all the scrolls, from which the paper immediately turned black, but easily coped with its task. Taking advantage of the delay, the blonde replaced himself with a clone, after which he covered the place where Ichiro was supposed to be with a strong wind technique, a repulsive type, but failed, running into a strong protective dome, clearly created by the combined efforts of Karen and Tenten with Miura. A second of hesitation and another volley of throwing iron flew at him, from which he had to dodge with another replacement for a clone. At the same time, he called a dozen new ones to help himself, sending them to search for and neutralize the students. It took them 32 seconds for all the opponents, including Ichiro and Karen, to be under the effect of the paralysis seal. I hope you now understand what a fight with a senior student of a Fuinjutsu master is. Naruto addressed the freed students. Now you will see what a fight between masters of different specializations is. I will introduce my opponents in this training fight: Lee Uzumaki, master of Taijutsu; Izumi Uchiha, master of fire techniques, senior student of the Sharingan master; Kid Namikaze, master of lightning techniques, student of the Senjutsu master, senior student of the Fuinjutsu master; Shikamaru Nara, master of shadow techniques; Aburame Shino, master of insect control techniques; Inazuka Kiba, apprentice of beast techniques; Ino Yamanaka, apprentice of mind techniques; Sai Uzumaki, apprentice of the Fuinjutsu master, master of living drawing techniques. 6 masters and 2 apprentices. One of the students exhaled in surprise. Yes, the teacher must be at least a Kage to stand up to such a group. Quiet, Kyo. We'll see everything for ourselves now, Ichiro hissed at the screaming man, clearly anticipating an interesting spectacle. Meanwhile, Naruto was forced to use all his abilities except the star to keep up with the actions of 8 strong opponents, which was extremely problematic to do without Kurama's support. The reflexes, heightened by the action of Senchakra and Bija Chakra, helped him to avoid Lee's indistinguishable blows in speed. The plasma storm created by the sisters had to be sealed on the go in an ingot of chakra-conducting metal summoned from the seal, which cost the blonde a few fractions of a second, which was enough for Lee and Ino to get him at the same time. Yamanaka, who burst in and immediately retreated from the consciousness of the Jinchuriki, 1 rock more moments. The crushing hits of the weights dropped by the eyebrowed one right in flight knocked Uzumaki off his feet. Shino and Shikamaru immediately joined the game. The first immobilized the blonde who fell on his back, the second managed to pump out a decent amount of Senchakra and Biju Chakra with his bugs. Kiba and Akamaru's Getsuji strike hit the target right on target, which dissipated in a cloud of smoke. 3 seconds and Lee is cut off from the others by a strong locking barrier, and Naruto is already forcing close combat on Kiba, while his clones, strengthened by the Senbiju mode and seal techniques, are pressing on the others. It took 3 clones 13 seconds to twist and swaddle Ino, and for the blonde to take Akamaru out of the game by casting a strong seal of chakra suppression and paralysis. Shino dealt with the batch of clones intended for him in 10 seconds with his bugs, which had evolved over 3 months of training with Naruto. Having decided to help Naru and Sai, Aburame missed the moment when a kunai with the Hiroshin mark stuck in behind his back, and then Naruto himself knocked out the bug breeder with a blow to the pain point on his neck. Saya and Shikamaru were taken out of the fight by the Jinchuriki with an air press technique, but during this time Lee managed to simply break the barrier and get to his opponent, simultaneously saving Kid and Izumi from problems with the clones. The coordinated actions of the three forced Uzumaki to act extremely carefully, but very harshly, and after 10 seconds of the fleeting fight the clearing turned into a red-hot field of craters and potholes. Roka, the blonde, was able only after hanging 36 paralysis seals on him, which Lee dealt with his exceptional physical strength and 5 open limit gates. Izumi was helped by immunity to genjutsu and new clones that separated her from Kid. The sister, supported by her Biju, lasted longer than anyone. Only the advantage in the form of the flight of the Thunder God helped Naruto quickly finish the fight with his sister. The children watched with their mouths open as the training battle between 7 masters and 2 apprentices ended, which lasted barely a minute, and most simply saw nothing but the strongest techniques. Only a couple of Uchiha, Takami, and Ichiro were able to see a more complete picture of the fight. The only one who saw everything was Amaterasu, but the girl preferred to keep silent about her achievements in using the Sharingan. It could greatly change her fate. I hope you are satisfied with the demonstration of your teacher's capabilities, a voice reached the students who were in a state of shock. Hokage-sama. Karen was the first to react, greeting the village head with a polite bow. Did something happen? Naruto asked as he appeared next to them. No, I just wanted to warn you about the working group meeting on our matter today, Minato responded, although his very personal appearance at the training ground spoke of extremely urgent and unpleasant news. Thank you, father, I completely forgot about him, Uzumaki said, replacing himself with a clone and moving to the clan's residence. The new home of the Uzumaki clan head was an impregnable fortress, every inch of which was stuffed with a variety of techniques, many of which Naruto had spied on at the Konoha Bank after renewing the contract for servicing the vault seals. All the most important figures of the village, clan heads, department heads, the Hokage, Orochimaru and Tsunade had already gathered in the house. What happened? The Jinchuriki immediately got down to business, realizing that delay could have serious consequences. An interesting person has come to us. He claims that he was sent by the command of the forces from another continent. Whether this is true or not, we have not been able to verify. This guy's brain is protected from penetration by the techniques of the Yamanaka clan, and under the drugs he says the same thing, the head of intelligence answered. Where is he now? Naruto asked. And what does he want? It wasn't that easy for your people to get him with such a mind protection? In the ANBU dungeons. He wants to meet you, says he can only deliver a message from his command to you, Dragon responded, clearly puzzled by this incident. What's our information on the strength of these guys from overseas? Minato asked, apparently addressing Jiraiya. They have a strong fleet, armed with strange but very powerful weapons, an army of 300,000 bayonets, and none of our people have ever managed to get through the cordon system just on the coast into the interior of the mainland. The toad-like Sannin laid out the information he had. 300,000 fighters and a strong fleet, with unknown but powerful weapons? We don't have enough problems with the impending war with the other villages and these chimerologists, and now guests from across the ocean are starting to scurry about. Oh, I have a feeling this will all end badly, Tsum Inuzuka said discontentedly. Yes, we don't need a war with them now, and certainly not in the next 40 years. So maybe we should at least listen to what they want from us. Shikaku suggested to Nara, who had clearly already thought through a bunch of possible scenarios. We agree, the heads of the Yamanaka, Akimiji and Inuzuka clans supported him. We'll have time to talk to him. Right now I'm concerned about the issue of preparing the squad for the invasion of the chimerologist's lair. Naruto, who already had an idea of the approximate gist of the conversation with the messenger, moved on to a more pressing issue. The development of the Senchakra control seal is progressing extremely slowly. I don't have enough materials, Orochimaru said, looking for something in his papers. Which ones exactly? Minato asked, understanding what the Sannin was hinting at. Human samples die too quickly, and information on Fuinjutsu in this area would not hurt me. In addition, in the country of fields, there is a clan that has a genome that allows them to instinctively absorb and control Senchakra in the body, the scientist listed. The Land of Fire has 36 different prisons. Material can be taken from there, but only from those who are sentenced to life imprisonment. In the matter of Fuinjutsu in this direction, Kushina can help you, and my group will search for the clan you mentioned, Naruto said, leaning back in his chair. The daimyo will be against using prisoners in our experiments, the ANBU leader reminded. I don't care, when the chimeras start destroying our country, he'll be the first to leave, so he can be against it as much as he wants, but we'll do what needs to be done, Minato snapped, understanding the full extent of the threat hanging over them. Dragon. Now lead us to our guest and let's talk to him, Uzumaki asked, rising from his seat, while the others only nodded in agreement. A minute later the room was empty, only Naruto, who had sent a clone in his place, moved to Kurama, who was sitting in the library in the basement with Kushina. He didn't yet know what the consequences of talking to the messenger would be, but he felt that he wouldn't be able to sort it out quickly. Atara, new. Amaterasu, bright in the sky. Miho, beautiful bay. The system of ranks of mastery of techniques. 1. Junior apprentice. 2. Apprentice. 3. Senior apprentice. 4. Journeyman. 5. Master. Territory of the Land of Fire. 1 year since the attack of the chimeras. A small forest clearing, surrounded by a wall of ancient trees, in the shade of which a group of shinobi settled down. Everyone was busy with their own business. Someone was just sleeping after a multi-kilometer forced march from the territory of a neighboring state, someone was preparing dinner, someone was checking equipment. I don't like all this, Sai said, looking closely at the sky, clearly looking for something. Calm down, I don't think anything serious could have happened in Konoha during our absence, most likely enemy sabotage groups intercepted the birds, Shikamaru tried to reason with his comrade. Maybe, but I highly doubt it, otherwise Naruto wouldn't have driven us back to Leaf at such a pace, Shino joined the conversation. And during our entire operation, we never even came close to the enemy forces. Then why doesn't he just use spatial techniques to transport us? Kazu asked as she finished cooking and was serving the food. Because of his injury, although he very quickly regenerates injuries received from normal chakra and weapons, but with natural chakra it does not work well, especially with such a poisonous one, Keed said, looking towards Naruto, who was sitting under a tree in a meditation pose. It would be better for all of us if he quickly fully recovered, or we will hardly be able to avoid problems. Are there any problems? Nara asked, raising an eyebrow. Yes, ahead, 10 kilometers away, we can feel a serious concentration of living creatures, and it's unlikely that they are ours, Namikaze answered, making everyone tense up. Do you think he felt it? Sai asked, nodding towards the blonde. I am more than sure of it, otherwise we would not be resting here now. So check your supplies and prepare for a serious skirmish, the opponents are at least 1 to 10 not in our favor, Namikaze warned everyone. Then I will send my insects to prepare the ground for the strike, Aburame said, walking away from the fire and sitting down in a meditation pose. Where did such large units of unknown shinobi come from in the Land of Fire? Ino asked. I don't know, but it seems that the situation has changed a lot during our absence. It is quite possible that a new world war has started, and this was most likely the reason for our quick and successful completion of the task, Shikamaru concluded, clearly not pleased with this turn of events. But our analysts gave at least another 6 months before the war began, Ino noted, who was aware of many things in Konoha's military environment due to her position as deputy head of counterintelligence. Probably someone or something provoked her early, Nara began, but he was interrupted by a loud and drawn-out roar. Soon the rumble of an explosion was heard, and the earth trembled slightly. What the? Everyone except Naruto and Shino immediately jumped to their feet. We've been spotted, Uzumaki said, standing up from his seat. Everyone get ready, they're approaching. A minute later, several dozen opponents tried to jump out of the trees around the clearing, but a well-coordinated volley of throwing iron from the wind accelerated by the technology cooled the ardor of the attackers, calming several of the fastest ones. Air blast. Powerful gusts of wind quickly destroyed all the trees within a radius of 36 meters, depriving the enemy of additional room to maneuver. Shadow choke, Shikamaru whispered, using one of the clan's most famous techniques on the three opponents who tried to get them from the air. Thunderbolt, a powerful lightning technique covered the clearing. Its creator did not even have time to understand what happened, as he turned to ashes. Naruto's group then had to go into deep defense. Due to the enemy's huge numerical superiority and strength, most of the attackers were at the level of a strong Konoha Jonin. A few minutes of fighting and 3 of the dozen Uzumaki fighters were killed, 4 more received serious wounds, which is why the Jinchuriki had to use one of the strongest defensive barriers. Keyed, Sai, prepare the spatial transfer technique. Naruto barked, putting a huge amount of chakra into his technique. But, the girl tried to object, but seeing her brother's condition, she decided not to argue. Faster. Reinforcements are approaching them. Uzumaki urged them on, releasing 5 tails at once, causing the ground beneath him to sag and turn black. In the minute it took Sai and Keyed to create the spatial transfer seal, the blonde released 3 more tails, which made those who were under his barrier feel ill. The remnants of the 9 tails chakra that were in his seal still remained poisonous to everyone except those who had Uzumaki blood. As soon as everyone except Naruto himself disappeared into the technique's vortex, a blow fell on the barrier, from which the young man fell to his knees, blood spurting from his nose. Raising his eyes, he was able to see the one who was able to force him to kneel. In front of him stood the Raikage, covered in lightning armor, and his brother, the Jinchuriki of the 8-tailed. What guests we have, the blonde grinned, releasing his 9th tail and beginning to change in appearance. Brother, this guy is dangerous, Killer Bee said warily, summoning 8 tails at once and preparing for battle. Fire storm. Air vortex. Breaking down the barrier and releasing 2 mutually reinforcing, S-rank techniques at the assembled cloud shinobi. The fiery hell instantly engulfed everything within a radius of 50 meters. In the raging flames, those who failed to leave the affected area or protect themselves with combined elemental shields turned to dust in moments. But for Naruto, who had completely unleashed the power of the Bijou, simultaneously using the hermit mode and the activated seal of the 13-pointed star, these very shields did not present any obstacle at an extreme speed right inside the increasingly inflamed technique. He pierced them through, allowing the raging elements to engulf its prey. After a few dozen seconds, the equipment flared brightly and dissipated, allowing those who survived to see a scorched circle covered in a layer of ash. Neither those who remained inside or its creator were visible. Behind, the Raikage roared, causing all the survivors to scatter, and he himself took a blow on his lightning armor, driving him into the ground up to his waist. What an excellent reaction, although I shouldn't have expected less from you, but this is the end for all of you, he said, throwing away the head of the cloud, who had managed to escape. You hope to stand alone against 10 Kage-level shinobi? AI chuckled. I don't need that, Naruto replied, summoning a pale blue sphere from the seal. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed it above him, where it hung between his 9 tails, held in place by his chakra, and with each passing second, it began to spin faster and faster. B's attempts to stop Uzumaki were unsuccessful, and the Jinchuriki crashed into the barrier with all his might. The sphere meanwhile began to suck in the chakra of the living and the souls of the dead cloud shinobi. With each new rotation the living felt how their strength was rapidly melting, even the Raikage's armor evaporated almost instantly, and his charges, with the exception of the eight-tailed, turned into dried mummies. It took the sphere less than 10 seconds for not even ashes to remain of those gathered. This is what happens when you don't understand what you're dealing with, Naruto said, admiring the brightly glowing sphere in his hand. This is the second to last one. He looked at it carefully for a few minutes, then put it away in his body seal. Then gradually began to disperse the tails, and then deactivated the star seal. After that, he disappeared from the clearing with the help of Hiroshin. Konoha greeted the young clan leader with the noise of a furious fight, the smell of burning and the ringing of steel. The first thing the young man did was check the village's defenses with a wave of senchakra. To his disappointment, the outer and inner contours were simply destroyed, the chakra of 3 Biju was spilled throughout the area. The civilian population was cut down almost to zero, only Chunin and above remained alive. Only in his clan quarter there were several dozen genin, judging by their chakra levels, the rest of the village's forces retreated there as well. Without a second to spare, Naruto teleported there, right into the thick of the battle, summoning 200 clones, reinforced with Senchakra and the Nine Tails chakra, and giving them the order to help the surviving Konoha shinobi retreat to the Uzumaki quarter. He himself teleported with Hiroshin to the clan's ritual hall, starting to pump up the accumulators with chakra in order to buy as much time as possible. He finished 3 more simple clones with the order to find Kurama and the rest of the clan members. A few minutes later, one of the clones dispersed, bringing the knowledge that they were all in the clan's underground temple. In order to restore more chakra, the blonde went there on foot, while summoning chakra-restoring pills from the seal. Those gathered in the temple immediately turned their gaze to Naruto, who entered accompanied by several shinobi. Few of them were on their feet, the medics were trying to patch up the most seriously injured. Soon the remaining defenders of the village began to arrive at the temple, who were helped by the clones of the blonde. Among them were most of the clan heads, and almost half of the ANBU personnel. "What are we going to do?" Shikaku asked, trying not to be distracted by the pain in his mutilated right hand. "We have no chance of standing against the armies of the 3 great villages, supported by the 3 Biju and many small villages, plus the Kage will soon appear on the battlefield." The head of the ANBU, over whose face the medic Nin from Senju was casting a spell, outlined the situation. "The Raikage and the 8-tailed one won't be at this party," Naruto put in his 2 cents. "And yet, even so, we are not able to stand against them. Right now, they are not touching us only because they are trying to break into the civilian shelter and the ANBU base, although serious surprises await them there, and after that, they will start scouring the clan districts and will definitely stumble upon this one. Uzumaki-sama, how long can the barriers hold them back?" Tsum, who was almost unharmed in the skirmishes, asked. "It depends on how hard they attack us. They can hold 3 Bijou bombs, but with simple techniques they will take a day to pick at the barriers if we don't feed them, but that's not a solution, we don't have enough food or water for that many people," Minato answered for Naruto. "How could they even get close to the village with such forces? What about the defensive circuits?" Uzumaki asked, for whom what had happened to Konoha seemed absurd. "Space scrolls, plus an agent network inside the village. Someone planted powerful explosive devices at the storage stations," the head of ANBU said briefly. "All of this doesn't matter now, we need to decide how to get out of here," Inoichi joined the conversation. "We won't be able to break through in battle without significant losses," added Chuza. "Even if we break through, where will we go? To the capital? To the mist?" Tsunade, who had just joined the meeting, asked. "Even with so many wounded. What do you say, Minato?" Shikaku interrupted further shouts. "We can go to the hidden whirlpool," the Hokage answered thoughtfully, looking questioningly at Naruto. "A whirlpool?" several people exclaimed in surprise. "Exactly," the blonde said quietly. "The village has been completely rebuilt in recent years in accordance with the plans that were in my clan's archive. Now it is a virtually impregnable fortress. And 1/10 of our forces are stationed there. But how can we break through the enemy's numbers? Even with a cleaner and 2 Jinchuriki capable of using the power of the nine-tailed beast, we'll hardly be able to leave here without losses, the head of the Nara clan responded, calculating his options. We're using spatial transfer, Minato informed everyone. But moving that many people would require a huge amount of chakra. Or are we going to leave some of the people here? Tsunade exclaimed loudly. Have you forgotten where we are, Senju-sama? This is the heart of the Uzumaki clan's quarter, the ones who created these very techniques. Do you really think that we haven't taken care of the possibility of having to retreat in large numbers? Kushina chuckled as she entered the hall. Is everything ready yet? Naruto asked, whose clones, along with Kid and Kushina, were busy activating and calibrating the stationary spatial transition technique as soon as it appeared in the temple. Yes, Kurama contacted Whirlpool. Orochimaru and Jiraiya will meet us there. Karen and the other medics are preparing the wounded for the transition, Namikaze answered, standing behind her husband. In that case, everyone should prepare their people for the transition. You have half an hour. Where is Kurama now? The blonde asked, getting up from his place, not paying attention to the indignant and dissatisfied exclamations. She's helping Kid, Kushina said. Nodding to his mother and father, the young man quickly left the hall, leaving the parents to solve the problems with the discontent of those gathered. Kurama and Kid were found near the already opened portal leading to the hidden Whirlpool village. The wounded, medical personnel and students of the Shinobi Academy along with teachers gathered around it. Hello, darling, Uzumaki whispered, hugging the girl from behind and kissing her neck. I'm glad you're okay, the kitsune replied, smiling slightly and squeezing his hand tightly. Where's Ryo? Naruto asked, ignoring the looks the people were giving them. None of that mattered right now. Don't worry, he's with Izumi and Itachi, the brunette said, turning to face him. Kid, can you handle this alone? I need to talk to Kurama alone. Of course, Lee and Karen will help me, the blonde gave the go-ahead, without taking her eyes off the process of final stabilization. Taking his wife by the elbow, Naruto, keeping silent, went with her to the exit to the surface. At her questioning look he only smiled slightly, making it clear that it was better to talk on the surface. Why such secrecy? Kurama asked, sitting down on her husband's lap, her curiosity eating her up. The last one left, the Jinchuriki said quietly, swaying slightly from side to side. And you think that now is a good chance to get it, the kitsune stated, releasing her tails and ears. Yes, the main thing is to convince everyone else to get out of here, the young man sighed heavily. It will be difficult, the nine-tailed one agreed. Maybe my help will come in handy, a familiar voice reached the couple. Orochimaru, what are you doing here? You should be in the maelstrom, Naruto growled, pissed off by the snake Sannin's sudden appearance. I'm just a clone. My creator suggests citing the use of forbidden techniques of mass destruction in order to get rid of everyone from here, said the copy of the Sannin. What interest does he have in helping us? Kurama asked, raising an eyebrow. You are able to give him time, the clone chuckled. And what kind of technique? It's unlikely that everyone will leave if we lie that we will use something simple from the forbidden techniques? The blonde asked, pulling himself together. The technique created by Tobirama, the interlocutor grinned. Edo Tensei, the nine-tailed fox nodded understandingly. Just say that you are going to use it to summon the other 12 cleaners. I think that will scare off everyone who wants to watch, the copy of Sannin said, folding the seals to cancel the cloning technique. Orochimaru, we will need your help in what we are about to do, the kitsune said at last, ignoring her husband's questioning look. Do you think it's wise to trust him? Naruto asked, standing up after his wife. Yes, Kurama simply answered, heading towards the entrance to the temple, not paying attention to what was happening outside the barrier. The blonde remained on the surface, waiting for the nine tails to return and preparing himself to create another sphere. Along the way, watching one of the 5 great villages perish, eaten by fires and plundered by enemy shinobi, he noticed that there were no living beings beyond the border of the barrier. 10 minutes later, Kurama returned, only silently nodding at Uzumaki's questioning look. Sitting down opposite each other, they summoned another blue sphere, which, obeying their will, soared high above the ground, and then, accelerated by the chakra of two powerful creatures, began to quickly spin, sucking in a huge amount of chakra and souls. Within a minute, nothing remained of the army of attackers, and Konoha itself began to resemble a long-abandoned village. "Come on, it's time to go back," Kurama said, shaking off the ashes and helping Naruto, whose strength had been seriously undermined by today, to rise. He just nodded silently, transporting them both with the help of Hiroshin right into the center of the whirlpool. Headquarters of the combined forces of rock, sand, and cloud. A day after the destruction of the hidden leaf. In the large tent, there was a noisy discussion about what had happened in Konoha. The village leaders were very disappointed with what had happened. Losing 4 Jinchuriki, one of the strongest Kage and 20,000 soldiers, was a strong blow to their forces, but even this would be enough to plunder the now defenseless land of fire. The cloud shinobi who burst into the tent rushed to the Jinchuriki of the two-tailed who had taken the post of Raikage after the news of the deaths of A and B, and handed her the scroll and quickly left. "Did something happen, Nisan?" Kazekage asked. "Yes, an urgent message came from the village that all 4 Jinchuriki are alive, 3 are currently in the local infirmary, and Killer B is waiting to meet me at the Cloud Force's location." Yujito broke away from studying the scroll. "But that's not all?" asked Satsukage. "Not all. A powerful military squadron under the banners of the Empire is moving towards the shores of the Land of Fire from the continent. And the mist urgently transferred all its forces to the island that belonged to the Uzumaki clan." The Jinchuriki finished reading. "And what does all this mean?" Kage-Trava voiced the general question. "I don't know, but it's clearly nothing good," Ni responded, very surprised by the small note, clearly written in B's hand. "And what are our next steps?" Anoki asked, rising from his seat, with the obvious intention of quickly returning to the location of his shinobi. "While the main forces are resting, we need to send scouts to Uzumaki Island and the coast, let them find out why the guests from overseas have come." Following the example of the Tsuchikage, the Matatabi bearer rose from her seat. A few minutes later, Ni was already in the tent where the badly battered B was and listened to his story about what happened to the elite cloud squad led by A. So just one shinobi, even a cleaner, without any forbidden techniques, turned several hundred elite jonin into dust in a few seconds. The Jinchuriki, who had fallen onto a chair, asked with horror in her voice. "You don't understand, he didn't just turn them into dust, but also completely destroyed their souls and collected all the energy that was released during this, and you yourself understand how powerful that is," B said tiredly, trying not to move his broken arm. "What should we do?" Ni asked, puzzled, staring at one point. "We need to find him and try to negotiate peace with him even on the most difficult conditions for us. There are no other options," the Jinchuriki shrugged. "And who will allow us to do this?" Yujito asked distantly. "Ni, wake up. This guy has incredible strength. He destroyed Konoha with this same technique. Do you understand what this means?" The eight-tailed bearer was indignant. He gathered even more power than in the fight with AI. And the area of effect of this strange technique increased several times. The girl answered automatically, only then realizing what she had said. "But this is..." "Exactly, now I think he has enough strength to destroy everything within a radius of a couple of 100 kilometers, but imagine if he uses it somewhere in the middle of a concentration of our forces storming the fire cities." B painted a bleak picture. "Then you and I should immediately set out to look for him and give the order for the troops to retreat back to the cloud." The blonde jumped up from her seat and rattled off. "Do you know where to look for him?" "Yes, he's currently on the Uzumaki clan's island, according to my bijou," Killer replied. "That's at least 10 hours of running in bijou mode," Ni said, sighing tiredly and massaging her temples. B just nodded silently, taking out several recovery pills from the first aid kit brought by the medic Nin and swallowing them all at once. An hour later, the 5 Cloud Shinobi were rapidly moving through the territory of the Land of Fire to the port that was once the main connecting gate between Konoha and Whirlpool. The Fire Daimyo's Palace, the Throne Room. One day after the destruction of the Hidden Leaf, the head of state listened attentively to the report of the assembled officials and military. What happened in Konoha had dealt a severe blow to the country's power and military strength, but it still had the strength to preserve the country's best territories. According to our intelligence, the Windrock Lightning Alliance forces have stopped their advance at the very border, and a few hours ago, the Cloud Shinobi began to leave their location. By all indications they are returning to their homeland, and this situation is somewhat strange, said one of the generals. What else can we expect? I think they are also aware of the approaching Imperial squadron and they won't lose their people for nothing, another officer replied. It's entirely possible, but the squadron has been simply drifting towards our shores for more than a day, and what exactly made them do this is completely unclear, because after the destruction of List we will have practically nothing to counter them with. One of the officials joined the conversation. Perhaps there is something we don't know, Daimyo began, but was interrupted by a guard who burst into the hall. He could barely stand on his feet, and it was clear from one glance that he had been in a serious fight. Daimyo-sama. Attack! Your eldest daughter has been kidnapped, a clearly shell-shocked soldier shouted. What? The ruler jumped up to him. The guards were killed by an unknown person. He only used taijutsu, his partner just stood aside, the guard barely managed to say, after which he began coughing and fell to the floor in convulsions, after which foam came out of his mouth, and a minute later he completely fell silent. The assembled were stunned for a long time. Only a platoon of guards burst into the throne room and led everyone to a safe place, and they were able to return the ability to think rationally. Somewhere near the shores of the Land of Fire. A day after the destruction of the Hidden Leaf, a huge squadron of warships slowly drifted in the ocean several hundred miles from the mainland. Meanwhile, the flagship was actively discussing the latest intelligence data. What do you mean, no traces at all? The squadron commander barked at his subordinate. Quiet, Sir Commander. Continue your report. The richly dressed man, whose appearance betrayed him as an aristocrat, interrupted the military man. Judging by the external signs, we can say that the village was abandoned at least 100 years ago. We have not found a single building that has survived to any extent. Even the stone faces of the Hokage have turned into a pile of fragments. The chakraphone within a radius of 200 kilometers is greatly weakened, with the exception of several natural sources of chakra production. Our scouts also came across another place with similar characteristics, but slightly smaller in scale. In total over the past 3 years there have been 13 such anomalies, including 2 yesterday. Moreover, each time the diameter of the anomaly doubled from the previous value, starting from 100 meters. That's all for me, the scout finished his report. You may be free, Sergeant. The commander dismissed his subordinate with a nod, carefully watching the Emperor's advisor, who had fallen into thoughtfulness. What are your orders? Orders? The aristocrat asked in surprise. Well, our negotiations with the leader of the list have failed. In accordance with the instructions I received at the command headquarters, the leadership of the squadron is transferred to you, the man said crisply. In that case, get the best cognac from your reserves, Captain, and pray to all the gods you know, the advisor said, rising from his seat. Is it that bad? The commander asked the back of his departing interlocutor. So you don't know anything about what these anomalies are? The guest turned around. It's okay, we're not privy to such subtleties, the man replied, taking a couple of glasses and a bottle of cognac from the table. Well then, I'll tell you what it is, the advisor said, returning to his place and taking one of the filled glasses. Where should I begin? Perhaps I'll start from the very beginning. How old do you think our world is, Captain? 1,000? 2? 3? 10? You don't know, and that's understandable. Even our best scientists give an approximate age of 22,000 years, and this figure is far from the truth. But 22,000 years ago, a highly developed technical society already existed on our planet, and we use fragments of their knowledge and laws to this day. Everything that our empire now has, from simple household appliances to the most modern ships and airplanes, was not created by us, and even those are only primitive examples. Just imagine, people used to fly into space, to the stars. And not only to the local luminary, but to others as well. And all this was lost overnight when one brilliant scientist invented the spheres of transformation. 13 most powerful artifacts capable of changing the appearance of planets and all creatures living on it. They became the reason why the ancestors started a war of total destruction, as a result of which the world almost perished. And only thanks to the spheres it was possible to save it, albeit in a form very far from the original. The population of the planet from 30 billion was reduced to 1/10 of this figure. Most of the knowledge and technology sank into oblivion, as did the entire community. But in return, people were able to use magic, all, without any exceptions. For almost 10,000 years, peace reigned on the planet, but soon, due to an unknown disease, children began to be born who were incapable of magic, which after a short period of time led the world to a new war of destruction. Then the spheres were used a second time, and the magicians disappeared, but a huge amount of magical energy was dispersed over the planet, due to which about 1,000 years ago those who are now called shinobi or sorcerers appeared, and from the excess magic a tree was born. It was the concentration of all excess energy, eventually becoming the heart of the world. If our continent followed the technical path of development, then the inhabitants of this island archipelago preferred the path of magic. And you already know the further history. So it turns out that the spheres, instead of an artifact of creation, have turned into an instrument of the apocalypse, the amazed commander asked, draining his glass in one gulp. Yes, a very accurate comparison, the interlocutor responded, taking a sip. Now these spheres have fallen into the hands of someone who doesn't even know how to use them. Are you sure about this? The captain asked with hope in his voice. More than that, the description exactly matches what we found, the aristocrat said wearily. So say goodbye to your family, just in case. The commander didn't answer this, but just silently filled the glasses again and, leaning back in his chair, fell into thought. The advisor just sat there, looking at the glare of light in the glass. Clearly knowing that they had only a few hours left. Hidden whirlpool. Underground laboratory. 2 days since the destruction of the hidden leaf. A large hall, illuminated by a pale blue glow from the spheres floating under the ceiling, the walls and ceiling of which were inscribed with many ancient signs, each of which carried great power. In the center were 13 columns. Through the gates that slowly opened, a procession of 14 people entered, led by Naruto. This is the transformation gate that you gathered all the Jinchuriki for? Gaara asked, looking around the place they had ended up in. They are the ones, young man, Orochimaru answered with admiration and anticipation in his voice, for whom everything that was happening was perhaps the most important moment in his life. Are you sure they'll work? After all, this place, if you're not lying, is a good 20,000 years old, Fu asked with distrust in her voice. I'm sure, Uzumaki responded monosyllabically, feeling how the enormous force of the hall rushed towards them, carefully studying and welcoming at the same time. And your clan has been guarding this place all this time? Nia asked, emphasizing the word all. Yes, but why and for what purpose, I have absolutely no idea. You yourself saw how much the level of technology in the Maelstrom differs from everything on the mainland. Well, at least the underground part of the village, the young man responded, touching one of the columns, which made it glow with a soft green light. This place is simply saturated with energy, the daughter of the daimyo of the land of fire whispered, calling upon the blue fire in her palm and touching another column, which also made it glow green. Soon, the others silently followed her example. Most of them were in a state of shock from what they saw on the underground level of the Whirlpool village, although none of them doubted that it had been built a long time ago, because the purpose of many things was simply unknown to them. As soon as all the columns were lit and the places on them were taken by those gathered with the exception of Naruto, he went to the center, where the lines emanating from the columns converged. The hall immediately began to move, the signs began to move from one place to another, obviously forming some constructions and figures known only to the blonde. After that, bright flashes began to occur, the columns began to slowly rotate around their axis and the center of the room, the walls also began to move. The hall was constantly flooded with various colors of the rainbow and loud heartbreaking creaks and grinding sounds, which were replaced by chilling screams, and then the quiet ringing of bells and the chirping of birds, after which the hall was suddenly shaken and everything plunged into impenetrable darkness. How long this strange action lasted, none of those gathered could say for sure. After some time, the doors of the hall began to slowly open, and the lighting immediately returned, allowing everyone to see themselves. "Welcome to the new world," Naruto said with a grin as he headed towards the exit, followed only by Orochimaru and Kurama, who knew exactly how using the transformation gate room would end. 25 years later. The territory of the former Fire Country, now the central district of the southern archipelago. Two people were walking slowly along the road, a tall blonde man with 9 tails and his red-haired 9-tailed companion. "Naruto, are you sure it was wise to let Ryu travel alone?" "Kurama, he's already a grown man, remember me at his age." "I remember this, that's why I'm afraid," the kitsune snorted discontentedly. "Don't worry, unlike me, he had good teachers, and he can definitely stand up for himself," Uzumaki waved off his wife's concerns. "That's what I'm afraid of, standing up for myself," Kurama sighed wearily, clearly not liking letting her son go free. "Just believe in him, Ryu can handle everything," Naruto said confidently, clearly proud of his eldest child. "Tell me, do you regret what we did?" "No," the 9-tailed one shook her head. "Before, my life was an endless hell, with your appearance it became a little easier and there was room for hope in it. And after what we did with the help of the gate, it became just a road that has an end in which you can walk hand in hand with your loved one, family and friends, without fear that time will take them before you." Naruto just silently hugged her, completely agreeing with every word she said. Now, after more than 30 years, he could definitely say that he and Kurama had shown this world who they were. Together, supported by their friends and family, they had been able to show this world a different path than endless and meaningless wars. And now they could simply enjoy their new life. That was the end of the story.